Chapter 1551, Sex Fiend, Torturer. Chapter 1551, Sex Fiend, Torturer. Yeah, I am a 6th grade divine, runic master, and 8th grade alchemist. How could I fail here? The spiritus man seemed to teeter on the edge of insanity. It's impossible for me to fail. It must be because the blood essence quality of you whores is insufficient. The man pulled on a girl's hair, causing her to scream out in pain and fear. Towards this scene, most of the other girls still had dead expressions on their faces, as if they didn't see anything at all. But there were some girls that hadn't been here long enough who trembled as they saw this, panic coloring their complexions. Here, besides being raped and having their essence energy stolen, this crazy divine runic master would sometimes use their flesh and blood to refine pills. They had witnessed some of their companions being tossed alive into a pill furnace in order to refine life, lifting undying pills. To life forms with an intelligence of their own, death was an extremely terrifying matter. Upon approaching death, many people would turn crazy and lose all sense of reasoning. In just the mortal world alone, when some kings were on the verge of death, they would use the strength of their entire nation to find life-extending medicines. These kings would have alchemists take virgin boys and girls and use their flesh and blood for alchemy. Some kings even specifically raised 12 to 13-year-old virgin girls to take their menstrual blood every month to refine pills. And in order to guarantee the virgin purity of their menstrual blood, they would only allow them to eat berries and drink morning dew. In the martial world, this insanity could reach the limits. In particular, if an alchemist feared death, this would intensify everything he did. What a pity, if I could capture a proud daughter of heaven who reached the divine transformation realm before her 60th cultivation year, and then refine her virgin blood essence into a pill I would definitely be able to live on for another 100 more years. The spiritus man spoke as if he had lost his soul, his gestures bizarre and ghostly. Many years ago, this spiritus man had been an elder of the Divine Runic Masters Guild and also had a world king cultivation. As a 6th grade divine runic master, 8th grade alchemist, and even an elder of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, this spiritus man was blessed with endless brilliant halos around him. There were countless influences that curried his favor, and even sect leaders of great world king influences had to treat him with politeness and respect. As for his disciples and followers in the Divine Runic Masters Guild, there was no need to mention them. They wouldn't even dare disobey him, in the least. His prestige had been as high as the sun, and he lived a life where he was the center of countless stars. There were countless people that respected and admired him. And there were even many female divine runic arts apprentices that willingly offered themselves to him for a higher status, allowing him to do whatever he wished to them. After tasting these young girls, the spiritus man began to seduce them on his own initiative, bringing in many young girls as his toys. He had held the post of elder for tens of thousands of years, and countless women had been ruined and deceived by him. As for the disciples he received, they tended to be women, and many of these disciples also had to simultaneously serve as his living furnaces. Towards this spiritus man, who was obsessed with obscene desires, even immortals couldn't compare to the lavish lifestyle he lived. He wasn't satisfied with his world king cultivation, and he wasn't satisfied with being an ordinary elder of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. He wanted to become a red robe elder, and he wanted to become a great world king. He used all methods at his disposal to grab more resources and take advantages of anyone he could. Time and time again, he formed deep grudges with others within the Divine Runic Masters Guild, and with his continued violating of young female apprentices, he was finally impeached by the Council of Red Robe Elders and was removed from his post of elder. This was something he remembered, and something he bore a deep grudge towards. During a trip into a dangerous mystic realm, he tried to wrest away soul possession of a miracle medicine while also killing the Divine Runic Master Elder, who had proposed to impeach him. But in the end he was defeated. Not only did he fail to obtain the miracle medicine, but he was even beaten to the ground and severely wounded. Afterwards, he was expelled from the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Some people wanted to finish him off and cut off the disease at the roots. He fled to the open sea, living a life of seclusion for tens of thousands of years. It was only when his arch enemy died during an exploratory trip into a mystic realm did he show himself again. But when he reappeared, his lifespan was nearing its end. Not just that, but in the past, when he was injured in the mystic realm, he had also wounded his divine soul, causing his lifespan to be drastically reduced. During these past years, he had done everything at his disposal to refine life-extending pills and pills to restore his divine soul. But because the foundation of his life force was mostly destroyed, every effort he made was nearly useless to begin with. As his day of death approached closer and closer, he had fallen into a state of madness. He was too obsessed with his previous life of endless glory and joys, and wasn't able to endure the loneliness and desolation until his end. He bought a large number of young women, venting his rage on their bodies, and using their blood essence to refine pills. Finally, he built his evil castle of sin on the shores of Star Lake, because his divine sense had been damaged, and he had thrown his entire being into refining life-extending pills. He had no intention or desire to refine other pills. Thus, to many great influences, he had lost all value, with none of them bothering with him. Because of this, he could only steal away a limited number of resources. Wanting to obtain the proud daughter of heaven that he needed was impossible. Thus, of the young girls in Castle, most of them were simply mortal women with extremely high levels of martial talent. Bang! This nearly crazed Spiritas man flipped over a stone table and then threw himself onto a young 16-year-old girl. This young girl only had a pulse condensation cultivation. She had been born in the Azura Road and had once been the core disciple of a tiny sect. This sect was far too small. One could say that it was situated between the martial world and the mortal world. In her sect, this young girl had been a proud daughter of heaven, admired by countless young disciples. But in a single night, her entire sect was exterminated. All beauties, all young women with any level of talent, were rolled up in a black wind and brought to this hellish castle. The one who destroyed her sect was this Spiritas man. To her, his world king cultivation was an incomprehensible existence. This fiend didn't immediately rape these women. Rather, he used their virgin blood to refine pills, but unfortunately for him, his efforts failed again and again. This caused him to become even more insane. As he threw himself onto this young 16-year-old girl, he ripped away the remnants of her tattered clothes. In that moment, the young girl was left entirely naked. Her face was pale, and she pitifully screamed out. But this scream seemed to stimulate the Spiritas man, causing his eyes to light up with a blood-red color. These last years had been endless pain to him, and only by making others feel this pain was he able to be satisfied. He licked his lips, demonically grinning as he said, "Your whorish blood is too low quality, causing me to fail in refining my undying pills. Since that's the case, keeping your virgin body around any longer is useless. I will suck dry the little primordial een that you have." As the Spiritas man cackled, he bit down on her pale shoulder, greedily sucking up her blood. What he was doing was not just drinking her blood, but also absorbing her blood essence, using it to restore his declining fires of life. The young girl crazily struggled, but the more she struggled, the more it seemed to arouse this bestial demon. His pupils had gone wide, and his entire body was excited. He tore off his own clothes, pressing himself onto her. But just when he was about to thrust into her body, he stiffened, and his enlarged pupils rapidly contracted. In that instant just now, he had felt a sense sweep through this sealed-off space, and soon afterwards, a deep killing intent had locked onto him. Without thinking, he threw himself forwards. Bang! With a terrifying explosion of energy, a spear light pierced through the void like a 100,000-foot rainbow. Under this unstoppable divine light, the space barrier that sealed off this area was torn apart like paper. Not just that, but half of the obsidian castle immediately collapsed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Stones tumbled as walls came falling down all around. The Spiritus man's hideout was destroyed. A young man and woman floated in the air. The man grasped a spear, his eyes shimmering with killing intent. He pointed his spear right towards the Spiritus man's head. You are sex fiend divine, runic master Tortriver. Lin Ming's voice dripped with murder as he glared at this Spiritus man. Lin Ming's request towards Heaven's Secret was that he wanted a 5th grade, or above divine runic master who had an ordinary world king cultivation or below, who had no influences or only weak influences behind them, and did all sorts of evil and sinful deeds. The information of the first divine runic master that Heaven's Secret had given to him was that of this sex fiend, Tortriver. In his life he had raped countless women, and he had developed a grotesquely infamous reputation within the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Finally, he had been banished by them. Lin Ming never imagined that this Tortriver would go so mad as he neared the end of his life. During these past years, it was unknown how many young girls had died beneath his hands. Not even dying 10,000 times would make up for his sins. Near Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian tightly clenched her jaw. She had borne witness to everything that had happened. To see other women harmed like this, her rage had already reached its limits. Lin Ming, do not kill him. Leave him a sliver of life. I want him to experience a life that is worse than death. Chapter 1552, Divine Runic Master Shortcut. Chapter 1552, Divine Runic Master Shortcut. Who are you? To be ambushed just as he was about to rape someone. Tortriver was burning with rage. His eyes were blood red, as if he wanted to devour Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. But at this time, he noticed Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian's cultivations. They were only at the Divine Lord realm. Were they hiding their cultivation? No, that wasn't right. They were extraordinary young elites. Tortriver had raped countless women in his life, and he usually only preyed on young girls. Thus, he was very sensitive to the life auras that surrounded young girls, so he could confirm that Xiao Moxian wasn't very old. So young, and yet they had reached the Divine Lord realm. Just how had they cultivated? This discovery caused Tortriver's eyes to shine brilliantly. A variation bloodline. She must possess a variation bloodline, a proud daughter of heaven, and she also has a variation bloodline. If I can use her blood as medicine and eat her up every day, then perhaps I really might be able to heal the wound to my divine soul. I will be able to live for thousands more years and complete my immortality pill. Tortriver suddenly cackled. The heavens haven't abandoned me. They haven't abandoned me. What I lack is a proud daughter of heaven for my alchemy, and yet you have delivered yourself right to my door. Good. Very good. You will become my living furnace. We shall dual cultivate every day, and I will bring you to paradise. As Tortriver spoke, he lewdly stared at Xiao Moxian. This caused Xiao Moxian to nearly burst apart with rage. Lin Ming, dig out his eyes, slice out his tongue, and cripple his cultivation. I want to slice off his flesh and slowly torture him for 100 years, 1,000 years with every slice. Xiao Moxian came from a demon and monster bloodline to begin with. She was no blindly puerile and benevolent person. How could she allow herself to be insulted in such a way? If I haven't misunderstood, then you are only 2 martial artists at the Divine Lord realm. Your talent is a bit better than those of your generation. And yet you think you can kill me? You are insane. Even though my cultivation boundary has dropped, I am still a half-step world king. Catching you 2 is the same as catching 2 chickens. Tortriver raved. He turned to Lin Ming and chortled again and again. "Is this your little lover boy? Very well. Then I shall use him for my alchemy right in front of you." Before Tortriver finished speaking, his complexion suddenly changed. He could feel a vast and deep killing intent cover him. Then, the surrounding world changed. The world fell away. The stars vanished, and everything was isolated from him. He was completely trapped in a sealed-off space. Force field. Tortriver immediately realized that this black-clothed youth had surrounded him with a force field. For such a genius, it wasn't a surprise if they had a force field. But what astonished Tortriver was that this force field formed an incomparably stable space, far surpassing the limits of any divine lord realm martial artist. There were even many holy lords who couldn't compare to this. Interesting. Such talent even causes me to be more inspired to turn you into a pill, Tortriver said, brilliantly staring at Lin Ming. Lin Ming coldly sneered. "The information that Heaven's secret gave me said that you have already fallen to the brink of madness. But now it seems that not only are you mad, but you are also stupid. Your cultivation has fallen to a half-step world king, and with your fires of life nearly extinguished, even among half-step world kings, you are the weakest. A talented late holy lord martial artist would already be able to brutally murder you, and yet you continue to dream on. Now die." As Lin Ming spoke, he hurtled himself forwards. Although his speed wasn't fast, his figure was as calm and stable as a mountain. 9 stars of the Dao Palace. Purple Temple Dao Palace. Lin Ming revolved his strength to the limit and smashed his spear down at Tortriver. Because the 9 stars of the Dao Palace had been lost for far too long a time, and in addition to the changes that occurred in the heavenly Dao laws, it had become extremely difficult to practice. But this difficulty meant that it had become even stronger than before. Although there was no text that stated how the different levels of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace corresponded to the different ranks in the essence gathering system, Lin Ming could approximately confirm that opening a single star in the 9 stars of the Dao Palace far surpassed the early divine Lord realm of the essence gathering system. In other words, although Lin Ming appeared to be an early divine lord, the truth was that when he combined the cultivation of his body transformation and essence gathering systems, he already far surpassed that. Tortriver naturally couldn't understand Lin Ming's 9 stars, the Dao Palace. He simply grinned, saying, "Since you want to die, allow me to help you along." Tortriver took out a deep red sword from his spatial ring and then slashed out at Lin Ming. He wanted to crush Lin Ming's spear light and cut apart Lin Ming's body at the same time. However, just when his sword light came into contact with the Phoenix blood spear, Tortriver's smile froze. The spear light he thought he could easily tear apart actually contained a horrifying strength beyond description. It was like this spear light was formed from heavy stars, able to collapse space and cut through galaxies. Kacha! With an explosive sound, Tortriver's sword light shattered. The red spear thrust towards Tortriver's chest. This spear had locked down Tortriver and locked down the space around him. It was impossible to dodge. Even Tortriver's blood vitality rebelled, as if it wanted to break free from his body. What? Seeing this spear light rush towards him, Tortriver immediately paled. He thought that killing a junior like Lin Ming would be as easy as turning his hand. He never imagined that this would be the result. This youth's strength was powerful beyond understanding. Although the spear hadn't pierced him yet, what he knew was that even if he didn't die, this spear strike would still severely wound him and cause him to lose all combat strength. In this life or death moment, Tortriver punched his own chest and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. This blood essence formed a mysterious symbol in the air. At the same time, Tortriver pulled out 2 divine runic symbols from his spatial ring. He thrust them outwards, causing them to burn in the air. After these 2 divine runic symbols burned, they turned into a protective barrier that received Lin Ming's spear strike. Kacha! With an explosive sound, Lin Ming's phoenix blood spear smashed into this translucent barrier. In a brief moment, the barrier exploded, and the spear continued thrusting ahead, driving into the blood symbol that Torch River spat out. And at this time, Lin Ming finally felt a tremendous existence. The phoenix blood spear suddenly slowed down, startling Lin Ming. He had used an arcane technique to strengthen himself, causing the might of the strike to reach the power of 5 dragons. And yet he hadn't been able to kill this Torch River, who had fallen in cultivation boundary, and had nearly lost all his blood vitality. Without a doubt, this was the work of the divine runic arts. Torch River had thrown out 2 divine runic symbols to lessen Lin Ming's spear potential, and had then used a divine runic symbol formed from his own blood to resist Lin Ming's all-out strike. The divine runic arts could be used for more than assisting in alchemy. They could be used in combat. However, relying on this alone was not enough to change Torch River's fate. As the phoenix blood spear was blocked by the blood symbol, Lin Ming's thoughts moved, and a shadow rushed out from his inner world, hurtling towards Torch River. This was Lin Ming's essence spirit embryo avatar. It dwelled in Lin Ming's inner world and could rush out at any time to fight. After absorbing Tian Mingzi and the other's blood energy, the essence spirit embryo stone had broken through yet another boundary. In terms of mortal bodily strength, it far surpassed Lin Ming. CA. The essence spirit embryo stone thrust a spear towards Torch River, aiming to take his head. Ah! Torch River cried out in alarm, scared out of his mind. A single Lin Ming was already as terrifying as a life-reaping ghost. Only by sacrificing a great portion of his remaining life was he able to form this divine runic symbol of blood to barely resist the attack. And now another Lin Ming had appeared. Pung! With a cracking sound. Torch River's protective energy was unable to withstand the terrifying strength of the essence spirit embryo stone. In just a moment, Torch River's defenses collapsed, and the avatar's spear pierced through his chest. The long spear penetrated through Torch River's body. In front of the horrifying strength of the essence spirit embryo stone, the frail mortal body of Espiritas was no different than paper. A massive amount of flesh and bones were twisted by this dreadful strength. Torch River's body was pierced through like a water bag, blood leaking out from all over him. How is this possible? Torch River's eyes filled with despair and disbelief. He had been easily defeated by a mere Divine Lord Jr. and would die here? How could he accept such a ridiculous result? Pulse-cutting palm. Lin Ming smashed his hand into Torch River's chest. A savage and wild, true essence rushed through Torch River's body, tearing apart every single meridian within him and severing the power of his blood vitality. In that moment, Torch River's body fell down from the air like a rag doll. In a strange coincidence, he fell into the sealed space where the young girls were imprisoned. Puff! As the crippled Torch River plopped to the floor, his blood splashed out. The young girls who were imprisoned stared helplessly on. This unbelievably powerful Torch River had fallen to the ground like a dead dog, leaving all of them stunned. Was this a dream? Torch River still had a single breath of life remaining. Lin Ming had intentionally kept Torch River alive because the shortcut for him to become a divine runic master was in Torch River's body. Chapter 1553, Refine the Soul. Chapter 1553, Refine the Soul. These girls that had been tortured by Torch River over so many years had already anticipated that they would die here. They had lost themselves to despair long ago, and there was nothing left that could stir anything in their hearts. But at this moment, they saw that cruel and godlike Torch River fall onto the floor in a completely inhuman mess, on the verge of death. Then, a faint spark of hope ignited in their stunned eyes. After being beneath the agonizing abuse of Torch River for so many years, even if they saw him about to die, they still couldn't believe it. They were afraid that this was all a dream. At this time, Lin Ming floated down with his long spear in hand. Seeing Lin Ming descend like a god from heaven, the young girls were left in a daze. "You're free." Lin Ming flicked his fingers, and several true essence arrows shot forth, cutting the chains that shackled these young girls. Even the energy seals within their bodies were lifted. The moment that their shackles were cut, because many of the girls were weak and their muscles had atrophied, they fell onto the floor. The pain from this fall finally made them believe that this scene in front of them was real and not a dream. As they felt the rough ground, they also felt the freedom that they hadn't had for such a long time. Their bodies shivered. It wasn't known who started crying out first, but the girls couldn't help but weep one after another. They didn't know who this young man was, but in their hearts, this young man was their God and their savior. Even if they had to take care of him for their entire lives, they were willing to do so. Even if this youth wanted them all to die here, they would still comply without blinking. This was because when they were imprisoned by Torch River, they didn't even have the ability to commit suicide. They had lived a life worse than death. Looking at these young girls, Lin Ming sighed in pity for them, lamenting their fates. Many of them had a decent talent for cultivating martial arts, but their lives were mostly destroyed. Lin Ming flicked his fingers again, and dozens of pills flew into the hands of these young girls. Lin Ming had given them miracle pills to make up for their lost blood vitality and to wash their marrow. These young girls were abused by Torch River, and their blood vitality had been mostly sucked dry. Each of them had a pale white face, and their energy was lacking. If they wanted to continue cultivating martial arts in this sort of condition, it would be impossibly difficult to do so. Normally, the lower cultivation a martial artist was, the worse their bloodline was, the easier it was to make up for lost blood vitality. The higher one's cultivation was, the greater one's bloodline, and the more one's talent defied the heavens, then the more difficult it would be to make up for lost blood vitality. But as for martial artists with low cultivation, although it was relatively easy to make up for lost blood vitality, they were simply far too weak to find the necessary blood tonics and pills to do so. Thus, for a martial artist at a low cultivation to make up for lost blood vitality was extremely difficult. For these young girls, it was simply impossible. However, this was a simple task for Lin Ming. To him, these pills weren't precious at all, but to these starry-eyed girls, these were unrivaled miracle medicines. Most of these young girls were common mortals. Even if they were to walk down the road of martial arts, they would only be able to reach the pulse condensation, Hotian, or Xiantian realms. To them, a heaven-opening pill would be a priceless treasure, much less these miracle pills that Lin Ming handed out. Take these. These are all pills with moderate properties. Even though your bodies are weak, there won't be any side effects. Lin Ming gently said. As these girls held the miracle pills in their hands, their fingers began to shiver. Although they didn't know what grade these pills were, they could approximate their value from the rich medicinal fragrance wafting off them. Because of this, there were some girls that held the pills tightly in their hands, not willing to swallow them. Lin Ming sighed again as he saw this. This was the life of low-level, mortal martial artists. To a high-level martial artist, things that they casually tossed to the side of the road were incomparably precious treasures to these low-level martial artists. Lin Ming waved his hand once more and shot out some more pills. This time, the pills were thrust right into these girls' mouths. Rest well. You all may leave whenever you wish, or you may also stay here. 3 days from now, I will bring you to the nearest mortal city. I suggest that you wait, because the nearest mortal city is 10,000 miles away. Here is something to tide you over for the next few days. Lin Ming tossed out a bottle of fasting pills. This was the limit to which he could help these young girls. Their future days, and the paths they chose to take would rely on themselves. After thinking some more, he said, "You all possess talent to cultivate the martial arts. In the future, if you can walk far down that road, then perhaps the bitter and painful experiences of your youths might not be a bad thing. As Lin Ming finished speaking, he no longer delayed. He picked up the nearly dead torturer and flew away. Left behind, the many young girls watched Lin Ming's fading back, their eyes lost in thought. The fragrance of the medicinal pills was still in their mouths, and the warm medicinal efficacy nourished their bodies, soothing their pain. In their lives, this was probably the happiest moment they had experienced. Sometimes, setbacks and frustrations weren't bad. These experiences could allow a person to mature at the fastest speed possible. If a person grew up without experiencing any problems, then it was hard to temper their personality and will. Xiao Moxin was similar. Only in the 9 years within Tragic Death Valley had she matured in mind. Lin Ming brought the near-dead torturer and went to the deepest depths of Star Lake. Here, he summoned Primordius' heavenly palace and entered it along with Xiao Moxin. Lin Ming, what do you plan on doing? Xiao Moxin was confused. Why would Lin Ming spend so much money to purchase information on divine runic masters from Heaven's Secret? Moreover, he had especially chosen evil and sinful divine runic masters. Could it be that he wanted to save the common people and eliminate future scourges? However, no matter what was said, they had indeed performed a good deed today. You'll know in a bit. This is the first time I've tried this, so I don't know whether or not it will succeed. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He stretched out his right hand, and then a cloud of darkness began to condense over his palm. In another several breaths of time, within this halo of black light, a dark gray cube slowly appeared, exuding a deep and mystical aura. This was the magic cube. After Lin Ming took out the magic cube, the dying and despairing torturer suddenly twitched like he had been bitten by a snake. His body immediately stiffened. He stared at the magic cube with wide eyes that were filled with utter panic. What is this? His voice shivered, and fear discolored his face. Torturer was a spiritus. Within their bodies, the soul was the most important and integral part of them. Thus, he was extremely sensitive to this divine soul artifact, the magic cube. The saints refined their bodies, humans refined their energy, and the spiritus refined their souls. In a sense, the magic cube was the greatest and most precious treasure to the entire soul race, but at the same time, it was their supreme nemesis. This was because the magic cube was able to directly pull out a person's soul from their body and swallow it. Now that torturer was in front of the magic cube, he was in that exact situation. He felt a terrifying force latch onto his body, faintly trying to pull out his soul. This strength left one drowning in helplessness, filled with fear. Torturer had originally been on the verge of collapse. His life was at its end, and with his cultivation being crippled by Lin Ming, there was nothing in his heart but anguish. But now that he faced the magic cube, another emotion overcame all else. This feeling was fear. In front of the magic cube, he felt as if he was being thrust into the deepest pit of hell, forever unable to reincarnate. Torturer struggled to retreat, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. For a spiritus to see the magic cube was like a mouse seeing a cat, a frog seeing a snake. This was an instinctual, inborn suppression. However, he had been locked onto by his strength and was left unable to struggle at all. He could only watch helplessly as the magic cube came closer and closer. This feeling was truly blood-curdling. What are you trying to do? I am going to refine your soul. Lin Ming smiled, but at this moment, his smile was extremely fierce. This is a divine tool that can refine souls. Its name is the Divine Crystal Magic Cube. You might have heard of it before, or you might not have, but none of that matters because you will soon feel its strength. What do you want to know? I will tell you anything you want. Do not swallow my soul. Torturer was paler than white, his voice trembling the entire time. I'm sorry. The things I want to know are not things you can tell me. Lin Ming fiendishly grinned. Then He poured his origin energy into the magic cube. The magic cube began to spin, sucking up all of the nearby divine soul energy. With the magic cube as the center, a black vortex appeared, seeming as if it could swallow the world. Ah! Torch River issued a heart-piercing scream. His body was twisted apart in this vortex and crushed to pieces. A deep blue divine soul was forcefully torn out from his ruined body before being sucked into the magic cube. No! Torch River's last cry seemed to stretch to infinity within this vortex, completed, distorted. After that came pain, a pain that couldn't be described. A terrifying energy struck his soul form and forcefully tore away his spirit mark. The souls of the Spiritas were strong to begin with, and their spirit marks were extremely deep. For their spirit mark to be torn out, the pain was excruciating beyond compare. Torch River felt as if time had slowed down to a crawl. Each breath of time seemed to last as long as a year. This endless and inexhaustible pain made him want to die, but he simply didn't possess the ability to kill himself. Torch River cried out again and again. Lin Ming was able to extinguish his soul from the start, but he didn't do so. Instead, he slowly grinded away Torch River's spirit mark towards the scumbag divine runic master who had caused so much suffering. Only this sort of fate could slightly make up for all his sins. A person's soul was composed of pure memories and their spirit mark. This was a person's characteristic of life. If they lost either half, then the person would lose all sense of self. A person's spirit mark was like endless tiny filaments that thoroughly penetrated into every nook and cranny of a person's soul. Wanting to completely erase them without damaging the memories was impossible, but the magic cube could actually do this. It had the ability to pull out these tiny, imperceptible threads, and as this ability was reflected on Torch River's body, it was more painful than being slowly flayed alive. Lin Ming slowly and carefully removed Torch River's spirit mark from his memories. This was also because Lin Ming had never used the magic cube in this manner before. It was his first time using the magic cube to produce memory fragments on his own initiative. In order to maintain the full body of Torch River's memories, Lin Ming used a full day and night to complete this laborious work, and as he was nearing the end, Torch River's soul had already dimmed down to nothing but an ember. His consciousness had been slowly tortured and destroyed by Lin Ming. Chapter 1554. Heavenly Extreme Bliss. Chapter 1554. Heavenly Extreme Bliss. Kia. This day and night of pain was simply indescribable. Even Xiao Maxian, who swore she would cut Torch River to pieces, still felt her heart skip a beat as she saw his fate. The echoes of pain that transmitted from Torch River's soul were far too brutal and agonizing. It was hard to imagine just what he had experienced in this day. Finished, Lin Ming let out a long sigh of relief. He looked towards the complete, ownerless memory fragment that floated within the magic cube, and a happy expression crossed his lips. He had spent a great sum of money at Heaven's Secret to purchase information, and then had cut down Torch River with all of his strength. Everything he did was for this ownerless and complete memory fragment, the memories of a divine runic master, of the three divine tools, the divine magic cube, Grand Miss Spirit Bead, and that secretive and mysterious purple card. Each one was the highest level of treasures. For the purple card, Lin Ming had no idea what its function was. But as for the magic cube and Grand Miss Spirit Bead, he had more or less dug out their secrets. Of the Grand Miss Spirit Bead and the magic cube, one was focused on the body and the other on the soul. The Grand Miss Spirit Bead could forcefully wrest away and swallow the blood vitality of all life. Moreover, it possessed the ability to condense all of this blood vitality into Grand Mist Spirit Bead essence. The effects of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead essence even surpassed a transcendent divine pill that was refined by an Empyrean. When Lin Ming broke through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, if he didn't have the help of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead Essence, then even if he had the strength from the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone and Xiao Moxian's Primordial Yin blood, it still wouldn't have been enough for him to achieve his breakthrough. The reason that the good fortune saint's son had the strength to suppress an ordinary world king with his peak divine Lord Realm cultivation was all because of the heaven-defying support of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. In a sense, the Grand Mist Spirit Bead suited the saint race far more than any other race. If a human were to obtain the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, then the use of it would be extremely minor for them. This was because the road of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace had been blocked. In the past, when Emperor Primordius obtained the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, his essence-gathering system cultivation had already reached the world king boundary. But he hadn't started body transformation yet at all. He had started everything from zero. Not only was this road of martial arts one that defied the heavens, but Emperor Primordius had also missed the best opportunity for him to cultivate body transformation. The difficulty of the road he took afterwards could be imagined. Even so, Emperor Primordius had finally relied on the heaven-defying effects of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead and his own prodigious talent to break into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. But Emperor Primordius hadn't opened too many Tao Palaces. At that time, his essence-gathering system cultivation was the extreme Empyrean realm, but his 9 stars of the Tao Palace had only opened 4 or 5 palaces. His body transformation cultivation was far inferior to his essence-gathering cultivation, and his body transformation technique only had a limited ability to enhance his combat strength. In comparison, Lin Ming had a divine Lord Realm cultivation, and had opened a single star of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Currently, his body transformation cultivation was higher than his essence-gathering system cultivation. It was similar to giving a child a well-crafted and accurate crossbow, making that child's lethal killing ability to rise to an all-new level. Even a strong and robust man could still be severely wounded or shot dead by an accurate arrow. Therefore, Lin Ming was able to cross 2 large boundaries in the essence-gathering system and contend with an ordinary world king. As for the magic cube, its abilities seemed to surpass even those of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. It was able to ignore the protection of the flesh and directly exterminate an enemy's soul. But the true strength of the magic cube wasn't its ability to directly extinguish a person's soul and increase Lin Ming's combat strength. Rather, the true strength of the magic cube lay in its ability to cleanse a person's soul of its spirit mark, turning it into pure memories that could be freely absorbed without needing to worry that one would fall into madness. This heaven-defying effect was perfectly suited for plundering the cultivation methods of others. The cultivation methods of the martial world couldn't be passed on orally, but had to be passed on through cultivation method jade slips. This was because cultivation method jade slips were far too complex and couldn't be fully explained in words alone. However, with the magic cube, Lin Ming was able to completely accept and inherit any martial artist's cultivation methods. This even included their attainments and experiences in those cultivation methods. Thus, Lin Ming could cultivate at an astronomical speed. When combined with his superior perception, the speed of his progress could only be described as rising 10,000 miles in a single day. Besides cultivation methods, almost everything else was applicable. This included divine runic arts, alchemy, array formations, refining technique, and many other skills. Not only could he inherit all of their knowledge, but he could inherit all of their experience. And what Lin Ming needed to do was to constantly practice, thoroughly mastering this knowledge and reviewing these experiences, fusing those memories into his body until they became instinctual. This method of studying and speed of learning was simply mind-boggling, truly heaven-defying. The divine runic arts that took others dozens of years to learn would only take Lin Ming several months of practice. It could be said that when Lin Ming had reached the Divine Lord boundary and gained the ability to activate the magic cube, he had silently undergone a dreadful transformation, one that no one knew about. As Lin Ming grew stronger, he would be able to kill stronger masters and swallow their memories. And the more memories Lin Ming swallowed, the faster his cultivation would rise, and the stronger he would become. As long as he had enough time, Lin Ming's strength would grow like a snowball rolling down a snowy mountain. Rapidly growing, he would eventually become a perfectly versatile genius, skilled in all aspects. Thus, although the Grand Spirit Bead was also a priceless treasure to Lin Ming during his youth, the use of the Grand Spirit Bead was far inferior to the help of the magic cube. From what he knew, the Grand Spirit Bead focused on the mortal body and was able to produce endless medicines that surpassed the rank of transcendent divine pills. But transcendent divine pills were still something that Lin Ming could find if he went searching for lucky chances, wandering through danger zones, or he might even be able to purchase them. However, soul fragments from the magic cube were different. This would save a massive amount of cultivation time for Lin Ming, and what Lin Ming needed the most right now was time. Lin Ming closed his eyes in meditation, restoring his divine soul to its peak state. Then he began to swallow Torchriver's ownerless soul. These were the complete memories of an ordinary world king. The amount of information stored within it reached unimaginable levels. When Lin Ming was in the lower realms, he had only absorbed small soul fragments. Moreover, the past masters of these soul fragments didn't surpass holy lords before they had died. Even so, to the Lin Ming of that time, these soul fragments placed a tremendous burden on his divine soul. Swallowing these ownerless memories was like cutting open his head and stuffing in a massive amount of information. Because there was too much information and it was far too complex and diverse, Lin Ming had felt as if his head would explode. This wasn't something that the average person was able to withstand. Fortunately, during Lin Ming's 9 years in Tragic Death Valley, he had cultivated the Divine Mist Heart Mantra, and his soul force was no longer comparable to how it was in the past. Although abruptly absorbing the memories of an ordinary world king was extremely difficult, it wasn't to the degree where it would instantly shatter his spiritual sea. It had to be known that Torchriver had lived for nearly 1,000,000 years. Moreover, a world king had an extremely sharp memory, and they were able to memorize things very clearly and in much detail. As these memories accumulated over time, the total quantity of them was simply unimaginable. When Lin Ming let open his spiritual sea, these memories rushed into him like endless waves from a dam that broke apart. Even though Lin Ming was already prepared, he was nearly washed away in this deluge of memories, and his divine soul almost lost. He hurriedly guarded his mind, summoning a battle spirit sword and sending it howling out. Kacha! Torchriver's ownerless soul was chopped to pieces by Lin Ming's battle spirit. Lin Ming swept through these soul fragments at a frightening speed, immediately discarding large numbers of useless soul fragments. These included Torchriver's life experiences, his dealings with others, his friends, foes, and so forth. There were also a great number of memories from when Torchriver lured, raped, and intimidated young girls. All of these were discarded by Lin Ming. However, upon seeing these memories, Lin Ming thought more and more that this Torchriver died a deserving death. He had simply ruined far too many young girls. After being raped by him, many of these young girls had been savagely tortured to death. He had even gone into the world of mortals, disguising himself as a bandit rapist and violating young girls from all over. The youngest of these was even 12 to 13 years old. For such a disgustingly immoral despoiler to reach this level, it was truly a rare sight. Different people had different pursuits in life. What Lin Ming pursued was the peak of martial arts and to stand on par with the heavens and earth. But this Torchriver pursued immortality so that he could enjoy new young girls forever. tasting them all whether it was now, 1,000 years from now, or 1,000,000 years from now. Torchriver's ownerless memories were quickly chopped into hundreds upon hundreds of pieces. Like this, 99% of the memories were thrown away by Lin Ming. The only remaining memories were those related to cultivation method inheritances, divine runic arts, and alchemy. But upon reviewing Torchriver's cultivation methods, Lin Ming was stunned. Torchriver had over 100 different cultivation methods, and even a complete, transcendent divine might. With the status of an ordinary world king, it was very difficult to ever hope of learning a complete, transcendent divine might. But as a divine runic master, Torchriver was wealthier than some great world kings. By spending a massive amount of wealth, he was able to obtain this transcendent divine might. And what left Lin Ming speechless was that this transcendent divine might was called heavenly extreme bliss. It was a dual cultivation method. Out of Torchriver's 100-some cultivation methods, over 70 of them were related to dual cultivation. He had really taken the road of obscenity to the limit. Lin Ming threw away most of these cultivation methods. He simply couldn't be bothered with looking at these low-level ones, but it was too wasteful if this complete, transcendent divine might was lost like this. Thinking about this, he kept the heavenly extreme bliss. At this time, Lin Ming seemed to realize something. He momentarily stopped absorbing Torchriver's soul fragments. Then Lin Ming took the spatial ring from Torchriver and crushed it. A massive amount of bottles, jars, pillboxes, and all sorts of things came flying out. Among the mess was a pink jade slip that Lin Ming grabbed. This pink jade slip was the complete cultivation method jade slip for heavenly extremely bliss. Torchriver had used several hundred thousands of years of time, accumulate a massive amount of wealth through his career as a divine runic master. Then, in addition to a mind-boggling lucky chance that he obtained in a mystic realm, he had traded all of that for this complete, transcendent divine might jade slip. This caused Lin Ming to sigh. In terms of obscenity, Torchriver had done everything in his power to reach the peak. What is that? Xiao Moxian watched as Lin Ming temporarily withdrew from absorbing memories and then specifically took out the jade slip. She could immediately feel that this jade slip wasn't ordinary. This is a complete transcendent divine might. Lin Ming dryly coughed and awkwardly gesticulated. A complete transcendent divine might jade slip. Xiao Moxian was startled. An ordinary world king had this sort of thing? Not even Tian Mingzi had one. Tian Mingzi only had 2 incomplete, transcendent divine mights. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entered Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace to study the heaven-absorbing demon art. That's right. Divine runic masters are ridiculously rich. This jade slip was obtained by another world king in a mystic realm, but after that world king tried practicing this cultivation method to 60 to 70%, he realized that it didn't fit him too well. The world king took it out to sell, and in order to obtain this jade slip, Torchriver paid a heart-bleeding price, trading half of his lifetime savings for it. I see. Can I see what sort of jade slip that is? Xiao Moxian laughed and took the jade slip from Lin Ming's hands. Chapter 1555, Learning Skills. Chapter 1555, Learning Skills. Xiao Moxian happily began to search through the contents within the jade slip, but after she saw what was inside, she was left completely stunned. The descriptions of the cultivation method were extremely graphic and exceedingly pornographic. This was actually a dual cultivation method. Xiao Moxian blushed. She sputtered, saying, "Blah, just what sort of Empyrean was this? I can't believe that the summary of their lifetime studies is this sort of thing." Lin Ming awkwardly coughed. This is a cultivation method formed by husband and wife Empyreans who took the sexual road. The 2 of them were peerless geniuses of their time, and both became Empyreans together. Lin Ming had scanned through Torchriver's memories and knew what the origin of this cultivation method was. For a husband and wife to cultivate to the Empyrean realm together was an extremely rare sight. Empyreans were already rare in the martial world. An Empyrean holy land might not even be able to train an Empyrean successor in tens of millions of years, and for a couple to reach the Empyrean boundary together was far rarer than that. For instance, Empyrean Demon Dawn and the Monster Emperor only had world kings as wives. Cultivate into Empyreans together? Lin Ming, we must become true divinities together. Xiao Moxin suddenly said, stating her goal. She wanted to become a true divinity, and in her opinion, it wasn't difficult at all for Lin Ming to accomplish this. For him, the realm of true divinity might even be underestimating him. Xiao Moxin was filled with anticipation as she thought of cultivating into true divinities with Lin Ming. Perhaps they would leave behind an eternal story of love and adventure, one that would be spoken about by the future generations, just like Empyrean Divine Seal. All right, Lin Ming chuckled. In truth, his goal surpassed that of a true divinity. He wanted to surpass a true divinity and reach the peak of all martial arts. Xiao Moxin grinned and put away the heavenly extreme bliss jade slip. This jade slip was only good as reference material for Xiao Moxin. She wasn't satisfied with taking the path of others. When she had the ability to do so, she would carve out her own cultivation path. Only like this would she be able to surpass those who came before her. At this time, Lin Ming had re-entered the soul space and continued to absorb Torchriver's memory fragments. Now he was about to absorb the most essential part, memories of the divine runic arts and alchemy. This was the main reason that Lin Ming had killed Torchriver. Torchriver had already reached the last years of his life and had fallen into a demented state, ready to die at any moment. He had lost all value. And in this situation, there was no one that would bother to provoke someone who had once been a world king and was even now a half-step world king. As for him ruining the lives of countless young women, there were even fewer people that cared about this. When a martial artist began slaughtering, sometimes they would exterminate entire cities. They could destroy what they wanted, and no one would chase after this. This was a brutal world where strength reigned supreme. Besides the heavenly Tao, there were no laws that stood above martial arts. For a time, images of runes and array formations rushed into Lin Ming's mind. Torchriver had been a divine runic master and alchemist for several hundred thousands of years. Although he was a sinful person, his accomplishments in divine runic arts and alchemy were truly worthy of respect. After all, he had once been an elder of the Divine Runic Masters Guild and was a true 6th grade Divine Runic Master. It had to be known that in the Divine Runic Masters Guild, an 8th grade Divine Runic Master was a legend, and 9th grade Divine Runic Masters were ancient myths that only existed billions of years ago. It could be said that a 7th grade Divine Runic Master was the highest level there was, and if one had such ability, they could even become guild president of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. If one had to forcefully equate ranks of Divine Runic Masters with the cultivation ranks of a martial artist, then a 7th grade Divine Runic Master would be equal to an Empyrean. And in fact, there were many Divine Runic Masters that had the strength of an Empyrean. A 6th grade Divine Runic Master was equal to a world king. Outstanding 6th grade Divine Runic Masters were similar to great world kings. Torchriver was a 6th grade Divine Runic Master, and 100,000 years ago, his cultivation had been that of an ordinary world king. A 5th grade Divine Runic Master was equal to a holy lord. A 4th grade Divine Runic Master was equal to a divine lord. A 3rd grade Divine Runic Master was equal to divine transformation. Even so, the truth was that a 3rd or 4th grade Divine Runic Master was far more precious than a comparable martial artist to that boundary. Divine transformation realm powerhouses could be found everywhere, but third-grade divine runic masters had a considerable amount of status. If a third-grade divine runic master were a bit younger than average, proving that they had a bright future ahead of them, there would be many great influences that would try to win them over. Liu Xing's senior apprentice brother was in this type of situation. He had studied the divine runic arts for only several dozen years, and now he had become a third-grade divine runic master. Although he was only at the third grade, there were many leaders of large influences that were polite to him, because there was a chance that he could become an elder of the Divine Runic Masters Guild in the future. That was a truly incredible person. As Lin Ming scanned more and more memories, a huge amount of information piled up in his mind. He felt as if a massive steel weight was wildly smashing into his spiritual sea. Lin Ming grit his teeth, resisting this mind-tearing pain as he slowly reorganized Torchriver's memories. These memories contained a massive amount of experiences concerning alchemy and divine runic arts that Torchriver had accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years. Although Torchriver was a lustful villain, there was no doubting his specialized skills. One could even say that he was considerably talented in divine runic arts and alchemy, otherwise it was impossible for him to have become a 6th-grade divine runic master, 8th-grade alchemist. Torchriver was also well aware that the divine runic arts were the foundation for his pursuit of comfort, women, and immortality. Torchriver had an amazingly sharp memory. He was able to clearly remember every young girl that he had abused in the last several hundred thousands of years. But beyond that, he was also able to clearly remember the process, details, and experiences of all the alchemy and divine runic arts he had done. Countless experiments, whether they had been failures or successes, had consumed a massive amount of precious materials or hard work. This was the summary of all his experiences and the experiences of his predecessors. It was all invaluable data. It had to be known that although a divine runic master made a great deal of money, they also burned through money just as fast. The materials they used often cost several hundred million origin energy runes. If they failed, all of that would vanish into nothing, completely wasted. To raise a single divine runic master would require a large influence to invest the entirety of their financial resources. For a single person to become a divine runic master alone, that was simply far too difficult. Every divine runic master had their own unique take on the divine runic arts, and every now and then they would suddenly have strange and bizarre ideas. If they wanted to put these ideas into practice, they had to undergo countless revisions and deliberations, because every new idea meant new investments of materials. And of these ideas, over 99% would fail. But even failure meant that they would gain more experiences and knowledge from these defeats. And once they succeeded, even if they only succeeded a little bit, this would mean an astonishing new amount of wealth. This success would become some divine runic master's ultimate secret skill, something they would never pass on to anyone else. This was inevitable. After all, researching new ideas simply cost far too many resources. In addition, the Divine Runic Masters Guild was not a single, unified obelisk. Within the guild, many divine runic masters would compete against each other for resources. They would invest their resources into new studies, and whatever new information they gained, they wouldn't pass it on to anyone, not even their own apprentices. In this case, the hundreds of thousands of years of memories that Lin Ming absorbed, and all of the experiences and knowledge that went with them, was simply unable to be measured with mere wealth. In particular, unlike other divine runic arts apprentices, Lin Ming learned all of this in a short period of time. Other apprentices would take dozens or hundreds of years flattering and helping their master, and having to also show a great deal of skill before they were taught anything worthwhile. Even then, only when their master retired and had a foot in the coffin would they decide to pass on the essence of their life studies. But at this time, their apprentice wouldn't be young either. and those that had the qualifications to flatter their masters and learn true abilities were all direct disciples of divine runic masters, like Yuliushing's senior apprentice brother, Luo Yubai. As for brother and sister duo Yuliushing and Yuchifeng, they wouldn't even see their master more than 5 times in a month. So, what guidance could they possibly seek? Every divine runic master would have more or less a dozen or even dozens of unique skills. And now, all of Torchriver's unique skills had been completely learned by Lin Ming. What Lin Ming had to do was thoroughly digest all of these experiences and attainments, practicing them until they became natural movements to him. No matter how much knowledge he had, it was useless if his hands and feet couldn't follow his mind. Xiao Moxian activated Primordius Heavenly Palace's time enchantment, increasing the flow of time to a 20-to-1 ratio. Within this time enchantment, Lin Ming constantly recalled Torchriver's memories. After a month passed, Lin Ming had fully carved the hundreds of thousands of years of Torchriver's memories into his spiritual sea, making them completely his. After finishing all of this, Lin Ming let out a long breath of relief. He hadn't rested for a single moment in this entire month, and his temples were pained, he had deep headaches, and his entire body was soaked with sweat. Lin Ming then rested in meditation for a full 10 hours, slowly restoring himself. As he opened his eyes, his vision gleamed with a bright light, shining with intelligence. He knew that the step he took had been the right one. By absorbing the memories of a divine runic master, the advantages he obtained could be imagined. This had saved Lin Ming dozens and hundreds of years of backbreaking work. All of this was thanks to the heaven-defying abilities of the magic cube. Otherwise, it would have been unimaginably difficult for Lin Ming to study divine runic arts and alchemy. But just Torchriver's divine runic arts were not enough. Lin Ming wasn't satisfied with this alone. He studied the divine runic arts and alchemy in order to pave the road for his 9 stars of the Dao Palace. After all, unlike Empyrean Primordius, Lin Ming didn't possess the endless essence of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Lin Ming could only refine pills through alchemy, and the pills required for the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, in particular the last several stars, would be far too difficult for a mere 6th-grade divine runic master. He would need to be at least a 7th-grade divine runic master. Torchriver had only been a 6th-grade divine runic master. In the future, he would only serve as reference to Lin Ming. Since these memories would all be reference materials, Lin Ming didn't mind having too many of them. "Come, let's go to where heaven's secret," said the 2nd divine runic master is. As Lin Ming spoke, a thick, killing intent sparked in his eyes. The 2nd divine runic master was even easier for him to kill. He couldn't help but admire the work of heaven's secret. If it wasn't for their information, then he would never have been able to find so many skilled divine runic masters that had also lost the protection of any great influences. After receiving Primordius Heavenly Palace, Lin Ming brought along the many young girls that had been imprisoned by Torchriver and flew straight to the southeast. His destination was only 1,000,000 miles away. It wouldn't be long before he arrived. Chapter 1556, Eternal Glory Cult Leader. Chapter 1556, Eternal Glory Cult Leader. Over 1,000,000 miles southeast of Divine Rune City, there was a grand and vibrant mountain range called the Dragon Union Mountain, and within Dragon Union Mountain was a sect that had been founded a mere 100,000 years ago, called the Eternal Glory Cult. The Eternal Glory Cult had only had 2 leaders so far, both of them dragons amongst people. However, what was unfortunate was that the first leader had perished in a mystic realm, a story of a man who had died at the prime of his life. At present, the 2nd Eternal Glory Cult leader had only commanded the Eternal Glory Cult for a mere 1,000 years. But in this 1,000 years of time, the Eternal Glory Cult had rapidly expanded. The new leader was young and filled with promise, with a halo of future wonders to him. Many influences from all over wanted to be on good terms with the Eternal Glory cult. Now, the Eternal Glory cult was a peak holy land. Within 10,000 years, they had hopes of growing into an ordinary world, King Holy Land. Eternal glory shines supreme, existing as the heavens. In the great square that lay before the doors of the church of the Eternal Glory cult, over 10,000 people were lying prostrate in worship. These were all disciples of the Eternal Glory cult, and in the revered seat above the church, a young man in 5-colored royal robes was regally sitting, enjoying the worship of these 10,000 plus people. The Eternal Glory cult was not just a sect, but also a religion. The greatest difference between a sect and a religion was that a sect used inheritances as the core of their foundation, while a religion used certain teachings and beliefs as the core of their foundation instead. Now, the young man sitting in the revered seat was the Eternal Glory cult leader. He was the ultimate faith of countless disciples, a being equivalent to God in their eyes. These disciples constantly went out to preach and find new followers on missionary expeditions. These believers were all loyal to this young man, and the fanatical ones were willing to die for him. This young cult leader possessed not just outstanding talent, but he was also a divine runic master. He had refused the approaches of countless large influences trying to win him over and prop up his sect. This was because he had great ambitions and was unwilling to bow down before anyone. He wanted to be the ultimate master of his fate, ruling over this world of his. But at this time, this young man felt his heart turn cold. Suddenly, without warning, a killing intent beyond his understanding locked onto him. As his complexion changed, he immediately leapt upwards. Bang! The seat that the young cult leader had been sitting on was destroyed by a horrifying spear light. This caused the expressions of everyone in the square to rapidly change. A young man and woman appeared in the air, seeming as if they had come from nowhere. They were Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian. You are the 6th grade divine runic master, Qifeng. Lin Ming looked over this Eternal Glory cult leader. From appearances, this cult leader didn't seem too old, but the truth was far different. Who are you? The man's complexion turned cold. This unknown other party was exuding thick, killing intent. He had clearly come here with no good intentions. Qifeng, peak Holy Lord cultivation. Outstanding martial talent. His strength shows scorn for all other martial artists of his realm. In the divine runic arts, his talent is similarly peerless. With his peak Holy Lord cultivation, he managed to become a 6th grade divine runic master. He can be called a truly rare talent. However, this person's character is cruel and sinister. He has great ambitions and is unwilling to yield to any influence or any person. He wishes to found his own sect and rule the world. He loves the worship and admiration of people and wants to become the god of countless others. In a mystic realm danger zone, in order to obtain an ancient inheritance, Qifeng killed his own master, the first leader of the Eternal Glory cult. Afterwards, he took his master's place and became the 2nd leader of the Eternal Glory cult and began to secretly practice the ancient inheritance he obtained in that mystic realm. And in order to practice this ancient inheritance, one needed the power of belief. Thus, Qifeng turned and developed the Eternal Glory cult into his own personal religion, drawing in innumerable believers so that he could use their prayers and worship to cultivate his own martial arts. But what these followers of his don't know is that once their power of belief is sucked out, their life origin energy will also be lost, causing their own cultivations to be hindered. Lin Ming loudly spoke, pouring true essence into his voice. These were all words passed to him by heaven's secret. Upon hearing these words, Qifeng's face turned darker than water. What utter nonsense! Ha! If you don't want others to know about your deeds, then you should have never done them. During the adventure into that mystic realm, It wasn't just you and your master who went. There were many other witnesses. Unfortunately, your master was blind and accepted a disciple like you. Not just that, but in order to consolidate your status as the cult leader, you even married his daughter. What a pity! His daughter never knew that her father died beneath the hands of her husband. After Lin Ming learned the divine mist heart mantra, he developed even sharper perceptions of soul force. As he spoke, he could clearly feel fluctuations in Qifeng's divine soul. With this, Lin Ming was able to confirm that the information Heaven's secret gave to him was more or less correct. To sell this information for several hundred millions of origin energy runes, it naturally had a certain guarantee of authenticity. Qifeng, your talent is outstanding. Whether it is divine runic arts or alchemy, you have wonderful attainments, and even your martial arts cultivation is the same. But too bad for you, you have made a grave mistake. You were far too arrogant. And before you were able to spread your wings, you became far too hasty and tried to train in your devil arts and found your own religion. Because you were unwilling to serve under others, you rejected the invitation of all the other great influences, and thus you have lost their protection. Now, this day shall be the day of your death. Lin Ming drew out the phoenix blood spear and pointed it straight towards Qifeng's head. And at this time, the many followers of the Eternal Glory cult had become enraged. They soared up in droves, surrounding Lin Ming. Just who are you? Since you dare to offend our God, your punishment will be your life. You actually dared to slander our cult leader, and even the past cult leader. You will burn in the fires of hell for 1,000 years before your bones turn to ash. The followers of the Eternal Glory cult all drew out their weapons and rushed towards Lin Ming. Their belief and worship of the Eternal Glory cult was deeply ingrained into their hearts and minds. For Lin Ming to say such heretical words in front of them, this naturally touched their reverse scale. What a bunch of idiots. You deserve to have all your strength sucked dry. Xiao Maxian coldly snorted at the actions of these foolish believers. And at this time, Qifeng laughed. The stupid ones are you. With your mere divine Lord Realm cultivation, you actually came here to try and trick my people. As my followers have said, you will burn in the fires of hell for 1,000 years as your bones turn to ash. As Qifeng spoke, Xiao Maxian suddenly attacked. Her body disappeared in a series of afterimages as she launched towards Qifeng at inconceivable speeds. After her cultivation stepped into the divine Lord realm and she completed her first phoenix, Nirvana, Xiao Maxian's strength had become absolutely terrifying. Attack together. As the many followers saw Xiao Maxian move, all of them prepared to attack her. But suddenly, an invisible force field came shrouding down over them. A boundless and primal aura spread out in all directions, causing them to freeze where they were, unable to move a single step forwards. This was Lin Ming's Grand Mist Space. After pouring Grand Mist energy into the Grand Mist Space, these followers of the Eternal Glory cult that were only at the Divine Lord and early Holy Lord realms found it impossible to move even the slightest bit. They were like insects caught in a spider's web. The more they struggled, the tighter the force field would bind them. And this force field affected not just the followers, but also Qifeng. Qifeng's complexion changed. He revolved his energy to the limit, wanting to break through the shackles of this force field. But by now, Xiao Maxian had already rushed in front of him. Her body shimmered with a dazzling black light. The back of her clothes tore open, revealing a pair of phoenix wings that unfurled into the skies. At the same time, Xiao Maxian also burned her phoenix blood essence. After experiencing her phoenix nirvana, she had gained the most important ability of her bloodline. She could burn her blood essence without harming her life source. Once Lin Ming opened the gate of life, he had gained the ability to regenerate his blood essence. But there were many limits to this ability. Once he burned 50% of his blood essence, he would cause permanent damage and losses to his blood vitality, and after burning his blood essence he required several days to restore himself. Thus, Lin Ming didn't freely burn it. However, Xiao Moxian wasn't bound by these worries. After experiencing her first nirvana, she could burn up to 70% of her blood essence without any negative side effects. Moreover, as she went through more and more nirvanas in the future, this 70% limit would slowly disappear until she finally reached the boundary, where she could infinitely burn her blood essence. Not just that, but after burning her blood essence, Xiao Moxian restored herself at a pace that far outstripped Lin Ming. In a way, Xiao Moxian burning her blood essence was similar to Lin Ming opening the heretical god force. She could do it whenever she wished. As she pulled out her whip, she slashed out at Qifeng's face. Seeing with his own eyes, as Xiao Moxian shot towards him with a dreadful momentum, Qifeng's complexion changed. He never imagined that Lin Ming would have such a strange force field, causing him to weaken by 50%. In this life or death moment, 9 divine runic symbols appeared in front of Qifeng. These 9 divine runic symbols began to burn together before gathering into an array diagram that blocked Xiao Moxian's whip. Pong! With an explosive shattering sound, the array diagram broke apart. Qifeng took this change to roar out loud and fly away. You are indeed worthy of being a 6th grade divine runic master with such a life-saving card. Someone with a peak Holy Lord cultivation can actually resist Xiener's all-out strike even while being covered by the Grand Mist Space. This was the 2nd divine runic master that Lin Ming had faced. Both of these divine runic masters could be called loners. The divine runic symbols they had were mostly drawn up by themselves, but they still held such power behind them. Qifeng took out another 2 divine runic symbols. He slapped them onto his body, causing them to transform into a bright blue set of ice armor. At the same time, his fingers flashed, and with a loud shout, a fire dragon was shot out by him, impacting towards Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. This fire dragon was Qifeng's vital true flame. Many alchemists would subdue a fire elemental for their own use, and now that Qifeng faced such powerful enemies, he had summoned the fire elemental from within his body. This was also one of his final trump cards. Xiao Moxian chuckled. Facing this fire dragon, she didn't avoid or dodge, but fired straight towards it. CA. Her black wings danced forth like black sabers, cutting that fire dragon into several pieces. With a loud detonation, the fire dragon blew apart into smoke and ash. Qifeng was left panic-stricken as he saw this. At the same time, despair began to rise in his heart. Just how did this young girl possess such strength? His all-out attack had actually been defeated by her, as if she had been blowing out a candle. Waters fill the Dragon King's temple, and fires light up the phoenix's nest. If you want to play with fire in front of me, then you might as well set yourself on fire instead. If one ignored the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, Xiao Moxian wasn't much weaker than Lin Ming. She wasn't someone that a peak Holy Lord was able to handle. This was true even for an outstanding existence amongst peak Holy Lords. Moreover, for this opponent to use flames to attack her, it was like he wanted to die. Chapter 1557. Thorough Mastery. Chapter 1557. Thorough Mastery. Let me show you what true fire is. Xiao Moxian spread out her hands, and ghostly black flames leapt between them, beating like a heart and peacefully burning. Although these flames didn't seem too hot, the surrounding void began to distort because of these flames, showing just how hot they were. Qifeng's complexion changed as he saw this. You've already approached the 7th level concept to bring virtual fire into reality. These flames contained virtual flames and true flames. Once these flames reached the limit in their fusion, the concept of fire would enter into the 7th level. Currently, Xiao Moxian had yet to step into the true 7th level concept, but even so, this was an extremely exaggerated accomplishment. There were many fire attribute cultivation method world kings that couldn't compare with Xiao Moxian. Kacha? Qifeng's icy armor was blown away by Xiao Moxian's black flames, with half of his body being charred black in the process. However, he still struggled to the end. He reached out, wanting to pull another divine runic symbol from his spatial ring and bet his life, but at this time, the grand Miss Space came shrouding down over him, locking down his movements once more. Meanwhile, Xiao Moxian's whip vanished into dozens of afterimages that formed a cone as they came slashing down. Qifeng was frightened out of his mind. He desperately tried to summon true essence to break free from Lin Ming's force field shackles, but beneath the phantoms of these dozens of whip attacks, his protective true essence instantly collapsed as dozens of bloody holes were pierced through him. And at this time, only then was Qifeng able to pull out a second set of divine runic symbols from his spatial ring. But then his face paled and he fell downwards with a scream. Beneath the joint attacks of Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, the originally far weaker Qifeng simply didn't have the ability to resist. The ending to this battle had already been doomed to be one-sided from the start. In terms of strength, Qifeng was still slightly worse than the completely exhausted Torch River. "Take him away," Lin Ming indifferently said. Xiao Moxian flicked her hand, and her whip tightly wrapped around Qifeng. "What do you want to do with all these followers?" Xiao Moxian asked as an afterthought. Lin Ming replied, "Don't bother with them. If they can't tell right from wrong, then there will be no future for them in the Azure Road. They will all die sooner or later." As Lin Ming spoke, his body turned into a beam of light that hurtled into the skies, with Xiao Moxian following right behind. This was the second divine runic master they had captured. The 6th grade divine runic master, 7th grade alchemist Qifeng. Although this person was weaker than the cruel and sinful sex fiend Torch River in terms of sinisterness, he actually far surpassed him. He had secretly killed his own master in a mystic realm for mere treasures. This sort of heartless decision was almost the same as Tian Mingzi killing the old Verdant Featherworld king. This was something Lin Ming hated the most. And even worse was that after his master had died, Qifeng had married his master's daughter in order to consolidate authority around him. As her heart had been breaking over the death of her father, Qifeng had appeared and comforted her, even propping up the sect by himself. In this sort of situation, it was simple for Qifeng to capture the heart of his master's daughter. Afterwards, Qifeng had made up all sorts of lies to trick the people and establish his own religion, absorbing the power of faith from his followers to cultivate his devil arts. Although these were heinous actions, they weren't comparable to what he had done before. In short, this person was deserving of death. And most important was that killing Qifeng wasn't difficult at all. This sort of genius actually wanted to establish his own sect and had refused all outside help. On this alone, Lin Ming greatly admired Heaven's Secret. For them to have such accurate information was truly remarkable. Lin Ming even suspected that perhaps the cultivation method manual that they used to gather information was on the level of a transcendent divine might. Lin Ming quickly exterminated Qifeng's soul and erased his spirit mark. Then he swallowed down Qifeng's soul. Qifeng wasn't too old. In terms of total amount of memories, he had far less than Torch River, so it was easier for Lin Ming to absorb them. In Primordius Heavenly Palace's time enchantment, Lin Ming used only a single month to absorb all of these memories. The reason that Qifeng was able to become a 6th grade divine runic master at the peak Holy Lord realm was all due to his own outstanding talent. However, in terms of the experiences he had accumulated, he was inferior to Torch River. Even so, Qifeng had many unique ideas and a very wide range of thoughts that provided a great deal of inspirations to Lin Ming. After Lin Ming killed Qifeng, He had killed 2 of the 3 divine runic masters that Heaven's Secret had told him about. And the last one was the simplest one. This person was only a 5th grade divine runic master with an early Holy Lord cultivation. Killing him was extremely easy. This person had originally been given a death sentence by a divine kingdom from the outer Asra Road. To avoid being hunted down, he had fled into the inner Azura Road. He was a solitary person with a strange and eccentric personality. He was cruel and diabolical, and didn't join any influence, not even the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Lin Ming flew another 500,000 miles to the southwest. He placed the young girls that had been tortured by Torch River in Immortal City, and then flew for several more hours before he found the 3rd Divine Runic Master. There wasn't any difficulty in finding this person, and Lin Ming also easily cut him down. Like this, the memories of 3 divine runic masters had been gathered up by Lin Ming. Then, Lin Ming used 3 months within Primordius Heavenly Palace's time enchantment to complete a thorough mastery of all 3 divine runic masters' memories. The divine runic arts and inscription technique were essentially the same thing, but the divine runic arts were far more complex. Moreover, the uses of the divine runic arts were far wider than those of inscription technique. The function of inscription technique was divided into 4 types. One was object inscription symbols that increased the power of weapons and armors. One was medicinal inscription symbols that increased the efficacy of pills. One was body inscription symbols that increased the might of the body. And the last were soul inscription symbols that increased the intensity of the soul. Of these 4 inscription symbols, Lin Ming had only seen the first 3. He had never studied the last kind. However, divine runic arts not only had all the effects of inscription technique, but their usage far outstripped it. To turn stone into gold, water into oil. All of this was changing the structure of matter. Even changing the shape of a life form could be accomplished by the divine runic arts. A 7th grade divine runic master could even produce divine runic symbols that transformed a martial artist into a pig or dog. In the Divine Runic Masters Guild, there was a type of punishment where one was transformed into a pig or dog for 1,000 years. The martial artist being punished would even retain their original intelligence the entire time. To have the intelligence of a sentient being while having the body of a pig or dog. This was a truly sickening experience. In addition, divine runic symbols could even be used in battle. For instance, Torch River and Chiefing had both used divine runic symbols to create barriers. They could have even formed offensive fireballs, wind blades, ice arrows, and so forth. The divine runic symbols produced by a grandmaster could even be used multiple times as long as one poured enough true essence into them. The divine runic arts were extremely broad in their use. This was because they were the manifestation of the Azura heavenly Tao laws. Sienna, I must close up for a period of time to practice my divine runic arts and alchemy. Let's return to Divine Runic City first. After Lin Ming killed the 3 divine runic masters, he had also obtained their spatial rings. These divine runic masters were considerably wealthy to begin with, and this was especially true for Chiefing. He had accumulated a great deal of wealth through his religion. Origin energy runes were useful, but the most important thing was that these spatial rings held a massive amount of alchemy materials and divine runic arts materials. These materials were perfectly suited for Lin Ming to practice. However, the grade of these materials was a bit high for the current Lin Ming. Lin Ming had to start practicing with the most basic of materials before he advanced, and these materials were easily found in the bustling divine Rune City. Lin Ming controlled Primordius Heavenly Palace to immediately fly back to Divine Rune City. Divine Rune City had markets that were dedicated to selling divine runic arts materials, but if one wished to purchase a massive amount of divine runic arts and alchemy materials, the Divine Runic Masters Guild was the most convenient place to do so. If one was a divine runic master that was registered to the Divine Runic Masters Guild, then they could receive a 10% discount. However, Lin Ming wasn't registered. As Lin Ming was purchasing materials at the Divine Runic Masters Guild, he pulled out a long list of materials he needed and then bumped into someone he had met before. A fat old man in white robes with black patterns rounded the corner, wearing a strange 8-cornered hat. Lin Ming's expression stiffened, and he subconsciously turned away. However, the old man had caught sight of him. The old man had extremely good memory and was able to instantly recognize Lin Ming. This old man was the Spirita's Divine Runic Master Vendor who had sold Lin Ming the broken jade during the first time he had come to the Divine Runic Masters Guild. The Spirita's vendor was extremely knowledgeable and shrewd, someone that could squeeze oil from sand. But he had still been robbed blind by Lin Ming. That broken jade was far too special. Besides Lin Ming himself, no one would have been able to recognize it. As Lin Ming saw this old man, he was a bit suspicious. This old geezer. He shouldn't have noticed something strange afterwards, right? The truth was that the transaction had already been completed, and even if the old man regretted it, there was nothing he could do. Moreover, Lin Ming was strong in his own right and didn't fear this old man. "Oh, it's you?" The Spirita's old man smiled at Lin Ming. From his expression, Lin Ming couldn't tell whether or not he had regretted selling that broken jade. "So it's Senior. This is such a coincidence." Lin Ming hollowly laughed, pretending he had just seen this old man. "Are you buying materials?" The Spirita's old man glanced at the list in Lin Ming's hand. He could make out the massive amount of low-level materials. These were things that only low-level inscription masters, apprentice divine runic masters, and low-level alchemists would use. Normally, when one first started out as a divine runic master, inscription master, or alchemist, they would buy these materials to practice. Of course, these materials were all relatively expensive, and without certain finances, it was impossible to afford them. The materials on Lin Ming's list alone were worth several 100 million origin energy runes. Although many of these materials were used by novices, they were still considerably expensive. They weren't something that an ordinary divine runic arts apprentice would use. But Lin Ming didn't care about this. What he cared about the most was their effects in helping him practice, and whether or not they could help him quickly raise his skill in divine runic arts and alchemy. Price was a secondary consideration. The Spirita's old man thoughtfully traced his chin. Then he recalled the words that Lin Ming had said before, that he had wanted to become a divine runic master. The old man chuckled. "You want to study divine runic arts and alchemy? Commendable spirit. Commendable." A strange color appeared on Lin Ming's face. No matter how he heard it, these words were clearly ironic. In particular, this Spirita's old man was smiling so brightly that it appeared far too self-satisfied. Anyone who saw this would think his heart wasn't matching his words, and he was simply joking about. Chapter 1558, A Long-Lost Feeling. Chapter 1558, A Long-Lost Feeling. "Ooh." Lin Ming drily coughed, saying, "Junior is only trying, but as for whether or not my dreams will succeed, that will depend on whether or not I have talent in this aspect." "Ha, you're quite optimistic. You seem to have just started learning the divine runic arts, or have you not even started yet?" The Spirita's old man smiled, stroking his beard. Lin Ming gloomily nodded. This old Spirita's geezer, who had drowned himself in the divine runic arts for tens or even hundreds of thousands of years, was able to approximate whether someone had just started learning the divine runic arts. This was a thought completely based on his intuition. Moreover, when Lin Ming bought the broken jade, he hadn't even known about any of the materials that the old Spirita's man was selling. If he said he was a divine runic apprentice or something like that, it would have been far too fake. Such perseverance! What wonderful perseverance! The old Spirita's man praised yet again. Of course, This so-called praise was simply implying that Lin Ming was biting off more than he could chew, a daydreamer who fantasized too much. However, with the old man's smiling face that looked like a Buddha, an outsider simply wouldn't be able to clearly tell what his meaning was. Speaking of the divine runic arts, the materials you want to buy are quite luxurious. The old Spiritus man took up the list of materials and sighed as he looked over it. Ah, how rich for you to toss out so much money when you first start learning the divine runic arts. This is enough for 2 generations. You must have an Empyrean relative in your family. Lin Ming was at a loss for words. He simply didn't reply. I say, would you like me to take you in as an apprentice? The old Spiritus man said, his eyes shining. Lin Ming was stunned. Was there really such a wonderful matter in this world? Although he didn't need anyone to teach him, a divine runic master was extremely cautious in accepting any disciples to begin with. If a 6th grade divine runic master said they were accepting an apprentice, there would be countless people stepping over each other to grab that position. Even being a mere secret disciple would be a great honor. Unfortunately, the higher rank a divine runic master was, the higher their standards in accepting an apprentice. Normally, a divine runic master would accept at most 4 or 5 disciples, and wanting to become one of these apprentices was easier said than done. Now, this old Spiritus man actually said that he would take in Lin Ming as an apprentice. This left Lin Ming dumbfounded. Could this old geezer think that I have some talent in the divine runic arts? So he developed thoughts of taking me in as his apprentice. Lin Ming felt that if he studied the divine runic arts, even if he didn't have the heaven-defying abilities of the magic cube, his divine soul and perception were already considerably worthy of praise. But to the Spiritus, having a powerful divine soul and soul force was the most basic standard. This couldn't be considered Lin Ming's advantage. As Lin Ming was wondering just what was happening, the old Spiritus man's next words nearly had Lin Ming choking on himself. As my apprentice, you would have to give me a similar amount of money every month. Of course, paying me in equivalent materials is even better. As the old Spiritus man spoke, he put forth his hand and stretched out all 5 fingers. Lin Ming wanted to curse out loud. So this old man wanted to take him in as an apprentice so that he could collect tuition expenses. This wily old fox, I knew that he wouldn't be so kind, Xiao Moxian said with a true essence sound transmission. Lin Ming also bitterly smiled in response. It seems I overthought the situation. I was far too naive. Humph, this old man is so cheap. He probably isn't even willing to teach his own apprentice, so how could he possibly teach strangers? No matter how I look at it, any apprentice he takes in is unlucky. Xiao Moxian criticized. All divine runic masters had a high opinion of themselves and valued themselves, but even this was divided into degrees. She had a premonition that this old man valued his knowledge to the point of death. Seeing the old Spiritus man's hand still floating in front of his face, Lin Ming was left helpless. He slowly asked, "You shouldn't be thinking of 500 million per month, right? You're being far too greedy." Smart boy. If you're really the disciple of some great family, then you should be a bit bolder. These materials you bought already cost 500 million, but if I teach you, the effect will be much better. The old Spiritus man spoke in deep and mysterious tones. He handed a booklet to Lin Ming and said, "This is something I wrote myself, The Secrets of Divine Runic Arts. Here, take a look, it's free." Lin Ming's lips twitched, but he took the booklet without any expectations. Could something free really be any good? However, looking at how thick this Secrets of Divine Runic Arts was, it couldn't be that everything inside was useless, right? Perhaps there might be some insignificant shred of useful content within it. Seeing Lin Ming accept the Secrets of Divine Runic Arts, the old Spiritus man chuckled. "I think you'll change your mind in a few months. At that time, come back and look for me." "Huh? I must say, you are a human, and your talent doesn't seem too outstanding to begin with. If it wasn't an open-minded and generous person like myself, an ordinary divine runic master simply wouldn't be willing to accept you. Luckily, you've met me." The old Spiritus man said with a haughty air of superiority. Xiao Moshin couldn't bear listening to this anymore. "Hey, just what are you saying? You have no idea what our talent is like." "Hee, I can guess it more or less. It's not like you know if I did or not." The old Spiritus man traced his beard. "Remember to look for me if you change your mind. My surname is Xue. Just look for Grandmaster Xue, and you'll find me. In any case, you aren't short on money, are you?" Lin Ming suddenly asked as he remembered this. He remembered that this old man had only been willing to barter. "Well, I've had something come up recently, so I'm a bit tight on money. Moreover, although I said materials are the best, origin energy runes, 9 sun jades, I accept all forms of currency. Do you think there is anyone that dislikes having more money?" The old Spiritus man's eyebrows shot up as he spoke. He rubbed his fingers together in front of Lin Ming and then raised his fingers again for an amount of origin energy runes. This was truly more annoying the more one saw. Just as Xiao Moshin was unable to resist the impulse to slap him, she was pulled out of the hall by Lin Ming. They had already bought the materials they needed, and there was no necessity to stay any longer. 500 million origin energy runes. The amount of materials that would buy could pile up into a mountain. In these past days, Lin Ming was really spending money like tossing out water. As more and more origin energy runes were spent without earning anything in return, Lin Ming's wealth continued to shrink with every passing day. Divine runic masters and alchemists were occupations where one used up money like they were burning it. The lowest level materials weren't cheap to begin with, and as one rose in the ranks, the materials would only become increasingly expensive. Although divine runic masters and alchemists were able to earn a great deal of money, they would always feel as if they lacked wealth. This sort of strange reverse phenomenon was especially reflected in the growth of divine runic masters. But for those divine runic masters that had plateaued, they were relatively wealthier. This was because they were already past the time of spending money to practice. And unless there was some great project incoming, they normally wouldn't be short on money. We have to find some way to earn resources. When I start to pave the road to the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, the expenses will only increase, but I fear I'll be a poor man by then. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he and Xiao Moshin arrived at a divine runic master trading company. 2 guests, what would you like? A young girl welcomed Lin Ming and Xiao Moshin. I want to rent a room for alchemy and divine runic arts for 1 year. Normally, an alchemist or divine runic master would have their own specialized alchemy chamber or divine runic arts chamber. This place would have array formations that would increase the chances of succeeding in refining pills or drawing up divine runic symbols. Primordius Heavenly Palace didn't have these sorts of rooms, and if Lin Ming were to build them, they would require far too much time and effort. In order to practice at this time, renting a room was the most suitable choice. May I inquire as to what grade of room Sir would like? We have the best heaven symbol rooms, the slightly better earth symbol rooms and profound symbol rooms, or the ordinary flowing water rooms. The ordinary room is fine, Lin Ming casually said. He didn't lack money in renting out a better room, but as someone that was just starting out, he didn't want to depend too much on external factors. The worse the environment was, the more he would be able to practice his techniques. Very well. Guests, please come with me. The young girl brought Lin Ming to a plain stone chamber. This stone chamber was a square room around 30 to 40 feet wide and long. There were several simple array formations inside that were used to increase the intensity of flames and increase a martial artist's perception. At the center was also a simple alchemy furnace, as well as a blue stone divine runic table. Here Lin Ming planned to spend an entire year. Although it was possible to use a time enchantment to absorb the memories of divine runic masters, he couldn't practice divine runic arts or alchemy within one. This was because the divine runic arts and alchemy required one to communicate with the laws of the outside world, and a time enchantment twisted the laws within it. Lin Ming didn't immediately start practicing alchemy or the divine runic arts. Rather, he pulled out the secrets of divine runic arts that old man Shui had given him. After all, this thick booklet should have something interesting in it. Moreover, old man Shui himself was a respectable person with his own reputation to worry about. No matter how stingy he was, he shouldn't write a worthless book with no value at all to ruin his reputation, right? Thinking this, Lin Ming opened the secrets of divine runic arts and began skimming through it. But he quickly discovered that he had been far too naive yet again. He had seriously overestimated the moral nature of this old man Shui. The beginning of this Secrets of Divine Runic Arts indeed contained some practical knowledge and skills, but at the most critical parts it was entirely blank. Then this old man Shui would start writing again about entirely different skills and knowledge, but as one approached the crucial point, it would become blank once more. This repeated again and again without a single piece of real information offered. The entire booklet was simply to stir one's appetite for more. After Lin Ming closed the booklet, he couldn't help but curse, "Shit, I've never seen such garbage. This is ridiculous. This old geezer is far too greedy. Wanting to gain the slightest advantage from him is like grabbing feathers from a flying goose. It's more difficult than ascending to heaven." Xiao Moxin could have been said to have opened her eyes. He's already determined that I cannot learn the divine runic arts, so he wants me to give him money. But it seems he really is short on money currently. I have no idea what he is doing, or perhaps he's always looking for profits to begin with. Lin Ming shook his head, no longer thinking about it. He took out the divine runic pen from the blue stone divine runic table, and then poured his origin energy into it. In that moment, he felt something he hadn't felt for a long time. This sort of feeling was extremely familiar to Lin Ming. It even touched him a little. After so many years, he had finally picked up the inscription arts that he had left behind so long ago. The days when Lin Ming was an inscription master were one of the most important sections of his road of martial arts. The inscription technique had been with him through these most difficult years. When he first started learning martial arts, he was even glad that because of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, he could pick up the inscription technique he had put down. This sort of feeling was similar to recalling the times of his youth. During those years, Lin Ming completed the most important transformation of his life. It was a time that he would never be able to forget. Chapter 1559. A Spring Rain. Chapter 1559. A Spring Rain. When Lin Ming was in the lower realms, he had been experienced with inscription technique for a long time. He had even dabbled in alchemy. Now, attempting the divine runic arts wasn't strange at all. He took out a material called a blue tongue orchid and slowly brought it floating up using his soul force. Then he proceeded to extract the juice from it. Just this small step wasn't easy at all, because someone new to the divine runic arts would have difficulty controlling the release and pressure of their soul force. They would often have to try this step hundreds of times before having a single success. And every failure was equal to throwing away a considerable amount of wealth. When a martial artist first learned the divine runic arts, it was the same as burning away a ton of money. In the past, when Lin Ming was in the lower realms and studying inscription technique, in order to save money, he hadn't practiced using materials at the start, but had instead used his true essence to replace materials in drawing up the symbols. Of course, this sort of practice method was very limited in its speed. Fortunately, Lin Ming was much richer now, so he didn't have to save in such a fashion. Lin Ming focused his attention, directing a tiny bit of soul force into the blue tongue orchid to extract the juice from within it. At this time, a deep memory swelled forth from within him. This familiar feeling showed Lin Ming just how to use his soul force. Of the 3 divine runic masters that Lin Ming had killed, no matter which one it was, they had completed this simple step millions of times already and were incomparably familiar with the process. Thus, even though their spirit mark had been erased, this familiar feeling had lingered on in their ownerless memories, allowing Lin Ming to understand how to control the potency of his soul force from the start. This sort of feeling seemed as if it came naturally to him. Qila. The blue tongue orchid juice was dragged out by Lin Ming's soul force, forming all sorts of shapes in the air. From just this refined controlling ability alone, if old man Shui had seen this, he definitely wouldn't believe that Lin Ming was a novice to the divine runic arts. Lin Ming quickly picked up the divine runic pen and placed the pen tip into the drop of juice. As the pen tip filled with juice, Lin Ming moved his hands and rapidly drew a small rune in the air. Although this rune was quickly drawn, if one didn't pay careful attention, they wouldn't even have thought that Lin Ming had drawn it. The small rune trembled in the air before stabilizing. This small rune was only the size of a grain of rice. However, the moment that Lin Ming completed drawing up this rune, he shook his head. The truth was that he had failed in the drawing process. I've used too much soul force. There are at least 7 or 8 flaws in this rune. Even though this was a tiny rune, wanting to draw it perfectly wasn't easy at all. Under the guidance of the 3 divine runic masters' memories, Lin Ming was well aware of just where he messed up and also how to fix his mistakes. The reason he had failed was because his soul force wasn't able to completely align with his motions. As long as Lin Ming continued to endlessly practice and slowly gain more and more skill, his body would gradually remember this feeling. Compared to Lin Ming, other divine runic master apprentices would not have such treatment. Many times they would have no idea where they had gone wrong, and they would have to constantly consult with their master. But their master likely had their own work to do, and it was impossible for them to guide their apprentices around all day, personally teaching them hands-on. If they were consulted too much, anyone would become annoyed. At this time, the apprentice would have to look to his own perception. If their perception was good, then they could slowly look through their past experiences and find out where their mistakes had been. If their perception was poor, then that simply meant they weren't fit to be a divine runic master. Lin Ming tried again and again, always drawing up the same rune. If he could successfully draw up this rune, then he would be far more proficient in drawing it up the second time. It wouldn't be as difficult as when he first attempted it. Moreover, in the structure of these tiny runes, because of the differences in the processing of energy, the power of one's soul force, and whether one was skilled in harmonizing their movements, this would lead to differences of quality even in the same small rune. Between different divine runic masters, there would be tremendous differences in the quality of the same rune. A grandmaster's rune would have effects several times better than that of a divine runic apprentice. But a complete divine runic symbol was composed of tens of thousands of these small runes. If every small rune was several times better, then once these differences accumulated, then the overall effects of the divine runic symbol would be the difference between night and day. Even though it was the same divine runic symbol, the divine runic symbol produced by an apprentice could just barely be used, but the divine runic symbol of a grandmaster would sell for a considerable price at an auction. What Lin Ming needed to do now was strive for excellence and build a solid foundation, drawing up every rune as perfectly as he could. Lin Ming wasn't satisfied with becoming a normal divine runic master. He wanted to become a grandmaster. Only then would he be able to build the foundation for practicing the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Even through repeated failures, Lin Ming kept his calm and patience. He tried again and again, using up a massive amount of materials, but even so, he didn't care for this loss. If an ordinary divine runic apprentice were to practice like Lin Ming, then they would have already overdrawn their soul force. However, Lin Ming's soul force was extremely formidable to begin with, and with him having cultivated the divine mist heart mantra, he far surpassed most spiritus. Even through these continuous defeats, Lin Ming could still trudge on. Of course, such perseverance wasn't without limits. After Lin Ming practiced for a full night and day, he felt as if his head would split apart. The divine runic symbols that he drew continued to have mistakes, and after every one, Lin Ming felt as if he wouldn't be able to last much longer. After finishing drawing up the last rune, Lin Ming felt a dizziness in his mind. He slumped over on a stone bed, his body worn out and aching. Pung! With a light cracking sound, the group of divine runic symbols floating in front of Lin Ming exploded in midair, turning into brilliant fireworks before they vanished. As Lin Ming overdrew the strength of his divine soul, these divine runic symbols were unable to maintain their form. They were naturally destroyed without Lin Ming's support. Lin Ming didn't feel this was a loss at all. Although he had successfully drawn up these runes, they weren't perfect. Lin Ming, are you all right? Xiao Maxian asked with concern as she saw Lin Ming's pale face. After they entered this stone chamber, Lin Ming had fully invested himself in drawing up divine runic symbols. He hadn't noticed what Xiao Maxian had been doing during this time. I'm fine. I'll feel better once I rest a little. Lin Ming rubbed his temples. Then he discovered that Xiao Maxian was holding onto a pink jade slip. It was obvious that while Lin Ming had been practicing the divine runic arts, Xiao Maxian had been looking at this jade slip. That is heavenly extreme bliss. Lin Ming froze for a moment before coming to this conclusion. This heavenly extreme bliss jade slip was the dual cultivation transcendent divine might that he had obtained from Torch River. Yes, I've been looking over this in the last day. Xiao Maxian devilishly smiled. Although she wasn't embarrassed, a faint sunny glow still filled her face, making her seem infinitely charming. If one went into seclusion alone, that was truly a lonely and boring life. In particular, when martial artists closed up, they would often do so for dozens of years. To stay in a stone chamber for dozens of years by oneself, a normal person would definitely fall into madness. Even if a martial artist had a firm mind and will, they would still feel exhausted and weary after dozens of years of loneliness. But dual cultivating was different. Not only would one cultivate even faster, but the process was extremely enjoyable to begin with. Thus, many martial artists happily practiced dual cultivation together, experiencing ultimate bliss even as they raised their cultivations and broke through boundaries. However, although this method seemed wonderful, it was actually quite difficult. Wanting to find a dual cultivation transcendent divine might like heavenly extreme bliss that was created by a husband and wife Empyrean couple was extremely problematic. And even if one had a top dual cultivation method, finding a suitable partner wasn't easy either. In order to dual cultivate, one needed mutual feelings and also a spiritual harmony between the man and woman. Only like this would the body and soul fuse together during dual cultivation, joining together the life force fields. This sort of wonderful state could not be forced. Without an emotional foundation between two partners, the effects of dual cultivation would be extremely limited. Not just that, but dual cultivation also had requirements in the bloodline, foundation, and talent of both partners. If one were to dual cultivate with a mortal woman or a female martial artist with a sloppy foundation, there would be little to no effect at all. The only result would be giving vent to one's sexual feelings and wasting one's essence energy. Even for Torch River, he gradually lost all value as he approached the end of his lifespan. One could even say that he was extremely poor in this aspect. When he chose a young girl, he only chose those with talent to brutalize in order to make up for his losses. However, Torch River was unable to force these women to feel anything for him. Thus he could only use the most savage and least effective method of raping these women until he sucked up all of their primordial yin. To use this method with heavenly extreme bliss, this was truly a waste of a treasure. In comparison, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian could be called the best partners for each other. Not only did they have feelings for each other, but each of them had an extremely high level of talent, a solid foundation, and an extraordinary bloodline. Moreover, their two blood energies were in yin-yang harmony, a dragon and phoenix rejoicing together. It was like they were a pair of lovers deliberately created by the heavens. What have you practiced from that heavenly extreme bliss? Lin Ming coughed, unable to help asking. Even so, a feeling of gradual anticipation crept over him. Between him and Xiao Moxian, their life forces attracted each other. And when they were together, it wasn't just the physical sensation of their bodies together, but a spiritual melding. This was the so-called spiritual bond that some people felt, and it was truly wonderful. I've only practiced to the threshold of the first level. Even so, I want to try it with you. As Xiao Moxian spoke, she pushed Lin Ming down on the bed. Like this, the two made love to their heart's content, the spring beauty endlessly glorious. In this process, Lin Ming could also feel the energy and bloodline within him communicating with Xiao Moxian in a very strange way, their yin-yang energies harmonizing with each other and becoming increasingly powerful. It was clear that this strange connection was the laws of the heavenly extremely bliss. Chapter 1560, Leaving Seclusion. Chapter 1560, Leaving Seclusion. Kia, compared to not having a transcendent divine, might rank dual cultivation method. If Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were to try dual cultivating themselves, the effects and speed would naturally be very different. Heavenly extreme bliss focused on training and recuperation. There was absorbing yang to restore yin, and absorbing yin to restore yang. Both of these were greatly beneficial to both the man and woman. As for the third focus, that was the essence of heavenly extreme bliss. In short, the main role of heavenly extreme bliss was to consolidate one's foundation and stabilize one's cultivation. The speed of training was terrifyingly fast, especially for geniuses like Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming. But if one looked at these and thought that heavenly extreme bliss was not too amazing in the aspect of direct combat, then they would be mistaken. Heavenly extreme bliss had offensive martial skills, but these abilities required the man and woman to work in unison in order to display their true striking power. And upon using them, the effects wouldn't be as simple as 1 + 1. Thus, in the past, although this husband and wife Empyrean couple were only middle to upper rank Empyreans, when they joined forces they were able to contend with a peak Empyrean. This allowed them to have a nearly unparalleled status within the Azure Road. After dual cultivating with Xiao Moxian for several hours, Lin Ming's originally overdrawn soul force had faintly returned, and during this dual cultivation process, it was Xiao Moxian helping Lin Ming. Lin Ming had barely moved at all. This was a thoroughly enjoyable experience. This was also reasonable. Although Lin Ming had inherited Torchriver's memories, he hadn't practiced heavenly extreme bliss after all. If he were to try using it, then he would inevitably find it a bit strange and unfamiliar. Slowly, Lin Ming felt his soul force recover by a great deal as he came into perfect harmony with Xiao Moxian. After their repeated rounds of lovemaking, Lin Ming became increasingly radiant, with a significant upturn in the energy circulating through his body. Lin Ming even felt himself becoming increasingly close to reaching the middle divine Lord realm. When Lin Ming had broken through to the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, his cultivation had risen straight to the peak of the early divine Lord realm. Now, he was confident that with several more years of training, he would be able to make another breakthrough. If so, then before Lin Ming was 60 years of age, he would be able to break into the middle divine Lord realm. This was a truly incredible achievement. As for Xiao Moxian, her cultivation speed far surpassed Lin Ming's. Xiao Moxian was several years younger than Lin Ming to begin with, and after completing her first Phoenix Nirvana, she had also reached the peak early Divine Lord realm. She might even break into the middle Divine Lord realm before Lin Ming. This cultivation method has even better effects than I imagined. Sitting up on Lin Ming's body, Xiao Moxian dripped with fragrant drops of sweat, still immersed in the blissful pleasure of love. Not only were her cheeks red, but her body glowed with jade perfection, as if she had been soaking in a hot spring for a long time. She seemed so soft and flushed that one could even pinch out water from her skin. This is indeed wonderful. It is rare to find a complete, transcendent divine might to begin with, but this dual cultivation method, transcendent divine might, can only be created by a husband and wife Empyrean. It's impossible for a single Empyrean to create something like this. Lin Ming had many top cultivation methods, even ones that surpassed the rank of a transcendent divine might. For instance, the Ajura Sutra was one such cultivation method, and even the divine seal art was faintly superior to a transcendent divine might. However, these two cultivation methods were extremely incomplete. Although he could use a part of their strength, wanting to cultivate from the beginning and raise his foundation to make breakthroughs with these cultivation methods, was extremely difficult. In this aspect, Heavenly Extreme Bliss was able to show its true advantages. From the start, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian could feel each other's origin energy surging just by holding hands. And now, with the two making love, the effects of this were naturally unparalleled. After dual cultivating with Xiao Moxian, Lin Ming felt his state of mind be much improved. Thus, he began to tirelessly practice the divine runic arts once again. After another period of time, as Lin Ming was drawing up another divine runic symbol, he felt the proficiency of his skill had clearly increased to another level. Closing his eyes, all sorts of finger movements flashed through his mind. These finger movements originated from the ownerless soul fragment memories and were as natural to Lin Ming as if they were his own. Grasping the divine runic pen, Lin Ming began to draw up another divine runic symbol. The divine runic pen was filled with the juice of materials. One by one, gorgeous runes were formed beneath Lin Ming's hand. At the start, Lin Ming would successfully draw one complete rune every 7 or 8 tries, but now he could succeed after 2 or 3 tries. Each time there was a mistake, Lin Ming would reference the memories of the 3 divine runic masters to find out where he had gone wrong. This sort of analytic ability far surpassed anything an ordinary divine runic apprentice could hope to achieve. Slowly, Lin Ming corrected his mistakes. Rune after tiny rune was drawn up by Lin Ming, whereupon they floated in the air. All sorts of rare and precious materials were turned into runes or wasted in Lin Ming's hands. Lin Ming didn't care about what results he achieved with these divine runic symbols. All he cared about was the process. By repeating these processes again and again, Lin Ming steadily advanced his skill in the divine runic arts. 10th day. With a forehead coated in sweat, Lin Ming drew up one last rune. In that moment, 1,000 floating runes shimmered in the sky, fusing together beneath a strange halo of light. Finally, these runes formed a complete divine rune that floated in the air. Lin Ming's expression was one of complete focus. He took out a god rune of the Azura Roads, heavenly Tao, from his spatial ring. Then, by fusing this god rune with the divine rune he drew up, Lin Ming had produced his first divine runic symbol. Judging by Lin Ming's memories, this divine runic symbol had many imperfections. It could be called very rough or even useless, but this was still the first divine runic symbol that Lin Ming had created. In the future, as his skill continued to rise, the effects of the divine runic symbols he created would have better and better effects. In fact, Lin Ming could even change and improve the structure of divine runic symbols through his own understanding of the divine runic arts. Training passed without sense of time. Days passed one after the other. Lin Ming continued to practice drawing divine runic symbols every day, and after his soul force was overdrawn, he would dual cultivate with Xiao Moxian. Like this, a year passed. During this year, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian's cultivation became increasingly close to the Middle Divine Lord realm. At the same time, Lin Ming's skill in drawing up low-level divine runic symbols had reached near perfection. He had thoroughly fused the memories of the 3 divine runic masters into his own divine runic arts. Now, what Lin Ming needed to do was to go to the Divine Runic Masters Guild and undergo the test for becoming a divine runic master. At the same time, he had to find a chance to approach the assassin organization Heaven's Net and come into contact with Blood Moon, so he could obtain the 9 stars of the Dao Palace portion of the Celestial Tyrant Manual. As long as Lin Ming had a suitable cultivation method, then his cultivation would rise. With enough strength, he would be able to firmly stand tall in the upcoming great calamity. Chapter 1561. The Divine Runic Master Examination. Chapter 1561. The Divine Runic Master Examination. The Divine Runic Masters Guild held examinations for Divine Runic Masters every year. In order to seek out talented individuals, the Divine Runic Masters Guild spared no effort. For this examination, there would always be a massive number of young martial artists that entered into Divine Rune City every year, hoping that they would be able to obtain the recognition of the Divine Runic Masters Guild and bring back the Divine Runic Master Badge that they could proudly display to the world. These youths came not just from Divine Rune City, but from many other places all over the Azura Road. For instance, Yu Qifeng and Yu Liuxing were such examples. In the early morning of the examination, Lin Ming stood in front of the gates of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, looking up at the dignified and weighty plaque. He took a deep breath. After he became a Divine Runic Master registered with the Divine Runic Masters Guild, then it would be much easier for him to come into contact with the Heaven's Net assassin, Blood Moon. With his status as a Divine Runic Master, wanting to exchange for the 9 stars of the Dao Palace section of the Celestial Tyrant Manual shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, Lin Ming suspected that even though Blood Moon possessed the latter half of the Celestial Tyrant Manual, this cultivation method shouldn't be too useful to him. Lin Ming didn't believe that there had been anyone besides himself and Empyrean Primordius who had opened the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. We're finally here. It's this place. As Lin Ming was lost in thought, he heard a soft woman's voice behind him. He turned to see a young woman in a white Divine Runic Master's robe dragging along a gray-haired old man, seemingly in a hurry to enter the Divine Runic Master's Guild. This young woman looked to be around Xiao Moxian's age. Beneath her voluminous Divine Runic Master's robes, one could still see her winding curves. She was definitely a shapely young woman. On the chest of her robes was a Divine Runic badge. This badge only had a single rune card to top it without a single stripe. This was the badge worn by Divine Runic apprentices. As for the old man that was being dragged along, he smiled as he was being pulled. "What are you in a hurry for? What are you so anxious for? The examination doesn't even begin for another 2 hours, and there aren't many people on the martial field. As for those other old fellows, they definitely won't appear until the last moment." As the old man spoke, Lin Ming glanced at the Divine Runic Master badge on his chest. There were 6 stripes, indicating that he was a 6th grade Divine Runic Master. Moreover, the last stripe was embellished with 3 small runes. This meant that this old man was considered first class amongst 6th grade Divine Runic Masters. He could even be called a superior 6th grade Divine Runic Master. This was an amazing accomplishment, and it also meant that this old man's cultivation had likely reached the great world king boundary. Even if it hadn't, he likely wasn't too far away. The inner Azure Road really has many world kings. Lin Ming was already mentally prepared for this. The Azura Road originally gathered all outstanding individuals from the 33 heavens, and this was especially true for the Inner Azura Road. Moreover, Divine Rune City was one of the most prosperous cities of the Inner Azura Road. Here, holy lords and divine lords were far too common, and even world kings weren't a rare sight. As this old man moved towards the gate, the two guards standing there immediately greeted him with great respect, bowing to him. This was the respect given to a 6th grade divine runic master. Even if this old man wasn't a divine runic master of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, this etiquette could not be ignored. However, as Lin Ming walked closer, he clearly wasn't treated so well. The two guards didn't even glance at Lin Ming and allowed him to enter. In order to join the examination, there were no strict requirements to register. However, there was one point. Materials needed to be prepared in advance by the examinee or purchased through the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Only when one successfully passed the examination would they be reimbursed for these materials. This was to prevent some divine runic apprentices from showing up and participating while not caring if they passed or not. As Lin Ming walked into the hall, he traced his spatial ring. He had prepared 5 sets of materials today. 2 were for the 1st grade Divine Runic Master Examination, and 3 were for the 2nd grade Divine Runic Master Examination. Lin Ming wanted to raise his grade as a Divine Runic Master as soon as possible. This was because even if he obtained the 9 stars of the Dao Palace section of the Celestial Tyrant Manual, he still required a massive amount of exceedingly rare and precious materials to refine the medicine. However, these rare and precious materials were nearly impossible to collect unless he had the status of a high-grade Divine Runic Master. As he arrived in the examination hall, 11 to 12 youths were already waiting there. Lin Ming saw the young girl he had bumped into at the gates. In addition, he saw Yu Liuxing and Yu Qifeng, the brother and sister duo he had met when he first arrived at the Inner Azura Road. They were also entering the Divine Runic Master Examination this year. Lin Ming. What a coincidence to run into you here. This wasn't as much of a coincidence as it seemed. The last time he saw Yu Liuxing and Yu Qifeng, they had only been Divine Runic apprentices, and now was the appropriate time for them to try out for the Diviner Runic Master Examination. It's been a while. Lin Ming smiled in greeting. Lin Ming, what are you doing here? Yu Liuxing asked, curious. She didn't think that Lin Ming had come here to take the Divine Runic Master Examination with them. Lin Ming awkwardly coughed, but just as he was about to answer, the wooden door of the hall opened, and another examinee arrived. As Lin Ming turned, a strangely interested look came over his face. The newly arrived examinee was also a young girl in her prime. She wore a blue robe, and her hair was like a shawl that spread down her back. Her entire body exuded a light and sprightly feeling. However, what caused the strange expression to come over Lin Ming's face was not the young girl, but the master following behind her. This master was a bit short and fat, with small and bright eyes. From his looks, he resembled an extremely large and fat mouse. This was the old man Xue that Lin Ming had accidentally encountered in the Divine Runic Masters Guild a year ago. This old man Xue had been tricked by Lin Ming. The Emperor Jade fragment had been sold to Lin Ming as if it were a mere spirit treasure fragment. Although he hadn't noticed anything afterwards, old man Xue still thought he could con Lin Ming once more and take him in as a disciple. In the end, he failed. This stingy old geezer would actually accept an apprentice. Lin Ming looked at the young and beautiful girl standing in front of old man Xue. Although he felt it a bit unbelievable, she was clearly his apprentice. He felt that any apprentice of his was surely unlucky. Old man Xue was all smiles as he entered. After passing through the doors, his eyes locked onto another high-grade Divine Runic Master. This was the 6th grade Divine runic master that Lin Ming had seen at the entrance. Old Sue, haha, to think I'd see you here today. Hee hee, this isn't something normal, but let me give you a warning. I brought Clear Shadow here today, not to become a first-grade divine runic master, but to take the test for a second-grade divine runic master. At that time, make sure you don't bully me. Huh? Oh, what a coincidence. I also brought my apprentice Dream Pearl here to take the second-grade divine runic master test. Old Man Shui responded in sharp opposition. The young girl called Dream Pearl behind seemed much more modest. She smiled and said, "Teacher, you think too highly of me. I only have 30% confidence that I can successfully draw up a second-grade divine inscription symbol." 30%. Although Dream Pearl spoke humbly, Old Sue still felt his heart skip a beat once he heard this. A divine runic master examination would last for around 10 hours. And during this time, an examinee was allowed to attempt drawing up a divine runic symbol several times. Even if one failed once, they still had a second attempt and a third attempt. If she could guarantee a 30% success chance, then there really might be a possibility she could pass the test. Old Sue couldn't help but glance over at his own apprentice, Clear Shadow. He could faintly feel that Clear Shadow didn't have a 30% chance of success. Don't worry, teacher. Just because she says 30% doesn't mean it is 30%. I would like to experience her skills myself. Clear Shadow wasn't too anxious or panicked. Old Sue nodded in satisfaction. But at this moment, Old Man Shui halted. As soon as he passed through the door, he had come into conflict with Old Sue and hadn't noticed the other people in the room. But now that he glanced over everyone else, he discovered there was someone he was acquainted with, Lin Ming, a little pig that he had wanted to butcher for money, but that had managed to escape. "Hey, brat, you're here because," looking at Lin Ming's posture, as well as the divine runic pen in his hand, a ridiculous complexion flashed over Old Man Shui's face. "Brat, don't tell me you're here to participate in the divine runic master examination." Lin Ming spread out his hands, saying, "It's a bit regrettable, but that is the reason I am here." Ha! Old Man Shui heartily smiled, waggling his fat finger at Lin Ming. You must be teasing me. In any case, why don't you consider my earlier suggestion and become my apprentice? If your talent was too low and you were unfit for the divine runic arts, then I wouldn't think of receiving you to begin with." Lin Ming helplessly shrugged and sighed, saying, "I'm really not teasing you." Like this, Old Man Shui's laughter suddenly stopped. He looked at Lin Ming with the eyes of a stranger. He was well aware that a year ago, Lin Ming had been nothing but an interested outsider to the divine runic arts. Now he wanted to take a go at the divine runic master examination. It seemed this young man really liked to waste his time away. Well, what's done was done. This was Lin Ming's materials and money to begin with, so there wasn't anything he could do. "Well, keep thinking about it. I think it's best if you were my apprentice," Old Man Shui said, giving Lin Ming advice one more time. Lin Ming responded, "Senior's price for taking in an apprentice is too high. This junior truly can't afford to enjoy such luxuries." As Lin Ming spoke, he glanced at the Dream Pearl behind Old Man Shui. This young woman was clearly Old Man Shui's best apprentice, someone who might inherit his complete legacy in the future. Otherwise, there was no way that someone like Old Man Shui would accompany her here for the divine runic master examination. It was hard to say what was so special about this young woman that someone so stingy like Old Man Shui would see in her. After listening to Lin Ming joke about Old Man Shui's tuition fees, Old Sue laughed. "Old Shui, just what do you want me to think of you? You would even con a little junior out of his money." Old Sue naturally wouldn't relinquish a chance to mock Old Man Shui. However, Old Man Shui's skin was thick enough for the both of them. After being seen through, he said, "All goods come at a cost. If I dare to put out such a price, then I naturally have confidence in my worth. Boy, if you don't believe me, then you can come and study with me. I guarantee that it will be much faster than you studying alone. Old man Shwe struck his chest in guarantee. But just as he was about to say something else, the doors to the hall opened once more, and another young heroic elite entered. This person was a Spiritas youth that seemed to be just over 20 years old. He walked with mighty strides, like tigers and dragons. His eyes were bright, and there was no teacher following behind him. He had come here alone. Chapter 1562, Soul Emperor Divine Void. Chapter 1562, Soul Emperor Divine Void. The Spiritas youth was tall. His eyes were cold and bright, like a warm spring at the summit of a 100,000-foot snowy mountain. His hair was quite special. It was long and wrapped around his waist, supple enough to attract the envy of any woman. It flowed with a silver light, as if it were liquid mercury. This sort of man had a noble and untouchable charismatic atmosphere, as if he were born to be an emperor. His sudden appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Even Lin Ming was surprised. This youth was just far too unusual. The youth chose a divine runic table to stand at. He watched without touching the ground, only stepping on the air instead. This was because he had released his soul force, turning it into tangible essence that floated beneath his feet. Thus, he simply didn't need to touch the ground. This was a method of cultivating soul force. By using this method to remain floating all year round, one soul force would slowly be tempered. As Old Man Shwe and Old Man Su saw this youth, they glanced at each other. They saw a trace of fright appear in the other's eyes. From this youth's body, they could feel an aura that was difficult to describe. Moreover, the clothing that this young man wore, as well as the temperament brought about by his cultivation method, reminded them of something. Old Man Shwe thought for a moment, saying, "Young man, are you from Divine Void Divine Kingdom?" Old Man Shwe's words caught the attention of everyone present. Everyone looked towards the young man, their faces filled with anticipation. This was because most of the martial artists present were Spiritas, and Divine Void Divine Kingdom had an extraordinary significance to their soul race. The young man slightly nodded, acknowledging his background. With this, everyone present, including Yu Liuxing and Yu Qifeng, all looked at this Spiritas youth with fear and awe in their eyes. Divine Void Divine Kingdom, that was a Spirita's true divinity, holy land. Although Divine Rune City had astonishing influence and power, that was only in terms of alchemy and divine runic arts. In terms of military force alone, Divine Rune City naturally couldn't compare to a true divinity-level influence like Divine Void Divine Kingdom. Divine Void Divine Kingdom? Lin Ming thought out loud, faintly recalling something. Old Su sighed with emotion. Really, heroes come from the youth. We Spiritas had two great divine kingdoms in the Azure Road, Divine Void and Divine, Mist Divine Kingdoms. But because Empyrean Divine Mist strangely disappeared without any trace at all, everything relied on the support of Divine Void Divine Kingdom. But afterwards, when His Majesty the Soul Emperor broke through the true divinity boundary that made my soul race truly invincible, looking at you, your foundation is solid, and your soul force has managed to condense into substantial essence. It seems you are also a leader amongst the juniors of Divine Void Divine Kingdom, the Spiritas martial artists of Divine Void Divine Kingdom, when compared to the other Spiritas, were like the royal family members of the imperial capital compared to the aristocratic families. The difference in status was obvious. Although the silver-haired youth was young, he would definitely become an important figure in the future. Thus, he couldn't be considered a common junior. Even divine runic masters with considerable status like Old Su and Old Man Shwe had to treat him with respect. The silver-haired youth lightly said, "I'm no leader at all. Divine Void Divine Kingdom is filled with extraordinary people. I am merely one of the successors of Divine Void Divine Kingdom's King Qin. 15 years ago, I was taught under Imperial Scholar Lord Pao and learned a little bit of the divine runic arts. When I left the Divine Kingdom to adventure through the world, I heard that Divine Rune City's divine runic arts were without parallel. Thus, I came here to experience just how wonderful they are." The silver-haired youth casually said, confidence tinting his voice. In terms of divine runic arts, Divine Void Divine Kingdom was naturally inferior to Divine Rune City, but the difference wasn't too great. Many top masters of Divine Void Divine Kingdom were divine runic masters. So, the silver-haired youth had only come to Divine Rune City to experience this place. He wasn't like Yu Qifeng and Yu Liuxing who hoped to study and grow here. This divine runic arts examination was only a means for this silver-haired youth to prove himself. He didn't really want or need the badge of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. "So it's the heir to King Qin. How disrespectful of us." Old Shui had a stern expression as he heard the name of King Qin. In Divine Void Divine Kingdom, those that earned the title of king were Empyreans. Although Divine Void Divine Kingdom's kings were only weak Empyreans, an Empyrean was still an Empyrean compared to a world king. Their status was as different as the heavens and earth. Ha! This examination truly has so many astonishing people. One clear shadow, one dream pearl. Those two are already outstanding elites amongst their generation. I thought that these two would be the main leads in the examination, but I should have realized that there is always a higher mountain. As the examination is about to start, someone even more amazing actually appears. "Young man, what is your name?" Old Su asked the silver-haired youth, laughing. The silver-haired youth cupped his hands across his chest and said, "Qin Yi." As he spoke, the two proud daughters of heaven, Clear Shadow and Dream Pearl, both looked at him, a brilliant fighting spirit in their eyes. Indeed, as Old Man Su had said, this examination had far surpassed their expectations. Although they couldn't make out how skilled this Qin Yi was in the divine runic arts, they could approximate it from his background. If he didn't have true ability, then he wouldn't have come to the Divine Runic Masters Guild to lose face. Divine Void Divine Kingdom could be called the spiritual leader of all spiritas within the Azure Road. Qin Yi would eventually become their greatest competition. As Old Su and Old Shui were talking to Qin Yi, a peculiar light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. Divine Void Divine Kingdom. Divine Mist Divine Kingdom. The so-called Divine Mist Divine Kingdom was the divine kingdom that Empyrean Divine Mist had founded. Millions of years ago, Empyrean Divine Mist had already been an extreme Empyrean. However, he had been unable to step into the realm of true divinity. Afterwards, because of some reason, he was hunted down by his own older brother and was forced in a tragic death valley. Like this, Empyrean Divine Mist had been stranded in Tragic Death Valley for millions of years. In Tragic Death Valley, this was tens of millions of years. Only at the end did he meet Lin Ming. This older brother of Empyrean Divine Mist, without a doubt, was Empyrean Divine Void, or, as some others called him, True Divinity Divine Void. Now, the spiritual leader of the Azure Road soul race was the so-called Divine Void Divine Kingdom, and this Divine Kingdom's ruler was the culprit ultimately responsible for bringing about Empyrean Divine Mist's ruin. Lin Ming rapidly realized all of this. In the past, when Lin Ming asked Empyrean Divine Mist why he had been chased into Tragic Death Valley, Empyrean Divine Mist had only responded with a single word: enmity. It was only just before he left Tragic Death Valley that Empyrean Divine Mist revealed more about his past. The one who had chased him down had been his blood brother. Moreover, because of some strange telepathic connection between the brothers, as long as Empyrean Divine Mist left Tragic Death Valley, his older brother would be able to sense him. Thus, it was impossible for Empyrean Divine Mist to leave. All of this occurred in just several breaths of time. It was at this moment that he thought of something. After a moment of thought, Lin Ming spoke, wanting to confirm his guess. I have something I would like to ask. In a situation where everyone was gathered around Qin Yi, it was extremely abrupt for Lin Ming to ask a sudden question. In this hall, Lin Ming had a very humble and common status. Besides Old Man Shui, Yu Liuxing, and Yu Qifeng, there had been no one else that took notice of him. If there was anything noticeable about Lin Ming, then it might be that he was a human. In this hall, besides him, everyone else was a Spiritas martial artist. There were simply far, far too few human divine runic masters. Qin Yi, Old Man Su, Clear Shadow, Dream Pearl, and the others only glanced at Lin Ming before ignoring him. Old Man Shui smiled, kindly asking, "What is it, boy? Are you trying to rain on his parade?" In Old Man Shui's eyes, Lin Ming had come here to play games and cause chaos. But there were simply far too many talented individuals that had shown up. Perhaps instead of causing chaos, Lin Ming might be made a joke instead. Lin Ming said without any hurry, "I want to ask, when did Senior Divine Void break into the true divinity realm?" Lin Ming's question aroused an immediate frown from Qin Yi. Qin Yi's eyes were swift and fierce as he glared at Lin Ming. What insolence! The name of His Majesty the Soul Emperor is not something someone like you can speak out loud. With this shout, killing intent surged out from Qin Yi's body and locked onto Lin Ming, forcefully and menacingly. This sort of feeling was like a fight could break out at any moment. The atmosphere became tense for a time. Old Man Shui hurriedly laughed as he tried to defuse the situation. Lin Ming, the given name of His Majesty the Soul Emperor, cannot be spoken out loud so casually. But because you are not from the soul race, you probably don't know about this matter. So we'll make an exception for you just this once. However, there won't be a next time. Sometimes the name of an emperor was a taboo term. In mortal nations, there were emperors that couldn't be referred to by their name. And beyond even speaking out the name, sometimes even writing the name on paper was forbidden. One would need to replace the name of the emperor with other illustrious words instead. Even so, Lin Ming had received the grace of Empyrean Divine Mist towards this Empyrean Divine Void, who had forced Empyrean Divine Mist into a hopeless dead end. Lin Ming had no favorable impressions at all. Lin Ming looked at Old Man Shui. Although Old Man Shui was a stingy and tricky fellow, the truth was that he had a good heart. Since Old Man Shui had tried to resolve the situation for him, Lin Ming didn't want to make matters more difficult. He faintly said, "This junior truly didn't know. Just make sure you pay a little bit more attention next time." Then, "You asked when His Majesty the Soul Emperor broke into the true divinity realm?" Old Man Shui looked at Lin Ming, a little puzzled. He didn't know why Lin Ming would suddenly ask such a question. "Yes," Lin Ming replied. "Well, the current Soul Emperor broke through to the true divinity realm 3 million years ago." As Old Man Shui spoke, he cupped his hands together across his chest, clearly showing his respect for Soul Emperor Divine Void. 3 million years. Lin Ming's eyes widened. He felt his speculations were much more likely to be correct. "Do you know the exact time?" Lin Ming kept chasing for answers. This confused Old Man Shui. Just what was Lin Ming asking these questions for? However, Qin Yi arrogantly replied, "The exact time is 47 million years ago. When His Majesty the Soul Emperor broke through to true divinity, 9 colors of heavenly tribulation descended from the skies. The winds and clouds changed, and all worshipped Him. This matter was permanently written down in the holy texts of the soul race, and is the most grand occasion to occur in the last 100 million years of my people. Your curiosity runs far too deep. Just what does His Majesty the Sole Emperor breaking through to the realm of true divinity have to do with you? I understand now. Lin Ming took a deep breath, his vision solemn. When divine void broke into the realm of true divinity, that was about the same time Empyrean divine mist was forced into tragic Death Valley. Chapter 1563. The examination begins. Chapter 1563. The examination begins. When Lin Ming was in tragic Death Valley, he had accompanied Empyrean divine mist for 7 years. During these 7 years, Empyrean divine mist had nearly never spoken about his past. Lin Ming had only once asked him how long he had been stranded in tragic Death Valley, and Empyrean divine mist had responded with an approximate figure, 35 million years. The flow of time in tragic Death Valley was increased in a 10-to-1 ratio from the outside. That meant that 35 million years within tragic Death Valley was equal to 5 million years outside, a figure consistent with the 47 million years that Qin Yi had spoken of. It was inevitable that he formed some connections in his mind. The most likely explanation was that in the past, when Divine Void wanted to kill Divine Mist, the reason was to compete for the qualifications to become a true divinity, or they were struggling for some sort of object that was able to allow either one of the two brothers to rise to the true divinity realm, for instance, pills, artifacts, and so forth. And in the end, Divine Void had come out on top. After he became a true divinity, he forced Divine Mist into tragic Death Valley. Lin Ming had thought this was strange in the past. Empyrean Divine Mist and Great Emperor Divine Void were brothers to begin with. If the two brothers were willing to support each other, then they could truly dominate the world, unrivaled by anyone. So, just what had happened that could cause these two brothers to become enemies? If it was said that the means of becoming a true divinity were the reason that the two brothers engaged in a life or death struggle, then everything was easily explained. The true divinity realm was far too tempting for an Empyrean, even divine dream. Primordius, Demon Dawn, all of them were willing to pay a great price to reach the true divinity boundary. Empyrean Divine Dream had severed her primordial spirit. Empyrean Primordius had returned to his homeland to found his own samsara heavenly Tao. Empyrean Demon Dawn had sided with the saints to betray humanity. All of this was done to reach the true divinity realm. Moreover, Lin Ming had something that he hadn't been able to figure out before. Empyrean Divine Mist and Great Emperor Divine Void had similarly astonishing levels of talent to begin with, and their cultivation conditions were similar. So, why did Divine Void step into the true divinity realm whilst Divine Mist remained at the extreme Empyrean realm? When an Empyrean stepped into true divinity, that was an entirely new level altogether. It wasn't a minor difference. If one had to think about it, then several million years ago, the two brothers Divine Void and Divine Mist must have stumbled onto some opportunity to becoming a true divinity. But this opportunity could only help one person realize their dreams. And for this chance, Divine Void had harmed Divine Mist. If so, then everything made sense. So, originally, the reason Divine Mist fell into tragic Death Valley was because of some chance of becoming a true divinity. Lin Ming sighed with emotion. Millions of years ago, Empyrean Divine Mist had been at the prime of his life. He could be called a dashing and heroic figure who had even learned about a chance to become a true divinity. If he had succeeded, then his prospects would have been endless and his name would have been preserved in the annals of history. But no one could predict the heavens or the hearts of others. In the end, Divine Mist had been harmed by his brother and had lost his chance of becoming a true divinity. Then he had been trapped in the hopeless, tragic Death Valley of Tens for millions of years as he slowly exhausted himself to the point of death. This gruesome experience had only been described by Empyrean Divine Mist with one word: enmity. He was unwilling to bring up his past because he didn't want to relive it. In this word enmity, it was unknown just how much misery and sorrow was contained. Lin Ming secretly swore that if he had the ability, he would definitely seek justice for Empyrean divine mist. As Lin Ming was deep in thought, several red-clothed deacons stepped into the examination hall. Amongst these red-clothed deacons was a white-robed old man. These people were all judges for this examination. The white-robed old man was an elder of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. During every examination for Divine Runic Masters, the Divine Runic Masters Guild would send out an elder to manage it, even if they were only testing for new recruits. With Old Man Shui and Old Man Su, there were 3 senior Divine Runic Masters present. As the old white-robed man stepped through the doors, Old Man Shui sent him a true essence sound transmission informing him of the situation. After the old man heard this, he looked at Qin Yi with some surprise. "Qin Yi, I'm looking forward to your performance." The white-robed old man didn't conceal his appreciation of Qin Yi. Of course, he didn't ignore the other juniors here. He quickly glanced over everyone in the hall and said, "There is also the rest of you. I am anticipating your performance too. If possible, I hope that all of you can become Divine Runic Masters. Of course, because the examination is considerably strict, the chances of that happening aren't too high. Every year, only an exceedingly small number of people qualify. Perhaps this year will be considered a good harvest." As the white-robed old man spoke, his eyes swept over Qin Yi, Clear Shadow, and Dream Pearl. The 3 of them were the stars of this year. Of the 3 of them, Clear Shadow and Dream Pearl both seemed brimming with confidence, eager to begin. As for Qin Yi, his complexion was indifferent, as if he didn't care too much. Dream Pearl, relax your mind and show your normal level of skill. Old Man Shui said towards his own apprentice, giving her a thumbs. Although this old man was stingy towards others and he particularly wanted to take advantage of Lin Ming's wealth, he was indeed very good to his apprentices. After speaking to his apprentice, Old Man Shui turned to Lin Ming. He laughed, saying, "There is also you, boy. You can do it. Even if you are here to cause a little chaos, you should try your best to stir up some trouble. Otherwise, it won't be you wasting our time, but us wasting yours." Old Man Shui said, his face full of smiles. Lin Ming smiled and nodded in return towards this overly large fellow that resembled a round mouse. Lin Ming had some good impressions. This old man's heart wasn't bad at all. If he were to cooperate with such a person in a life or death mystic realm, then although he might be taken advantage of a little, he at least wouldn't need to worry about a hidden knife to his back. As the examination elder stood at the front of the stage, the Divine Runic Master examination was set to begin. Lin Ming quietly glanced over at Qin Yi and took up his own Divine Runic pen. Although meeting Qin Yi during this examination was a bit surprising to Lin Ming, it was a little interlude that he took seriously. At this time, Qin Yi's hands were hanging low to his sides. He hadn't picked up his Divine Runic pen yet, like he wasn't even here to take the examination. His confidence seemed to be without parallel. During this Divine Runic Master examination, there is no limit to the number of failures. If you can complete a single first-grade Divine Runic symbol in 10 hours, then you will be considered as having passed. The examination begins now. The white-robed elder calmly announced. Although he said there was no limit to the number of failures, the money for the materials had to be provided by oneself. There was no one that was willing to randomly waste their own materials. Moreover, a low-level Divine Runic Master could, at most, complete 3 Divine Runic symbols in 10 hours. In other words, if they failed 3 times, then they would have more or less failed the examination. As the examination started, many examinees began rapidly using their soul force to process materials. Then, they used their Divine Runic pens to suck up the juices of the materials and begin drawing up the numerous and complex divine runes. Lin Ming was no exception. The divine runic symbol he chose to produce this time was the overwhelming rune. Although the overwhelming rune sounded as if it had an earth-shaking name, it indeed was an unforgettable memory to Lin Ming. When Lin Ming was 15 years old, in order to pay for resources, he had busily rushed everywhere to find a job. This was when he stumbled upon the magic cube. After he obtained the magic cube, he inherited the memories of an inscription master. The first inscription symbol that Lin Ming had drawn up was the overwhelming rune. Of course, that overwhelming rune and the overwhelming rune of the Azura Road were two completely different concepts. The current overwhelming rune was part of the divine runic arts, and it was tens of thousands of times stronger. In the past, the overwhelming rune that Lin Ming had drawn up had only been the lowest level inscription symbol. Even so, to the Lin Ming of that time, collecting the materials for the overwhelming rune had nearly caused him to be broke. In order to save the materials that cost him all of his wealth, Lin Ming hadn't been willing to practice drawing up overwhelming runes using his materials. Rather, he used his own true essence to draw up the overwhelming rune. He had practiced for many days and nights, failing countless times as he repeatedly overdrew his divine soul. In this sort of hellish practice environment, Lin Ming had put in an incredible amount of effort before he managed to successfully draw up the overwhelming rune. But the process of selling the overwhelming rune was also filled with suffering and difficulties. No one was able to judge the quality of his work. Lin Ming had gone to numerous shops where he was rejected many times. Finally, he had to sell the overwhelming rune on consignment. The price was low to the point that it seemed to be an inscription symbol drawn by an apprentice. During the process, he even encountered his old sweetheart Lan Yunyue. She had looked at him with a sadness unfit for an outsider. As Lin Ming recalled all of this, his movements became much slower. It was like the scene of dozens of years ago when he first drew up the overwhelming rune was replaying itself in his mind. He recalled walking down that difficult early road, adding halo upon halo to his body until he shined with radiance. He was moved just by thinking about this. As Lin Ming was immersed in his own drawing, every stroke of his was filled with a sincere earnestness. And to the side, there was someone that was staring at Lin Ming the entire time. This person was Old Man Shui. Old Man Shui was all smiles. He planned to see just what tricks Lin Ming was going to bring up. But as Lin Ming started to draw up the overwhelming rune, his happy expression slowly froze on his face, to be replaced by one of growing astonishment. In his opinion, it was impossible to produce a divine runic master without dozens of years of hard work. This was also in a situation where there was a teacher guiding them. Of course, if one was a heaven-gifted rare talent and also had the hands-on help of a teacher, then learning enough to become a divine runic master in 10 years wasn't a problem at all. For instance, Qin Yi had only practiced the divine runic arts for 15 years, and looking at his appearance, he was definitely more skilled than a first-grade divine runic master. However, no matter how ridiculous one's talent was, Old Man Shui didn't believe that Lin Ming could learn how to honestly draw up a divine runic symbol in a single year. Although Lin Ming's movements were slow, they were steady and true. His fundamentals could be called solid. This was especially astonishing because Lin Ming was a human martial artist. This boy, just how did he practice? Had he already come into contact with the divine runic arts a year ago and was just pretending? As Old Man Shui thought about it, he didn't believe that Lin Ming would do something so juvenile and meaningless as tricking him. At that time, there was no point in pretending. After all, Lin Ming wasn't a child. Could he have had some fortuitous encounter? Or perhaps he had the guidance of some famous teacher. At this time, Old Man Shui was completely ignoring his own apprentice Dream Pearl. All of his concentration was placed on Lin Ming as he closely observed Lin Ming's movements. If Lin Ming could maintain this state, then there really was the chance that he could complete a divine runic symbol. Of course, it was too early to make any guesses right now. Lin Ming's movements weren't fast, and completing a single divine runic symbol required forming hundreds and thousands of tiny runes. If there was a single misstep, then the entire drawing would fail. However, even if Lin Ming failed, this was an incomparably terrifying talent in Old Man Xue's eyes. If this level of talent could be maintained, then Lin Ming would absolutely be able to become a divine runic master in 2 years. Within 5 or 6 years, he could become a second-grade divine runic master. In 10 years, he might even rise to a third-grade divine runic master. This was the speed of a monstrous genius. Chapter 1564, Divine Runic Master Qualifications. Chapter 1564, Divine Runic Master Qualifications. The examination had already been underway for several dozen breaths of time, and Lin Ming had drawn up 10 tiny rune structures. Although his speed was very slow, his strokes were steady, and it was impossible for anyone to find a flaw in them. However, besides this sort of proper and orderly method, astonishing Old Man Xue, who knew of Lin Ming's background, there was no one else that noticed him. The attention of the people present was mostly concentrated on the 2 beautiful girls, Dream Pearl and Clear Shadow. Their drawing of the divine runic symbol could be called as beautiful as flying dragons and dancing phoenixes, wonderful to the senses. Their 10 slender fingers waved like lush plants in the wind, and when joined together with the divine runic pen that had absorbed the juices of all sorts of materials, the beautiful rainbows of lights they painted in the skies were as elusive and wonderful as a dream. This exquisite and smooth technique left many people who had come to watch the examination, including some deacons, crying out in praise. To watch these 2 young girls draw up divine runic symbols could be called a type of enjoyment. They are indeed apprentices taught by Old Su and Old Xue. From their appearances, it shouldn't be difficult for them to obtain the qualifications for a divine runic master at all. Several deacons discussed amongst themselves with true essence sound transmission. The white-robed old man smiled, saying, yes, there shouldn't be any problems for them to obtain the divine runic master qualifications, but perhaps the main play today might not be them. That main lead has yet to begin. As the white-robed elder spoke, he glanced towards the side. Everyone followed his vision. The one that he had been speaking about was the successor to the divine void divine kingdom's King Qin, Qini. The examination had already been in progress for 20-some breaths of time, but Qin Yi's hands were still calmly resting by his side. He had yet to do anything. What is he doing? Is this his attempt at being humble? As the deacons saw Qin Yi's calm and idle appearance, all of them frowned. In truth, although they held some awe towards this talented youth from divine void divine kingdom, they didn't believe that he would blossom in glory and drown out the light of divine Rune City's local examinees. The competition had been going for such a long time, but he hadn't even moved yet. Whatever he was planning, it seemed a bit too theatrical. This fellow is too arrogant, a deacon said, a bit disgusted. What is the meaning of this? Does he want our people to complete their drawings first so he can then display his high and mighty skills? The white-robed elder shook his head. You have misunderstood what he is doing. Although this Qin Yi is arrogant, that arrogance is within his bones, and he won't normally show it. The reason he has yet to move is not because he is intentionally demonstrating his strength, but because he is carefully analyzing and feeling out the structure and characteristics of all the materials. He is drawing up a divine runic symbol plan diagram in his mind. Once he is finished, he will draw it, and draw it all at once. When a top artist was drawing up a painting, they would have a complete image in their mind of what their painting would be like before they even began. This was what it meant to have a well-thought-out plan, and one would be able to proceed with absolute confidence. To be forewarned was to be forearmed. A divine runic master was the same when they drew up divine runic symbols. If they first outlined the divine runic symbol in their mind, they would be able to draw up the complete symbol. And just as the white-robed elder finished speaking, Chini began to move. He casually picked up a handful of materials and tossed them in the air. He revolved his soul force, manifesting it into a sharp blade that chopped up these materials. These divine runic symbol materials were all quite expensive. A normal divine runic master would process them with care, lest they make any mistakes and waste them. But Qin Yi's actions were bold and brave because he had already become familiar with the structure and characteristics of these materials. Even the tiniest differences in the materials had been thoroughly probed by him earlier. This was the ability brought about by Qin Yi's strong soul force. With a series of slicing sounds, the batch of materials was processed by Qin Yi. Some had their juices drawn out, some were ground into powder, and some were sliced into parts. Then, all of the materials gathered within Qin Yi's palm. This caused the white-robed elder's eyes to brighten. What wonderful handwork! At such a young age, this Qin Yi was able to control several types of materials at once. Normally, when a divine runic master drew up a divine runic symbol, they would handle materials one at a time in order to guarantee the highest chance of success. This was because one couldn't split their mind in two, and the difficulty of controlling several materials at once could be imagined. It would make the process far, far more difficult. Of course, the advantage of this was that the speed at which one drew up the divine runic symbol would be that much faster. Even so, these weren't actions that a young divine runic master would dare to do. This boy is far fiercer than I originally thought. From the materials he has gathered, I think he is drawing up a divine runic symbol called the fire-melting symbol. This divine runic symbol is considered quite difficult amongst the first-grade divine runic symbols. He is an outstanding character to begin with, so it isn't a surprise for him to choose the fire-melting symbol. Compared to Qin Yi manipulating a dozen-plus materials at once, drawing a fire-melting symbol wasn't difficult at all. As everyone was speaking, Qin Yi began drawing. Without using the divine runic pen, he fused his finger with true essence and used it as a pen, pulling up the material juices to begin his drawing. His speed was extremely fast. In just several blinks of the eye, he drew up one tiny rune. Then in another several blinks, he drew up a second, then a third, fourth. Soon he had dozens of them drawn up. These tiny runes floated in the air, supported there by some invisible power. They were kept a good distance from each other, as they faintly resonated with some mysterious laws. Of course, these laws were the Azura Road laws. Although Qin Yi hadn't started until some time into the examination, with just a little bit of work, he had caught up to everyone else, and had even begun surpassing them. What amazing speed! The complexions of many people changed. Even Lin Ming glanced to Qin Yi more than once. This Qin Yi was clearly a talented young elite that was carefully raised by divine void, divine kingdom. Although his cultivation might not be the highest, in terms of divine runic arts, he was likely the top junior of his generation in the divine void, divine kingdom. However, Lin Ming only glanced at him twice before refocusing his thoughts and devoting his attention to the overwhelming rune. Even within the divine runic art system, the overwhelming rune could only be considered a low-difficulty rune, as well as a low-level rune. However, Lin Ming had still chosen this rune because of the memories it recalled for him. Moreover, what Lin Ming was in now was the divine runic master examination and not a divine runic master competition. He would pass as long as he drew up any first-grade divine runic symbol. As Lin Ming calmly and steadily drew up the overwhelming rune, he heard two explosive sounds behind him. Two partially drawn divine runic symbols had burst into smoke and flames in the air. This was because some divine runic apprentices had been distracted by looking at Qin Yi, and their soul forces had gone out of control. Thus their divine runic symbols had blown up. These two divine runic apprentices suddenly seemed as if they would begin crying. although they still had plenty of time remaining. The chances of them crossing the examination were small to begin with. At the start, when their soul force was at its peak, they still had some hopes that they would succeed. But as more time passed and their soul force weakened, their chances would naturally diminish. Besides these two nearly hopeless divine runic apprentices, there were many others that were having trouble controlling their soul force. Even Yuliyoshing was focused on her work with an extremely tense expression on her face, as if she didn't dare to allow anything to distract her. One could only say that Dream Pearl, Clear Shadow, and Qin Yi were far too different from them. But in this intense and exhilarating competition between divine runic apprentices, there was someone that didn't pay much attention to Qin Yi at all, no matter how shocking his performance was. Rather, 99% of his attention was focused on Lin Ming. This person was Old Man Xue. From the start of the examination until now, he had been staring at Lin Ming throughout. He didn't even glance at his own apprentice more than a few times. Although Qin Yi's appearance had slightly diverted his attention, he had only looked at him for a moment before turning back to Lin Ming. This sort of situation didn't escape the eyes of Old Man Xue's good friend, Old Su. "I must say, Old Man Xue, why you keep staring at that boy? Is there something strange going on?" Old Su asked from beside Old Xue. His attention had originally been placed on his own apprentice, Clear Shadow, so he thought that Old Xue should also be focused on his apprentice, Dream Pearl. But he discovered that Old Xue kept his eyes on Lin Ming from the start of the examination until now, not even blinking. It was like there was something quite interesting on Lin Ming's face. Old Xue wryly smiled, not sure what to say. Seeing the forced smile on Old Xue's face, Old Su was even more interested. "You don't care about your own apprentice, you haven't looked at Clear Shadow, and you aren't even interested in that divine void, divine kingdom genius, Qin Yi. Instead, you are focused on that boy alone. What secrets does he have?" "Secrets," Old Xue shook his head. "If I were to tell you that this boy had only studied the divine runic arts for 1 year, would you think I was stupid? Only a year?" Old Su's eyebrows leapt up. Before, he had heard Lin Ming and Old Xue squabbling. Old Xue had been mocking Lin Ming and saying that his chances of becoming a divine runic master were low. But Old Su only thought this was because Old Xue wanted Lin Ming to become his apprentice and pay tuition fees. He never imagined that Lin Ming had only studied the divine runic arts for a year. No wonder Old Xue had thought that Lin Ming had come to the divine runic master examination to cause trouble. "Are you sure he's only studied for 1 year? The first year of practicing the divine runic arts could be called unimaginably difficult, but if you look at his drawing technique, do you really think that is possible from some novice who has only been studying for a single year?" Old Su shook his head repeatedly, not willing to believe this. Old Xue said, "That's why I've been watching him. Qin Yi comes from the true divinity holy land, divine void, divine kingdom. In terms of divine runic master inheritances, although they are inferior to us, that is only in scale and quantity. In terms of the number of top divine runic masters, they have no fewer than we do. If Qin Yi is hand-taught by them, then the skills he has displayed aren't strange at all. But this Lin Ming, I really cannot figure him out. He is far more amazing than Qin Yi is. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" Old Su said, still unable to believe this. Old Xue said, "I also doubted it. I thought, did this boy really not start practicing the divine runic arts until a year ago? Perhaps he was playing with me at the time, but what would be his motive in doing so?" Chapter 1565. Continuing the examination for a second grade divine runic master. Chapter 1565. Continuing the examination for a second grade divine runic master. After Old Xue spoke, Old Su began to watch Lin Ming. Lin Ming had completed a third of his divine runic symbol, but there were no abnormalities yet in his soul force, and his movements were still as steady as before. Compared to when he first started drawing up the divine runic symbol, there wasn't any difference at all. If this continued, he really would be able to pass the divine runic master examination. This would be an extraordinary accomplishment. Let's just quietly observe. This young man is worth paying attention to, especially as a human. That alone makes him even more out of the ordinary. Old Shui whispered. And at this time, Clear Shadow and Dream Pearl had already completed 2/3 of their divine runic symbols. They were twice as fast as Lin Ming. As for Qin Yi, he was even faster. The tiny runes floating in front of him had already started gathering together, forming a variety of strange patterns as they condensed into a divine runic symbol. This was the last process for completion. Finally, Qin Yi drew the last tiny rune. As this tiny rune floated into the air, the thousand-some tiny runes shimmered, weaving together in the sky and forming a divine runic symbol. At the same time, Qin Yi took out a gold level god rune from his spatial ring, one that was compatible with the divine runic symbol he created. For a first-grade level divine runic symbol, a silver god rune was more than enough. A gold god rune would not have any superior effects. The reason Qin Yi chose a gold god rune was because he was hoping to enhance the grade of the divine runic symbol. If he needed to choose a blue soul level god rune, he would have used a blue soul level god rune. The divine runic symbol fused together with the Azura Heavenly Tao's god rune. The arrangement of the numerous tiny runes was also affected by the god rune's influence. This was the adding of the Azura Road's Heavenly Tao laws to the divine runic symbol. This was the most important step of the divine runic arts. With this, the fire-melting symbol was complete. And after Qin Yi finished drawing this divine runic symbol so quickly, he was still beaming and in good spirits, with no sign that he had overdrawn his strength. He flicked his finger, and this fire-melting symbol turned into a stream of light that flew towards the white-robed elder responsible for the examination. The white-robed elder stretched out his hand and grasped the dazzling divine runic symbol. Then he probed its internal structure with his sense. He nodded again and again. Good, good, very good. To praise 3 times at once. This was an extremely rare occurrence for the strict examination officials. Qin Yi's fire-melting symbol could only be called superb. A fire-melting symbol was a first-grade divine runic symbol. Its use was to be fused into a spirit artifact and increase the spirit artifact's fire attribute strength. Normally, a low-grade spirit artifact's fire attribute strength could increase by 50%. A medium-grade spirit artifacts could be increased by 20%, and a high-grade spirit artifacts wouldn't have any change at all. Now, according to Lin Ming's estimate, the fire-melting symbol that Qin Yi drew up was slightly stronger than average. It should be able to increase a low-grade spirit artifact's fire attribute strength by 60%, and a medium-grade spirit artifacts by 25%. This was extremely rare because it was already amazing for an ordinary divine runic master to create a fire-melting symbol that was on a standard level. To surpass that standard level was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Qin Yi, you have passed the first-grade divine runic master examination. At the same time, you've also earned the right to enter the second-grade divine runic master examination. You can choose to enter the second-grade divine runic master examination after this is over. Do you have any plans to do so? Of course I will try. My original goal is not to be a mere first-grade divine runic master. Qin Yi confidently replied. The white-robed elder chuckled. Good, you have daring. Then, 12 hours from now, we shall start the examination for a second-grade divine runic master. A divine runic master examination lasted for 10 hours, and there was a 2-hour break before the second grade Divine Runic Master Examination began. If one's foundation was sloppy, and they took until the 10th hour of an examination to finish, then they would have used up all their soul force, and would find it impossible to continue onwards to the second grade Divine Runic Master Examination. Great, Qin Yi faintly responded. Then he walked over to the resting area. Several deacons nodded towards him, feeling a bit strange in their hearts. They suspected that before long, Qin Yi would overtake them in attainments in the divine runic arts, making it seem as if all the effort of their lives had been wasted. Really, comparing oneself to others could truly anger one to death. After Qin Yi, without any accident, Dream Pearl and Clear Shadow also completed their divine runic symbols. The white-robed elder also inspected their 2 divine runic symbols. Their 2 divine runic symbols were in the upper echelons of difficulty for first-grade divine runic symbols, and there wasn't much difference in their speed or quality. The 2 of them could be called evenly matched, but compared to Qin Yi, they were slightly inferior. Dream Pearl, Clear Shadow, would you like to join the second grade Divine Runic Master Examination? The white-robed elder asked, as before. Of course. You don't even need to ask. Dream Pearl and Clear Shadow responded, a fighting spirit thick in their voices. The 2 young women had originally come here to take the test for a second grade Divine Runic Master. The first grade examination had only been a short prelude. After Dream Pearl and Clear Shadow, the next one to complete their divine runic symbol was Lin Ming. The moment that Lin Ming completed his divine runic symbol, Old Su and Old Shui looked at each other, disbelief thick in their eyes. In truth, even in the last quarter hour of time, Lin Ming's movements were as steady as they were at the start, without any chaos in his aura. At this time, the 2 of them had already guessed that Lin Ming would succeed. However, they still felt it a bit unbelievable that Lin Ming really obtained the qualifications to become first-grade Divine Runic Master. Perhaps I really made a mistake. He should have studied the divine runic arts for more than a year, but from what I can see, his skeletal age isn't too old, and his cultivation is so high, yet he also minors in the divine runic arts. At the same time, he is even a human. I have no idea just how he practiced. Old Shui mumbled to himself. Then he glanced over at his subordinate and said, "Go to the city gates and look up the skeletal age records for Lin Ming when he entered. Divine Rune City only accepted the most outstanding of elites. If one was able to enter Divine Rune City, they had to be divine runic masters, alchemists, refining masters, old masters, or young elites. If Lin Ming were to enter with a status as a young elite, then he would have had to have his skeletal age verified. And indeed, at the time Lin Ming truly had been tested. Young man, do you wish to continue on to the second grade Divine Runic Master Examination?" The white-robed elder asked again. Lin Ming nodded. Yes, the first grade Divine Runic Master Examination wasn't difficult to Lin Ming at all. He had inherited the memories of 2 6th-grade Divine Runic Masters and a peak 5th-grade Divine Runic Master. If he had difficulties becoming a first-grade Divine Runic Master, then that would have been too unreasonable. Hearing Lin Ming reply that he was going to join, Dream Pearl and Clear Shadow both glanced at him with surprise. They had already noticed Lin Ming by now. Amongst everyone here, Lin Ming seemed very common and ordinary, and they had both considered him to be a background character. But this person was actually going to join them in the second grade Divine Runic Master Examination. Chapter 1566, Second Grade Divine Runic Master Examination. Chapter 1566, Second Grade Divine Runic Master Examination. During this Divine Runic Master Examination, for people had rapidly earned the qualifications for a first-grade Divine Runic Master, and even wanted to continue onwards to the second grade examination. Throughout all of the previous examinations of years past, this was a particularly rare phenomenon. That human boy, Lin Ming, he wants to take the second grade divine runic master examination. It seems a year ago he was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Old Su commented. He didn't believe that someone could learn the divine runic arts to such a degree in just a single year. That's the only explanation. Old Shui nodded. This boy, I can't believe he's bored enough to do all of this. I wonder just what his skeletal age is. I think he isn't too old. So for him to have these accomplishments at a young age is quite incredible. As old Shui spoke, a flame sparked in front of him, brilliantly burning. This was the light of a sound transmitting talisman. Before, he had ordered his subordinate to go to the city gate guards and look up Lin Ming's records from when he first arrived. The message was very simple. It provided information for when Lin Ming first entered the city, including his cultivation boundary and other assessments, and more importantly, his skeletal age. After old Shui listened to the information on Lin Ming, his mouth fell open, and his eyes went out of focus. He wasn't able to respond for a long time. Old Su stared at old Shui's reaction. Through this, he was faintly aware that the message from the sound transmitting talisman wasn't ordinary at all. Hey, old man, what's the matter? Why don't you say something? After being dazed for some time, old Shui forced a smile. He murmured, I'm afraid you won't believe me. I can't even believe myself. What is it? Old Su hurriedly asked. Old Shui waved his hand. Using his soul force, he collected the not yet dissipated flames of the sound transmitting talisman and replayed them in old Su's ears. After old Su heard this message, although he was prepared, he was still shocked speechless. Early divine Lord Realm cultivation, complete 8 inner hidden gates opened, and when he entered the city, he wasn't even a divine runic master. Thus, they could only determine the level of his talent. And they determined that his skeletal age is less than 60 years old. Old Su's throat twitched, disregarding Lin Ming's divine runic arts talent. Just his divine Lord Realm cultivation and his complete 8 inner hidden gates at less than 60 years of age was the sign of an unrivaled, monstrous genius. Even the talents of a true divinity holy land would be hard-pressed to compare. Moreover, the most important information from the city records was that when Lin Ming first entered the city, he wasn't a divine runic master. Thus, they could only determine his talent. Was any of this real? Old Su and old Shui looked at each other. Old Shui self-mockingly said, now there are 2 possibilities. One is that when he entered the city, there was some reason we don't know of that he had to hide his status as a divine rune master. Either that, or he really did just start studying the divine runic arts a year ago. Of course, you could say that I'm just spouting nonsense. Old Su reluctantly said, do you think it's still necessary to investigate whether or not he started practicing the divine runic arts a year ago? He is likely around 53 to 55 years old. That is far too young. But by such a young age, he opened the complete 8 inner hidden gates, cultivated to the early divine Lord Realm, and even studied the divine runic arts. Moreover, from what it looks like, he even has accomplishments in the soul forging system. Can you feel it? He has definitely cultivated some soul forging technique. I really have no idea how he manages his time. Even if he started practicing in his mother's womb, he still shouldn't have been able to reach such heights. Old Su and old Shui had no idea how to evaluate Lin Ming, but besides them, no one else knew how terrifying Lin Ming was. All they knew was that Lin Ming was an extremely splendid divine runic apprentice. Of course, he was now officially a divine runic master. After another 2 hours passed, a 5th examinee finished their divine runic symbol. This person was a woman, Yu Liuxing. This divine runic symbol that Yu Liuxing drew up hadn't been easy. During her first attempt, a brief moment of negligence had caused her to fail a third of the way in. She had gathered her thoughts and had managed to complete the second drawing successfully. After finishing, although Yu Liuxing had exhausted a great deal of her soul force, she was still bubbling with excitement. Starting from today onwards, she had finally become a divine runic master. This was something she had long desired and had been chasing after. After her examination was complete, she turned to see two other people in the hall who she cared about. One was her little brother, and the other was naturally Lin Ming. At this time, Yu Qifeng was still immersed in drawing up his divine runic symbol. His divine runic symbol was currently 80% complete, but his forehead was dripping sweat, and he had used up a great deal of the power of his divine soul. Success and failure both hung on a thin string. Yu Liuxing didn't disturb him, but silently cheered on her little brother. Then she looked towards Lin Ming, but discovered that he was already sitting in the resting area. Because Yu Liuxing had focused all of her attention into drawing up her divine runic symbol, she didn't pay attention to anything happening around her. She was completely unaware of whether or not Lin Ming had passed, and didn't even see Clear Shadow, Dream Pearl, and Qin Yi's performance. Lin Ming, could you have... Although she found it hard to believe, as she saw Lin Ming sitting in the rest area, as well as noticing the calm and idle atmosphere to him, she suspected that he had already completed his examination. "I've finished my drawing." Lin Ming faintly smiled towards Yu Liuxing. He had some good impressions towards this young girl. You finished drawing?" Yu Liuxing was startled. She was well aware that when they first entered the city, Lin Ming had known nothing about the divine runic arts. In fact, she was the one who had proposed they come to Divine Rune City. How could he have only used a single year to learn the divine runic arts? Moreover, his speed was even faster than her own. Yu Liuxing was dumbfounded by this information. She didn't even notice the white-robed elder asking her whether, or not, she wanted to continue on to the second grade divine runic master examination. And Yu Liuxing's reaction also fell into old Shue's eyes. This left him increasingly puzzled. Just what secrets did Lin Ming have on him? This brat should have known this Yu Liuxing girl a year ago. It seems that in her eyes, Lin Ming also knew nothing about the divine runic arts a year ago. Old Shue's eyes were bright and vibrant. He could immediately see just what caused such a visceral reaction in Yu Liuxing. "Yu Liuxing, do you wish to participate in the second grade divine runic master examination? The elder asked you a question here." A deacon testily said as he saw Yu Liuxing not responding for a long time. Yu Liuxing jumped up as if she were shocked, but quickly regained her composure. She hurriedly apologized. Sorry, I do not wish to join the second grade divine runic master examination. Even if I joined, I wouldn't be able to pass." A second grade divine runic master was too distant a prospect for Yu Liuxing right now. She needed at least 10 more years of hard work. Not just Yu Liuxing, even Dream Pearl and Clear Shadow knew it would be difficult for them to pass the second grade divine runic master examination. Then you can step back." The deacon impatiently waved his hand. Yu Liuxing respectfully drew back, her eyes still on Lin Ming. Lin Ming smiled. He knew what Yu Liuxing was surprised about, so he said to her with a sound transmission, "I'll talk to you about it later." After Yu Liuxing left, several other divine runic apprentices failed, their incomplete divine runic symbols exploding into smoke and flames in front of their faces. And at this time, 6 hours had already passed since the examination started. To fail now basically meant that the divine runic apprentices would no longer be able to pass. If they couldn't complete their drawing in the first 8 hours, then unless there was some divine stroke of fate and they were possessed by some ghost, there was no way they could succeed. These divine runic apprentices were well aware of their limits and decided to directly give up. And within these people, the persistent Yu Qifeng seemed particularly conspicuous. His body trembled, but he maintained a steady flow of soul force. After 7 hours, he finally drew up his last tiny rune. Then, He fused the divine runic symbol with a god rune, forming a complete divine runic symbol. Although this was only the most low level of divine runic symbols, it caused an abundance of joy to shine on Yu Qifeng's voice. The moment Yu Qifeng completed his drawing, he nearly collapsed to the floor. He slumped backwards in a chair, a grin spreading across his face. He couldn't even summon the energy to wipe away his sweat. He had finally succeeded. Yu Qifeng was 20-some years younger than Lin Ming and actually managed to become a first-grade divine runic master. He could also be called an amazing young elite. Of course, Yu Qifeng specialized in divine runic arts and wasn't too splendid in his martial arts cultivation. And with so many extraordinary individuals here today, this caused his praiseworthy performance to not be noticed by too many people. Seeing Yu Qifeng's reaction, Lin Ming sighed with emotion. In the past, when he drew up his first inscription symbol, he had been about the same as Yu Qifeng. After Yu Qifeng, another divine runic apprentice managed to complete his drawing, but after him, the dozen-some remaining examinees all failed. Thus, out of everyone present, 7 people had managed to pass the first-grade divine runic master examination. As for those that had decided to participate in the second-grade examination, there were only 4. They were Lin Ming, Clear Shadow, Dream Pearl, and Qin Yi. The Divine Runic Masters Guild was timely and decisive. The second-grade Divine Runic Master Examination would soon begin. Compared to a first-grade Divine Runic symbol, a second-grade Divine Runic symbol was on a completely different level. Drawing up a Divine Runic symbol was divided into 3 main sections. The first was processing the materials. The second was to use one soul force to draw up the materials into tiny runes. And the third part was to fuse the divine runic symbol with a god rune. Of these 3 parts, the most difficult was not the second part, but the third part, fusion. The third part was also the most essential aspect of the divine runic arts. The reason that the divine runic arts were separate from inscription technique and even far outstripped it was because of this third part, because it fused the Azura Road's heavenly Tao into it. Because of this, divine runic symbols were symbols that represented the heavenly Tao. And only in higher levels of divine runic arts would the difficulty of this third part slowly manifest. The higher the grade of divine runic arts, the more difficult the third part would be. There were many high-grade divine runic arts that would fail in the face of the infinitely powerful and mysterious Azura heavenly Tao. As for the lowest level of divine runic symbols, the third step was only a brief detour. In truth, it wasn't too significant, and at the lowest levels, divine runic symbols were nearly similar to inscription technique, whether it was in regards to their effects or fundamental nature. However, upon reaching a second-grade divine runic symbol, the difficulty of the third step would appear slightly. To a divine runic apprentice, this was a massive test. Chapter 1567, The Third Step. Chapter 1567, The Third Step. The Azura heavenly Tao was vast and endless, impossibly complex and difficult to understand. How to make the tiny runes align with the Azura heavenly Tao was the essence of the divine runic arts. The first 2 parts of the divine runic arts were similar to inscription technique. Many divine runic masters had been studying this field for hundreds and thousands of years, and they had reached the 12th grade in the inscription technique. In the Divine Runic Masters Guild alone, there were several 12th grade inscription masters. However, these 12th grade inscription masters were at most 7th grade divine runic masters. Some of them weren't even at the 7th grade. If one had to come up with a reason, then that was that understanding the Azura heavenly Tao was far too difficult. It was simply impossible to perfectly master the final third step of the divine runic arts. There were innumerable divine runic grandmasters that had studied the Azura heavenly Tao for their entire lives. These were the laws that managed everything within the Azura Road, a world that stood parallel with the 33 heavens. In terms of their complexity, they were on par with the 33 heavens. This was equal to an independent universe. The power of these laws could be imagined. In truth, even seventh-grade divine runic masters were an extremely rare existence within the Azura Road. These characters were able to become the guild president of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Such a character basically had to have an Empyrean level cultivation. Only an Empyrean could rely upon their great strength to slightly borrow the strength of the Azura heavenly Tao laws. Moreover, this was only borrowing. Although an Empyrean was an existence that had experienced heavenly tribulation and could stand equal to the heavenly Tao, the truth was that the area on which they stood was a tiny, nearly infinitesimal part. Moreover, that was only the transcendent divine might that they established, that alone allowed an Empyrean to stand at the same height as the heavenly Tao. If they wanted to stand equal to the entirety of the heavenly Tao laws, then that was simply impossible. Not to mention an Empyrean, not even a true divinity could comprehend all of the heavenly Tao laws in a universe. As for those young martial artists who had only been studying the divine runic arts for 100 years and didn't even have a Holy Lord realm cultivation, wanting to have them borrow, the Azura heavenly Tao laws was asking for far too much, no matter how heaven-shaking their talent was. Even though Clear Shadow and Dream Pearl were gifted daughters of heaven, when they were trying to complete the third step of a second-grade divine runic symbol, they still had to be extremely cautious and proceed with absolute care. And even if they focused all of their attention, there would still be a high chance that they would be defeated. Qin Yi glanced over at Clear Shadow and Dream Pearl, his lips curving up in a smile. The third step of the divine runic arts was what he was most confident in. The essence of the divine runic arts was to join together the Azura heavenly Tao into inscription technique. In a sense, these were rune laws that derived from the Azura heavenly Tao. The Azura Road could not be separated from its runes, whether it was God runes or origin energy runes. These runes were the embodiment of the Azura Road laws. In terms of inscription technique skill, the divine void divine kingdom that Qin Yi came from could not compare to the Divine Runic Masters Guild. But in terms of understanding the Azura heavenly Tao, the divine void divine kingdom that was ruled by a true divinity actually surpassed the Divine Runic Masters Guild. It was relying on this point that the divine void divine kingdom dared to state that they were no worse than the Divine Runic Masters Guild in terms of the skill of their divine runic masters. And this was the truth. The divine runic master who taught Qin Yi could compare with the president of the Divine Runic Masters Guild in skill. This was how important the third step was. With his ability in this aspect, Qin Yi didn't care much about the second-grade Divine Runic Master examination. This was simply a means to prove his strength. "Are the four of you ready?" the white-robed elder asked, glancing over them. Clear Shadow and Dream Pearl were somewhat nervous. As for Qin Yi, he was calm and composed. A divine runic pen jumped into his hands, spinning above his fingertips as if it had a mind of its own. The crystalline pen seemed to reflect a brilliant light. Facing the second-grade divine runic master examination, Qin Yi finally picked up his pen. Without a doubt, this divine runic pen was some priceless treasure. As for the last examinee, others viewed him with a bit of bias. He quietly laid out his materials and began arranging them on the table. This fellow actually surprised the white-robed elder. A human, and a young human at that, had actually decided to join the second-grade divine runic master examination. This was a truly incredible event. The white-robed elder traced his chin and looked at Lin Ming for another second before passing over him. "Then I declare the beginning of the examination." The time allotted for the second-grade divine runic master examination was 10 hours, the same as before. A second-grade divine runic symbol naturally took a much longer time than a first grade one. To give the same 10-hour time limit was equal to increasing the difficulty of the examination. As the examination started, Clear Shadow and Dream Pearl began to anxiously process their materials. From the materials they had gathered, one could guess what rune they had decided to draw up. The divine runic symbol they had chosen was Touch of Gold. The use of this divine runic symbol was to turn stone into gold. This divine runic symbol was essentially useless and mostly a waste of resources to make. But divine runic masters still held this symbol in high esteem because turning stone to gold was something that only the divine runic arts could accomplish. Without the divine runic arts, even an Empyrean would be helpless in this matter. Thus, although this was a worthless symbol, it was a divine runic symbol that put the charm of the divine runic arts on full display. And as for the reason that Clear Shadow and Dream Pearl had chosen Touch of Gold, that was because this divine runic symbol was considered relatively easy, and their chances of succeeding would be somewhat higher. As for Qin Yi, he had chosen Heart of the Medicine Furnace. This was a divine runic symbol for pills. It could greatly increase the medicinal efficacy of a pill and was considered to be in the medium-high difficulty levels of second-grade divine runic symbols. As for Lin Ming, he had chosen the pill resting symbol. This was also a divine runic symbol for pills. When placed on a powerful pill and rested for a month, it would make the properties of a pill far more temperate and the medicinal efficacy easier to absorb. Although the name of the pill resting symbol was a bit simple and rustic in terms of how difficult it was to draw up, it was even beyond the heart of the medicine furnace. How amusing! Qin Yi smiled as he saw Lin Ming choose such a difficult divine runic symbol. He thought that the divine runic symbol he chose would be the most difficult. The other divine runic apprentices likely wouldn't even have the courage to participate in the second-grade divine runic master examination, much less choose a divine runic symbol as difficult as the pill resting symbol. But Lin Ming had chosen to do so, and he was also a human. This brat, does he really have the ability to do it? Or does he know he can't pass, so he's just putting on an act? Qin Yi glanced at Lin Ming, a playful light in his eyes. He wanted to see just what Lin Ming's performance would be like, and how much of the pill resting symbol he would be able to complete. It wasn't just Qin Yi that noticed Lin Ming, but the white-robed elder was also tracing his chin in surprise. This sort of divine runic symbol was one that many well-known senior divine runic masters didn't choose when they went through their second-grade divine runic master examination. Yet Lin Ming had made this choice even though he was a human. His name was unknown, and he didn't have any obvious background. As for Old Shui and Old Su, they were already left speechless. This Lin Ming wasn't an idiot, nor did he come here to cause a ruckus. Rather, he really was undergoing the second-grade examination, and if he dared to choose the pill resting symbol. Old Shui, you don't think he'll really be able to draw up the pill resting symbol, right? I don't know, don't ask me. I originally thought that this boy's divine runic arts talent was worse than that of Clear Shadow and Dream Pearl. In the first-grade examination, I was unable to see just how skilled he was, but after learning of his skeletal age, I don't dare to evaluate him yet. He is simply a monstrous genius. Lin Ming didn't bother with everyone that was paying attention to him. He continued on at his slow and unhurried pace, processing the materials in a uniform manner. His movements were steady without any flaws to them, and the divine runic pen in his hands was like an iron chain spanning a raging river, simply unshakable. The reason Lin Ming chose the pill resting symbol was because this divine runic symbol was worth a considerable amount of money, and he would be able to sell it after he drew it up. Currently, Lin Ming's net worth could withstand this sort of loss, but in a situation where he only spent money and didn't earn any, he couldn't continue like this forever. Sooner or later, he would have to figure out some way to recoup his expenses. A divine runic symbol like Touch of Gold was formed from expensive materials and couldn't even be sold for a tiny bit of money. Lin Ming naturally wouldn't choose such a worthless divine runic symbol. For a second-grade divine runic symbol, processing the materials and drawing up the tiny runes was a slightly more difficult process than it was for a first-grade divine runic symbol. But to Lin Ming, this wasn't hard at all. As Lin Ming cleared shadow and Dream Pearl began drawing, Qin didn't immediately begin. Instead, he crossed his hands behind his back and started observing everyone else, especially Lin Ming. As Qin saw Lin Ming's steady technique, he was a bit astonished. This boy, I didn't think his skill level was much during the first-grade divine runic master examination. Who knew he would have some modicum of skill? However, the speed and expertise of his drawing skill is still lacking compared to my own. Moreover, the key to completing a second-grade divine runic symbol is the third and final step. In this aspect, Touch of Gold is far more simple, but you decided to choose the much more difficult pill resting symbol. I want to see just how you complete the third step. Of course, the premise of that is if you can last until the third step. Qin faintly smiled and began his own work. If Qin wanted to watch Lin Ming's third step, then he would have to finish drawing up his divine runic symbol before Lin Ming started on the third step. Otherwise, with his current skill level, it was impossible for him to draw up his own divine runic symbol while watching someone else. This wouldn't be a problem in Qin Yi's eyes. His drawing speed was considerably faster than Lin Ming's. All sorts of materials flew into the air, where they were pulled apart and processed by Qin Yi's soul force. Then he drew out the juices of these materials with his divine runic pen, forming brilliant colored lines in the air. This was an extremely enchanting sight. This Qin is really fierce. A deacon praised out loud. The white-robed elder also nodded in acknowledgement. Even for a second-grade divine runic symbol, Qin was able to maintain such a smooth drawing technique like passing clouds and flowing rivers. It wouldn't be difficult for Qin to form the main body of the divine runic symbol. The crux of the examination, the most difficult part, would be the final third step. Everything would depend on how Qin fused the Azura Road's heavenly Tao into the divine runic symbol. Divine Void Divine Kingdom's third step has always been superior to ours. This is because they have inheritances related to the Azura heavenly Tao. The white-robed elder sighed as he recalled this. Chapter 1568, Completing the Main Body. Chapter 1568, Completing the Main Body. When it came to exploring the Azura Heavenly Tao, the Divine Runic Masters Guild was unable to compare with Divine Void Divine Kingdom. Divine Void Divine Kingdom had an incomparably long history of inheritance. Tens of millions of years ago, Divine Void Divine Kingdom and Divine Miss Divine Kingdom had once been a single divine kingdom. That divine kingdom was a titan. Billions of years ago, they had once produced a true divinity, level ruler. After that true divinity ruler died in repose, the divine kingdom had continued for a long time without producing a true divinity. Even so, they remained the number one Spirita's influence in the Azura Road. Every generation, they would always have an extreme Empyrean master. This sort of prosperous state continued for billions of years, making their foundation incomprehensibly deep. Thus, in terms of understanding the heavenly Tao, the loosely organized Divine Runic Masters Guild with a mere 100 million years of history simply couldn't compare with Divine Void Divine Kingdom. Time passed slowly. Brilliant motes of light shined in Lin Ming, Clear Shadow, Dream Pearl, and Qin Yi's hands. And of these people, Qin Yi's light was the most radiant. In the resting area, Yu Liuxing and Yu Qifeng were stunned. In their impression, Lin Ming was someone who hadn't even heard of Divine Rune City a year ago. He had been a human youth who didn't even know what the divine runic arts were. Last year, They had even invited Lin Ming to the Divine Runic Masters Guild to visit and see just what the divine runic arts were. The way that Lin Ming acted that time didn't make it seem like he was lying at all. Moreover, the key was that there was no reason for lying to them. Would anyone be so bored after eating to do something so inane? Could it be that big bro Lin Ming studied the divine runic arts to this degree in merely a year? Yu Qifeng felt as if someone struck him in the chest as he said this. But Yu Liuxing was far calmer. She shook her head, saying, "There is definitely something that we don't know. It might be Sir Lin's secret, and it might not be polite for us to ask him." Yu Liuxing could faintly feel that not asking about this matter was the best idea. Moreover, even if they asked Lin Ming, he likely wouldn't reveal anything. When Lin Ming said that he would speak to them later, that was likely only politeness on his part, and he wasn't really planning on telling them anything. Amidst the shimmering lights of divine runic symbols, an entire hour had passed. Even Qin Yi had to be careful in drawing up a second-grade divine runic symbol. Drawing up the correct structure of the tiny runes was important in determining whether or not the divine runic symbol would smoothly fuse with the Azura heavenly Tao later. Thus, although Qin Yi was faster than Lin Ming, Clear Shadow, and Dream Pearl, it wasn't by too much. Another hour passed. Qin Yi's expression was earnest. All of his concentration was completely focused on the task at hand. The main body of the divine runic symbol was nearly finished, and as he reached the end, his speed became even slower and his movements ever the more cautious. As he drew up the last tiny rune, all of the tiny runes shined in unison. His divine runic symbol had already taken its initial shape. All that remained was the third step, the key step to turning a quasi-inscription symbol into a true divine runic symbol. The difference between a second-grade divine runic symbol and first-grade divine runic symbol was only a single grade. But on this third step, that single grade made the two as different as clouds and mud. Qin Yi was extremely careful. His soul force controlled the thousand-some tiny runes in the air, having them all maintain their current positions. Then Qin Yi began to slowly restore and adjust his soul force, bringing himself back to a better condition so he could complete the third step. Although Qin Yi had completed the third step fusion process many times already and was 80 to 90% confident he would succeed, even a 10 to 20% chance of failure was unacceptable to him. His pride would not allow him to fail here. He would pass the examination with flying colors. As Qin Yi was restoring himself, he glanced over at Lin Ming. He grinned as he saw Lin Ming drawing one stroke at a time, steadily and impeccably. Interesting. I didn't think this little boy would have some level of skill. He's already completed 75% of the main body structure, and there aren't any fluctuations in his drawing yet. If he can continue like this, then he'll complete the main body of the divine runic symbol. He might be able to accompany me for a little fun in the third step. Qin Yi felt a hint of interest in Lin Ming's appearance. If he outshined all others in this divine runic master examination without anyone being able to act as a foil to him, then there wouldn't be any meaning to it at all. Only if there was competition, only if someone had a chance to beat him, would that make things interesting. He was looking forwards to Lin Ming's performance. He wanted to see just how much of the third step Lin Ming would be able to complete. Like this, Qin Yi rested for a quarter hour to restore himself to his peak state. This was not an easy task to accomplish. For a low-level divine runic master to hold aloft 1,000 some tiny runes with even spacing between them and also maintain the circulation of energy, this was extremely difficult, let alone doing all of that, and also restoring one's soul force. This Qin Yi can maintain concentration while relaxing at the same time. He's restored most of the soul force used up in preparation for the third step. This isn't something the average person can accomplish. It seems that this Qin Yi has already completed a second-grade divine runic symbol more than once. If there isn't an accident, Then he'll pass this examination without any problems." The white-robed elder sighed with emotion. But even as he praised Qin Yi in his heart, he also felt a bit bitter. After all, Qin Yi came from void divine kingdom, and they were faintly considered a competitor to the divine runic masters guild. In truth, there wasn't any major conflicts of interest between these two great organizations. But even so, whether it was martial artists or divine runic masters, one would always have the heart and spirit to outdo everyone else. They naturally hoped that there would eventually be an outcome as to who was better and who was worse. And now that he saw a descendant of his competitors blossom in splendor in his own home ground, the white-robed elder wasn't very happy with this taste. As he looked over to Clear Shadow and Dream Pearl, he could see that the two young women were only continuing with a great deal of difficulty. Even if they did complete their divine runic symbols, it would simply be something flashy without any substance at all. How could their touch of gold possibly compare to Qin Yi's heart of the medicine furnace? At this time, Qin Yi pulled out a gold god rune from his spatial ring. He recited a mantra, his hands flickering as he produced a succession of seals. In the air, a divine light came shrouding down, and then a strange scene took place. Beneath this shining light, the gold-level god rune began to break down, turning into endless mystical and profound lines that began to slowly blend together and fuse with the divine runic symbol that Qin Yi had drawn up. This fusion wasn't immediate. Rather, it had to follow the flow of the Azura Heavenly Tao. To describe it in other words, the laws of the Azura Heavenly Tao were joining together with the divine runic symbol, and the number of laws that joined in, as well as the degree of their perfection, would be a massive indicator in how valuable and effective the divine runic symbol would be. A grandmaster could fuse a great amount of Azura Heavenly Tao laws in a divine runic symbol, making it so that even a 5th grade divine runic symbol could sell at the price of a 6th grade divine runic symbol. The higher the grade of a divine runic symbol, the more time it would take to fuse in the laws. The 3rd step of a 2nd grade divine runic symbol, even if drawn up by Qin Yi, would still take at least half an hour or 3/4 of an hour. On average, it would take just under an hour. But just as Qin Yi was a 1/4 hour into the 3rd step, someone else had finished drawing up the main body of their divine runic symbol. This person was Lin Ming. He was slightly faster than Clear Shadow and Dream Pearl. Although he was slower than Qin Yi had rested for a 1/4 hour, and now that he was another 1/4 hour into the 3rd step, the half-hour difference was the difference between him and Lin Ming drawing up the main body of their symbols. He's really done it. Many people were paying attention to Lin Ming. Old Shui and Old Su were nearly looking at him alone, caring about his performance even more than that of their own apprentices. This boy's abilities are truly hidden deep. This is unbelievable. If someone were to find out this boy's skeletal age, they might be shocked to death. I wonder just what his story is. It looks like he's about to begin the 3rd step. Even if he fails here, he is still a monster amongst all monstrous geniuses. And if he succeeds, that would really be, as Old Shui spoke here, he didn't know just what to say. Compared to Lin Ming, the 2 apprentices they took in weren't worth anything at all. Their divine runic art skill was inferior to Lin Ming's, and their cultivation speed was far outpaced by him. Of course, this wasn't because their apprentices were too lackluster, but because Lin Ming was far too freakish. At this time, the 1,000-some tiny runes in front of Lin Ming slowly floated about. A colorful brilliance flowed through these tiny runes, as beautiful as a dream. Lin Ming was as calm as a placid lake. Slowly, he lifted up this elementary divine runic symbol. He ran his other hand over the table, picking up a gold god rune. He was already prepared to begin the 3rd step. Chapter 1569, Perfect Pill Symbol. Chapter 1569, perfect pill symbol. He's directly starting the third step, a deacon remarked with surprise, as he saw Lin Ming not going through any adjustments beforehand. If Lin Ming took out a gold god rune, now then, it was clearly because he was preparing to start the fusion process. After a divine runic master completed the main form of a divine runic symbol, they would have consumed a great deal of soul force. And the third step was the most essential step. If one didn't rest, then their chances of success would be much lower. Not everyone has the ability to maintain the main form of a divine runic symbol for such a long time without incurring some errors in the tiny runes. If he cannot calmly control the main form of the divine runic symbols and the order of the thousand-some tiny runes, then the longer he continues, the more soul force he will use up instead. Lin Ming might not have the ability to rest at this time, so completing the drawing in a single continued attempt might be better. Another deacon said to the previous one. The last deacon nodded, saying, yes, if he has the ability to rest at this time, then he should be considered a teacher within the ranks of a second-grade divine runic master. As these two deacons were speaking, Old Shui, Old Su, and the white-robed elder were all staring at Lin Ming. They wanted to see just what this young man would do at this step. Lin Ming's right hand moved, and the gold god rune slowly decomposed in a halo of golden light, turning into countless mystical lines that gathered onto the main form of the divine runic symbol. These laws were the heavenly Tao laws of Azura Road. Without a doubt, Lin Ming's understandings of the Azura heavenly Tao far exceeded those of anyone present. In this aspect, after he thoroughly enlightened himself on the Emperor Jade, as well as having studied the first volume of the Azura Sutra, although Lin Ming couldn't control the Azura heavenly Tao, wanting to borrow its strength was actually an extremely simple matter. The law lines soon fused into Lin Ming's divine runic symbol. With Lin Ming's familiarity with the Azura heavenly Tao, he could complete the fusion process in a mere incense stick of time. However, Lin Ming didn't choose to do this. After all, completing the third step in a mere incense stick of time would have been far too shocking, and it might even arouse certain suspicion in those present. Thus, Lin Ming decided to slow down his speed. This was only an examination, and not a competition. As long as he finished, then he was fine. A quarter hour soon passed. Clear Shadow and Dream Pearl both completed the main forms of their divine runic symbol and began the third fusion step. They were weaker than Qi, so they couldn't rest before the third step like he could. For them, this last fusion step would be filled with difficulties. After half a quarter hour passed, beads of sweat began to appear on Qin Yi's forehead. He had entered into a completely absorbed state. The law runes were slowly pushed into the divine runic symbol. With his soul force, lasting until now was not easy. Finally, Qin Yi fused the last law line into the divine runic symbol. His heart of the medicine furnace drawing was finally complete. As Qin Yi felt the power of laws gushing forth from the heart of the medicine furnace, he grinned. He had succeeded. Moreover, the process had been relatively easy. With overwhelming superiority, he had obtained the qualifications to become a second-grade divine runic master, and was also the most extraordinary individual in this examination. In that moment, beams of multicolored light blossomed from the heart of the medicine furnace. Qin Yi reached out for the divine runic symbol, but just as he was about to touch it, his expression froze. With disbelief thick on his features, he turned to see Lin Ming. At some unknown time, Lin Ming had also completed his pill resting symbol. After taking his divine runic symbol, Lin Ming placed it on a tray in preparation for the proctor elder to examine it. Lin Ming had used less than half an hour to complete this third step fusion process. It was nearly half the time that Qin Yi had spent. Old Su and Old Shui watched Lin Ming complete the third step. The entire process was completed without any kind of thrilling, soul-struggling scene at all. Rather, he had completed the third step easily and pleasantly the entire drawing of the divine runic symbol having been completed in a single go. No one had expected that Lin Ming's third step would be completed in such a manner. The most difficult part of the second-grade divine runic symbol was the third step, but in Lin Ming's hands, there didn't seem to be any difficulty at all. "Is it over?" Old Shui and Old Su glanced at each other. They had originally hoped that there would be some difficulties for Lin Ming in the third step, and they wanted to see just how he resolved the situation. But what truly happened had far outstripped their expectations. This inevitably caused a peculiar feeling to form in their hearts. Was Lin Ming's third step really the same as everyone else's third step? Two deacons picked up Lin Ming and Qin Yi's divine runic symbols, handing them over to the white-robed elder. The white-robed elder looked deeply at the two examinees. The first divine runic symbol he chose to examine was Qin Yi's heart of the medicine furnace. With a single sweep of his sense, the white-robed elder approximately understood the situation. As a sixth-grade divine runic master, he could nearly instantly judge a second-grade divine runic symbol and what the quality was like. "Good," the white-robed elder said from the depths of his heart. Although Qin Yi's heart of the medicine furnace couldn't be called perfect in every aspect, every part of the drawing process had been above average. This was truly a commendable accomplishment. This heart of the medicine furnace was a considerably well-done divine runic symbol that could be sold at a decent price. "Congratulations, Qin Yi. You are now a second-grade divine runic master." Qin Yi faintly smiled after having his results confirmed by the white-robed elder. This assessment was well within his expectations. He was confident in his divine runic symbol. What he cared about was what Lin Ming's evaluation would be like. At this time, the white-robed elder looked at the pill resting symbol that Lin Ming had drawn up. The white-robed elder also wanted to see if there were any problems in this pill resting symbol. Lin Ming had simply fused the Azura Heavenly Tao into this divine runic symbol far too easily. The pill resting symbol that Lin Ming drew up was 3 inches long and 2 inches wide, just like a rectangle. The charmed surface was filled with countless mystical lines. It didn't seem like something that was drawn up by a person. Even an amateur would see that this divine runic symbol was beautiful and symmetrical. The white-robed elder soaked his soul force into the pill resting symbol and took a mental swim through its lines. After confirming the Azura Heavenly Tao laws that were within the symbol, the white-robed elder took a deep breath. Not only was the pill resting symbol that Lin Ming drew up completely up to standards, but it was extremely valuable. "Perfect," the white-robed elder whispered this evaluation to himself. This pill resting symbol, whether it was the processing and handling of materials, structure of tiny runes, distribution of energy, or even the final fusion of the Azura Heavenly Tao rules, everything could be called the absolute peak of perfection that a low-level divine runic master could accomplish. It was hard to imagine that this divine runic symbol had come from the hands of a human youth. Just how did this boy study? And who was his teacher? As the white-robed elder was appraising Lin Ming's pill resting symbol, Qin Yi was noticing the expression on the old man's face. As Qin Yi saw the awe on the old man's face, as well as the perfect evaluation, Qin Yi felt a surge of frustration. Without a doubt, the quality of the pill resting symbol that Lin Ming drew up had been superior to his own heart of the medicine furnace. "Let me take a look." Old Shui impatiently walked over, nearly grabbing the pill resting symbol from the white-robed elder's hands. After sweeping through it with his divine sense, his eyelids jumped up. This boy, his abilities were truly deep. Old Shui even suspected that the Lin Ming he saw a year ago was a different person from the Lin Ming he was staring at now. Old Shui passed the divine runic symbol to Old Su. As Old Su looked at it, he too was left dumbfounded. What a great pill resting symbol. Even a 4th-grade divine runic master is inferior. I have no idea how he did the fusion process. There must be some sort of trick inside. Old Sue speculated. Old Shwe thought for a moment, then said, "This boy, he isn't a part of my Divine Runic Masters Guild. We must bring him in. We have to bring him in. We definitely cannot lose such talent. If we do things right, then he might even become the next guild president." The Divine Runic Masters Guild was always eager to bring in more talented individuals. The Divine Runic Masters Guild was originally a loose organization, and only by bringing in more talented people would Divine Rune City become more powerful. The previous guild presidents of the Divine Runic Masters Guild had all been extremely noble and renowned 7th grade Divine Runic Masters that had been fairly elected by the guild. Lin Ming, I want to ask you, would you like to join my Divine Runic Masters Guild? Without Old Sue and Old Shwe speaking, the white-robed elder had already asked Lin Ming. "Do I want to join the Divine Runic Masters Guild?" Lin Ming traced his chin, making his decision seem as theatrical as he could. He definitely wanted to join the Divine Runic Masters Guild. After all, this was the entire reason he had come to take this examination. Joining the Divine Runic Masters Guild would make everything far more convenient for him. First, if he joined the Divine Runic Masters Guild, then he would be able to obtain their protection. This would make him relatively more safe. Next, if he joined, he would have sufficient status to contact Blood Moon and obtain the Celestial Tyrant Manual. Third, materials would be much easier to obtain in the Divine Runic Masters Guild, and there would even be a discount. This was necessary for him to find the ancient pill recipes and materials needed for the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. Although Lin Ming had already come here with this plan, he knew that truly peaked geniuses would have far more advantages if they joined the Divine Runic Masters Guild. This was because this sort of talented individual would have many other influences seeking to take them in. The Inner Azura Road was an incomparably vast land, and there were multiple Divine Runic Master organizations besides Divine Rune City. For instance, Qin Yi's Divine Void Divine Kingdom, in terms of Divine Runic art skills, wasn't that different from the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Thus, Lin Ming didn't mind trying to obtain more benefits from joining the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Thinking of this, he said, "Can I wait before making this decision? When I passed the 1st grade Divine Runic Master examination, I was able to continue to the 2nd grade Divine Runic Master examination. So, since I passed the 2nd grade Divine Runic Master examination, can I continue to the 3rd grade Divine Runic Master examination?" As Lin Ming asked this, Old Shwe, Old Sue, and the white-robed elder all froze, their expressions stiffening. Lin Ming wanted to take the 3rd grade Divine Runic Master examination. "You're saying that you want to take the 3rd grade Divine Runic Master examination?" Old Shwe looked at Lin Ming with amazement. Not only were the 3 old men shocked, but even the other examinees in the resting area, including Yu Qifeng and Yu Liuxing, were startled. It was already incredible for Lin Ming to pass the examination for a 2nd grade Divine Runic Master, but he wanted to continue to the 3rd grade examination. Really, people never gave up until they failed. Chapter 1570, 3rd grade Divine Runic Master Examination. Chapter 1570, 3rd grade Divine Runic Master Examination. Normally, before a martial artist became a 3rd grade Divine Runic Master, they would study for dozens of years, or even over 100 years of time. The reason that the time fluctuated so much was because even as a young martial artist studied the Divine Runic arts, they still had to put time into cultivating. And different people would divide their time in varying proportions. If someone invested more time into the Divine Runic arts, then they would learn it faster than others, but no matter how much time they invested, it would still take 20 to 30 years. But compared to Lin Ming, who wasn't even 60 years of age, Old Shwe could go crazy and still not figure out how Lin Ming had allocated his time. How could he dual cultivate body and energy, opening the complete 8 inner hidden gates, and even achieving a divine Lord Realm cultivation, as he even practiced the divine runic arts to such a degree? Are you sure you want to take the 3rd grade divine runic master examination? Lin Ming nodded. Yes, this junior only wishes to try. I am not fully confident that I will pass. Lin Ming was indeed unable to ascertain whether or not he would be able to successfully draw up a 3rd grade divine runic symbol. Even if he failed somewhere, he should still be close to reaching the 3rd fusion step, and once he truly began the 3rd step, then completing a 3rd grade divine runic symbol shouldn't be too difficult. The 3rd step of the divine runic arts was Lin Ming's greatest advantage. If Lin Ming could become a 3rd grade divine runic master and then join the Divine Runic Masters Guild, his status would be completely different from that of a 2nd grade divine runic master. Young 2nd grade divine runic masters like Qin Yi were rare in the inner Azura Road, but they existed. Every influence was always raising a new generation every 10 years. And after so much time, there were bound to be some extraordinary individuals that appeared. The reason that Qin Yi seemed so splendid here was because the Divine Runic Masters Guild would hold examinations every year, year after year. Because of this, it was not possible to concentrate the number of geniuses together. If the geniuses of the last 1,000 years of the Divine Runic Masters Guild were added up, then that would be a dreadful number. However, for Lin Ming, if he could become a 3rd grade divine runic master at his young age, then that would be something that might not happen in 1,000 or even 10,000 years. In this sort of situation, Lin Ming would be highly valued by the Divine Runic Masters Guild. With this status, everything would be much easier for him to do. As for what others would do, such as suspecting him or conspiring to ruin him, Lin Ming wasn't afraid of this. In terms of individual combat strength, he could already fight an ordinary world king, and with Xiao Moxian's help as well as the life-saving card of Primordius Heavenly Palace, Lin Ming could calmly retreat even if he faced a middle-level world king. And if he had to face Espiritas, then Lin Ming also had the fatal divine tool that was their ultimate nemesis. Lin Ming didn't fear middle-level world kings, and world kings weren't like cabbages spread everywhere. Looking at the entire Divine Runic Masters Guild, a world king was at the rank of an elder. There were even some 6th grade divine runic masters with a half-step world king cultivation. Thus, Lin Ming had the ability to protect himself in the Divine Runic Masters Guild. And most importantly, no one knew of his true strength. This provided an extra layer of protection for him. Since he passed the 2nd grade Divine Runic Master examination, then according to the rules of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, you can choose to continue onwards to the 3rd grade Divine Runic Masters examination. Besides Lin Ming, does anyone else wish to participate in the 3rd grade Divine Runic Master examination? The white-robed elder looked at Qin Yi. Out of everyone else present, only Qin Yi had completed the 2nd grade Divine Runic Master examination. Thus, he also had the qualifications to join Lin Ming. Qin Yi's complexion changed, becoming extremely ugly. He had nearly no hope of successfully drawing up a 3rd grade Divine Runic symbol. In fact, at the start, Qin Yi had been planning to join the 3rd grade Divine Runic Master examination. But this was not because he thought of passing it, but because he wanted to show off his dazzling skills. In drawing up a 3rd grade Divine Runic symbol, Qin Yi could complete 70 to 80% of it. It was only the final step of fusing together the Azura Heavenly Tao that he could not succeed at. But now he had been grouped together with this freak Lin Ming. Lin Ming clearly had plans of joining the 3rd grade Divine Runic Master examination. So how could Qin Yi possibly join him just to act as a foil and make him shine brighter? He grit his teeth, remaining silent. This was the same as admitting he was withdrawing from the 3rd grade examination. Then it's only Lin Ming who will take the examination? All right, then, Lin Ming, you come with me to the side room. I will allow you to rest for 10 hours in a time enchantment. Then you can choose the materials you need. If you can complete any third-grade divine runic symbol, then you'll have passed. The white-robed elder said. Giving Lin Ming 10 hours to rest was more than enough. Lin Ming didn't want to rest for such a long time, but he didn't decline the offer. After giving his thanks, he walked towards the side room. Allowing Lin Ming to change environments and undergo the examination in the side room was to reduce external disturbances to the lowest amount. This was also to increase Lin Ming's chances of passing the third-grade divine runic master examination. The white-robed elder was secretly hoping that Lin Ming would pass the third-grade divine runic mater examination. To the Divine Runic Masters Guild, this would be a cause worthy of great celebration. Once this matter was passed on to the other divine runic master organizations, then they would earn considerable face. Moreover, Lin Ming would inevitably have amazing achievements in the future. After Lin Ming became some powerful and mighty figure, then this white-robed elder would also be able to boast that he was the one who personally oversaw his third-grade divine runic master examination. Lin Ming followed the white-robed elder to a side room. After he left, Clear Shadow and Dream Pearl also finished their own second-grade divine runic master examinations. Unfortunately, they had both failed to complete their divine runic symbols by the tiniest amount. In ordinary times, if Clear Shadow and Dream Pearl had been able to display their usual skill, then they would have been able to complete a second-grade divine runic symbol. But today, seemingly because the appearance of Lin Ming and Qin placed a considerable amount of pressure on them, they hadn't been able to display their highest level of skill. After failing twice, this meant they had failed their examination. Upon failing the examination, the two young women looked forlorn and depressed. Old Shui and Old Su quickly cheered them up with some words. But at this time, they also discovered that Qin Yi, who had completed his second-grade divine runic master examination, had an extremely ugly complexion. What happened? Did Qin Yi also fail? If Qin Yi failed, then that would have provided a little bit of comfort to Clear Shadow and Dream Pearl. But this didn't seem likely. Teacher, what happened to Qin Yi? He shouldn't have failed his examination, right? Before this, Clear Shadow and Dream Pearl had both been in a completely focused state, so they didn't know what had happened around them. Qin Yi, Old Shui forced a smile. He indeed passed the examination, and he did so extremely splendidly. But what a pity there is always someone stronger than the strong. Lin Ming completed his second-grade divine runic symbol even more perfectly, and what is most perturbing of all is that after Lin Ming finished his second-grade divine runic master examination, he wanted to carry on to the third-grade divine runic master examination. As for Qin Yi, he gave up. He likely knew he didn't have the ability to pass. This is the same as admitting that he is inferior to Lin Ming, so how could his complexion be any good? In Old Shui's opinion, Qin Yi's talent in the divine runic arts should be the best amongst the juniors of Divine Void, Divine Kingdom. For him to be frustrated like this by one of his peers, this was definitely an attack on his mindset. After listening to Old Shui's words, Clear Shadow and Dream Pearl's mouths fell open. They weren't able to respond for a long time. Teacher, are you saying that Lin Ming, he is continuing on to the third-grade divine runic master examination? That's right. Lin Ming should have already started his examination by now. Lin Ming had rested for 10 hours within a time enchantment. Now that half an hour had passed, he should have started his examination by now. This is the third-grade divine runic master examination. Clear Shadow and Dream Pearl were both in a muddled daze. The two of them hadn't even been able to complete the second-grade divine runic master examination, and yet Lin Ming went straight to the third-grade examination. How could they live like this? For a time, both of them were immensely frustrated. Old Su saw the emotions playing on their faces and said with a comforting tone, Lin Ming won't necessarily pass the third-grade examination. His chances of passing the third grade examination might not be higher than your chances of passing the second grade examination. Your problems were that you weren't able to display your true skill today, but that isn't something you should be discouraged by. Instead, that Chin-Yi was likely struck harder by this than you two were. Old Su said, nudging his head towards Chin-Yi. At this time, Chin-Yi was sitting in the resting area, his face grim and cloudy, as if someone in his family had died. Although he looked like he was calmly sipping tea, his eyes were glued to the doors of the side room. It was obvious that he cared a great deal about Lin Ming's results. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed. Lin Ming's examination was already halfway over. Chapter 1571, Divine Runic Master Prodigy. Chapter 1571, Divine Runic Master Prodigy. Because of the door to the side hall, Chin-Yi wasn't able to see how Lin Ming's examination was going. This caused him to be especially restless. He took up his teacup and then placed it down, looking at the time throughout. Almost 3 hours. Although a third-grade divine runic symbol was far more difficult than a second-grade divine runic symbol, the time it took wasn't that much longer. 3 hours should be more than enough to draw up the main form of a divine runic symbol. And after the main form was the most difficult fusion step. That was the crux for how to draw up a third-grade divine runic symbol. This boy, he shouldn't really be able to succeed, right? Old Shui whispered to himself, looking again and again at the door to the side hall. No, I must take a look at the situation myself. At this time, in the side hall, Lin Ming's drawing had reached the most critical phase. He had chosen one of the simplest third-grade divine runic symbols. He didn't have full confidence that he would be able to pass the third-grade divine runic master examination, so choosing a simpler divine runic symbol would make things a bit easier. Beautiful tiny runes floated atop the tip of Lin Ming's divine runic pen. At this time, his concentration was completely focused, and his forehead was wet with beads of sweat. Not too far away, the white-robed elder and several deacons were steadily watching Lin Ming's actions. As Lin Ming became increasingly close to finishing the main form of the divine runic symbol, all of them watched with breath abated. After that would be the most critical step. A single mistake would cause utter defeat. At this time, a sound transmission echoed in the white-robed elder's ears. It was old Shui. He was requesting a projection of Lin Ming's examination. For a Spiritas martial artist, using their soul force to form a projection wasn't difficult at all. Moreover, this wouldn't affect Lin Ming's third-grade divine runic master examination. The white-robed elder nodded once and took out a crystal ball from his spatial ring. Then, he completely recorded the image of Lin Ming's third-grade divine runic symbol and projected it outside. As this scene was projected outside, everyone suddenly stood up. Old Shui and Old Su's eyes shined with a bright light as they saw this. Chin-Yi's face darkened. In the phantom, Lin Ming had already completed drawing up the main form of the divine runic symbol. Lin Ming had taken out a blue soul-level god rune. Following this would be the third step, fusing together the heavenly Tao laws. From a third-grade divine runic symbol to a sixth-grade divine runic symbol, what were used were blue soul-level god runes. But even amongst blue soul god runes, there were differences in quality. The blue soul-level god rune that Lin Ming had taken out was a relatively low-rank one. With a flick of his right arm, the blue soul god rune dissolved into lines of the Azura heavenly Tao. Underneath Lin Ming's hands, these heavenly Tao lines began to fuse into the divine runic symbol in a neat and meticulous order. In the process of fusing the Azura heavenly Tao, the slightest mistake would cause the structure of the entire divine runic symbol to collapse. Lin Ming's movements were like a daredevil balancing atop a thin steel wire. A single mistake would wipe out everything. "Teacher, can he succeed?" Dream Pearl asked absent-mindedly from beside Old Shui. Old Shui earnestly said, "The third fusion step is the most difficult step in creating a third-grade divine runic symbol. He has only just begun, and this process should take at least over an hour. And there cannot be a single mistake during this entire process. It's difficult to say. The third step has started. Everything before this I can also do," Qin Yi grimly said. He wasn't boasting either. In his normal peak condition, Qin Yi could also complete the main form of a third-grade divine runic symbol. However, Qin Yi could, at most, finish half of the third step. This was because the third step was far too difficult. By the time he reached the midway point, he would have greatly overdrawn his soul force. As a result, by that time he could only watch helplessly on as the structural system of the divine runic symbol collapsed in his hands. Out of everyone present, Qin Yi was the one who didn't want Lin Ming to succeed the most. He even cursed Lin Ming in his heart, fervently hoping that he would fall short and fail during the fusion process. Time slowly passed. 1/4 hour, 2/4 hours. Lin Ming's movements remained calm and steady throughout. What no one knew was that after Lin Ming practiced the Azura Sutra, his understand of the Azura Heavenly Tao had reached a phenomenal level. Although the third step was the most difficult to others, it was actually the simplest step for Lin Ming. For a divine runic symbol, as long as Lin Ming could complete the main form, then there shouldn't be any problems finishing the rest. To him, fusing in the Azura Heavenly Tao was a breeze. However, he didn't want to be overly shocking to everyone. Thus he slowed down his speed and finished the third step a little at a time. In that moment, an hour had passed. Lin Ming didn't have a single problem in this hour. He smoothly completed 90% of the fusion process. At this time, whether it was the white-robed elder, Old Shui, or Old Su, all of them held their breath. They could faintly feel that some glorious event was occurring, as if they were witnessing the rise of something momentous. Could he really succeed? Qin Yi's eyelids jumped up. He felt this was far too unbelievable. After another incense stick of time, the final lines of the Azura Heavenly Tao fused into the divine runic symbol. In that instant, the entire divine runic symbol lit up with a brilliance beyond compare. Third-grade divine runic symbol complete. At this point, the phantom projection vanished. The white-robed elder couldn't be bothered with maintaining it. Rather, he hurried forth to examine the divine runic symbol that Lin Ming drew up. "This is incredible." Old Shui and Old Su stood up. They rushed forwards, pushing open the door to the side room to evaluate the result themselves. Everyone followed in close pursuit, wanting to bear witness to this momentous occasion. "How is it?" Old Shui asked as soon as he stepped through the door. At this time, the white-robed elder had sunk his soul force into the divine runic symbol. After a moment of probing, he handed over the divine runic symbol. "Take a look yourself." Old Shui and Old Su were already burning with impatience. They nearly snatched the divine runic symbol as they sunk their divine sense into it. Looking around, they could clearly see the situation within. They both sucked in a cold breath of air. Not only was this divine runic symbol complete, but it was impeccable in nearly all aspects. The two old men looked at each other in shock. Then they turned towards Lin Ming. They no longer knew just what to say to him. After looking at Lin Ming for a long time, Old Shui wryly smiled. "This brat, I really want to cut him open and study him." A year ago, Old Shui had met Lin Ming in the internal trading area of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. At that time, he never would have expected that the little kid, who he didn't even want to bother responding to, would produce such a shocking event. As Lin Ming heard old Shue's words, he felt they were a bit insensitive. Slice him open and study him. He knew that old Shue was only joking around, but it was true that his influence and relationships were lacking. This was something he was extremely sensitive about. He couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be anyone in the Divine Runic Masters Guild who would have such an idea. After all, his skeletal age was a bit too conspicuous. For him to have such achievements at his skeletal age, it was inevitable that there would be some people who had their own suspicions and would want to investigate him. If it were a world king, then Lin Ming naturally wouldn't fear them. But if an Empyrean were interested in him, then that would not be a good development. This fellow, just which Divine Runic Grandmaster's apprentice is he? Could it be a hidden 7th grade Divine Runic Master? Old Su thought out loud, looking back into his memories. Even after thinking for some time, he still couldn't think of such a great expert in the entire Inner Azure Road. Lin Ming's Divine Runic Arts technique was far too abnormal. Hearing old Su and old Shue's words, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. That was right. He should come up with a hidden grand expert master who was teaching him. In the Divine Runic Arts, it was nearly impossible for someone to achieve great success without a master teaching them. Lin Ming was young and had such attainments in the Divine Runic Arts that if he said he had no master, no one would believe him. Rather, it would be said that not only did Lin Ming have a master, but his master was disgustingly formidable. This secret master was likely a 7th grade Divine Runic Master, an Empyrean, and perhaps even above an Empyrean. This person must have personally taught Lin Ming and meticulously guided him through every step of the Divine Runic Arts. When this was added along with Lin Ming's own amazing perception and talent, only then could that legendary moment have occurred just now. As Lin Ming realized all of this, he became willing to push things along and smooth the road, making up a master for himself. A powerful master would give him an extra layer of safety and deter some of those people who thought of plotting against him. In fact, if Lin Ming were to say he had a true divinity as a teacher, there would still be people that believed him. After all, whether it was in Divine Runic Arts or individual strength, Lin Ming far surpassed the geniuses of a true divinity Holy Land. Chapter 1572. Entering the Guild. Chapter 1572. Entering the Guild. Hey little fellow, how about we talk for a bit? After Lin Ming obtained the qualifications to become a 3rd grade Divine Runic Master, he knew that these several old geezers would have many questions they would want to ask him. This was something he couldn't avoid. Lin Ming nodded. Well, that's fine. We can speak in another room. If you will. The white-robed elder Old Su and Old Shue brought Lin Ming to a different room. After passing through the door, Old Shue turned and said to his apprentice Dream Pearl, "The lot of you can wait outside." Dream Pearl scratched her head, curiously looking towards the room. She also wanted to know what Lin Ming's status was, but she had been blocked by Old Shue. She pursed her lips, muttering, "It's like they are trying to keep everything a secret. What's so great about knowing anyways?" Dream Pearl sat on a stone chair, not feeling very happy. She was filled with curiosity towards this human youth that was around her age, and in fact really did want to know where Lin Ming came from and how he practiced to become so formidable. That fellow should have a powerful master, Clear Shadow said from beside Dream Pearl. Definitely, and they are probably much fiercer than our masters, Dream Pearl said without mincing her words. As Old Shue heard this just as he was closing the door, he nearly choked on himself. This rascally girl. Old Shue awkwardly coughed. He could only pretend that he didn't hear this. But this was the truth. As he measured his own level, he felt that it was impossible for him to teach an apprentice like Lin Ming. Even an extremely good piece of jade would need a grandmaster to cut and polish it into a perfect piece of art. The level of a master was extremely important in determining the level of an apprentice. The three old men sat in front of Lin Ming. The white-robed elder took out a divine runic master's robe and a divine runic master badge. "This is for you. This badge will serve as your third-grade divine runic master certificate, and this divine runic master robe is also the uniform of the Divine Runic Masters Guild." In the Azure Road, the styles of badges and robes differ between the varying great influences that offer them, but they are mostly the same besides some minor differences. Thank you." Lin Ming nodded. He waved his hand, and this robe appeared on his body. The Divine Runic Master Robe produced by the Divine Runic Masters Guild was in essence manifestations of energy produced by runes. Whether it was putting it on or taking it off, one only needed to think it. As Lin Ming put on the robe, he could feel the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy, as well as the laws being dragged towards it. Even his soul force was being faintly nourished. It was clear that this robe wasn't some ordinary piece of clothing. As for the badge, it was a carefully crafted magic tool that made one's soul force and mental focus more concentrated. The two objects were above the level of a medium-grade spirit artifact. Seniors, if you have any questions, then this junior will try to answer to the best I can. After Lin Ming put on the dressings of a divine runic master, his tall figure perfectly accented his new clothing, making him seem ethereal and elegant. There are a few questions I would like to ask. What I am very curious about is just who is your teacher? No matter how much I think of it, I cannot think of anyone in the entire Inner Azure Road that would be able to secretly and quietly teach an apprentice like you. Without Lin Ming saying anything first, the white-robed elder directly asked Lin Ming about his teacher. The Inner Azure Road had many divine runic master organizations, and they fiercely competed against each other. If they could pull a top master to join their guild, that was an event worthy of great celebration. It would be far greater than bringing in a junior like Lin Ming. Lin Ming said, "My teacher has been living in seclusion for many years and is unwilling to disclose his identity." Lin Ming had already thought up a good answer. As for the white-robed elder, a look of deep disappointment appeared on his face. But in truth, he had already anticipated this. Such a divine runic grandmaster would receive the greatest standard of reception and respect from any influence. If this person wanted to make themselves public, they would have already done so. Moreover, this person might not want to join the Divine Runic Masters Guild to begin with. Still, the white-robed elder didn't give up. He continued to ask, "Then let me venture another question. Just what grade of a Divine Runic Master is your teacher?" The white-robed elder already guessed that Lin Ming's teacher was at least a 7th grade Divine Runic Master. He might even surpass the current president of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Lin Ming said, "I apologize. It isn't that I don't want to say it, but because I do not know what the level of my teacher's divine runic arts has reached. According to what I know, teacher has already been in deep seclusion for 100 to 200 million years. Even if he were to come out of hiding, I fear that not many people would recognize him." Lin Ming concocted a wild story. But in this specific situation, with his awe-inspiring performance just now, no matter how ridiculous his words were, those present still might believe him. This was because they truly did think that Lin Ming had such a heaven-shaking teacher. Seclusion for 100 to 200 million years. The white-robed elder's eyebrows jumped up. He looked at the two other old men, fear and awe coloring his complexion. Old Shui gulped. Even though he had expected that Lin Ming's teacher was extremely terrifying, if Lin Ming's master had gone into seclusion for 100 to 200 million years, then wouldn't that make his true age around 200 to 300 million years old? Such an age already far exceeded the 100 million year lifespan limit of an Empyrean. Then, it was either that Lin Ming's teacher had used some secret technique to go into deep hibernation, or that he was a true divinity-level powerhouse. And in old Shui's opinion, the latter possibility was a bit more likely. Thinking of Lin Ming's master, old Shui forced a smile. I must say, kid, you tricked me well. You were clearly under the guidance of a divine runic grandmaster, and yet you acted like you didn't know anything about the divine runic arts. It seems you really wanted to play around with an old man like me. By the way, when you bought that jade from me, old Shue's eyes widened. He felt that he had been hoodwinked by Lin Ming once again. That jade piece of indeterminable origin might have been some sort of extraordinary treasure. Hey, little fellow, you were quite particular in buying that little piece of jade. Why don't you tell me more about it, so that I can widen my horizons? Old Shue puckered his lips, feeling sad. He was now 99% sure that he had sold that broken jade for a major loss. Jade? Lin Ming pretended to be surprised. Oh, I remember. A year ago I found that broken jade in your stall and thought it was some amazing ancient treasure, but after I took it to be appraised by my master, the result was that I had been mistaken. Sure enough, there were no advantages for me. Lin Ming flippantly said. But old Shue didn't believe this at all. With a pained expression he said, "Come on, just tell me honestly what the jade was. I've already been conned by you, so you can tell me what it is, right? Since my eyes were poor, I can only blame myself for that. I just want to know what use that little trinket had." "Senior, you've really thought too much about this." A cunning light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes, but he concealed it well. No matter what old Shue said, Lin Ming definitely wouldn't disclose the origins of that jade piece. This caused old Shue to feel even more depressed. He was more and more sure that he had been bamboozled by Lin Ming, and as a divine runic master who was proud of his appraisal ability, the most painful and a grieving matter was to be swindled by others and not know how. Old Shue seemed to want to ask something else, but at this time the white-robed elder dryly coughed a few times and said, "Lin Ming, let's speak about formal matters now. I want to ask you, do you have any intentions of joining my Divine Runic Masters Guild?" This matter was the most important question that the white-robed elder wanted to ask Lin Ming. He originally inquired about Lin Ming's teacher because he still had hopes that there was a 1 in a million chance he could win over Lin Ming's teacher and have him join the Divine Runic Masters Guild. But as he expected, that wouldn't be possible. So his most vital task now was to win Lin Ming over to join their Divine Runic Masters Guild. For an organization like the Divine Runic Masters Guild, the most essential factor of their strength was the quantity and quality of their divine runic masters. The reason that Divine Rune City was able to develop to its current scale was because they relied on their many divine runic masters, as well as a decent number of alchemists. The more powerful and the greater number of divine runic masters there were, the more influential the Divine Runic Masters Guild would become. In particular, 7th grade divine runic masters had a great appeal, one that drew in many others. This sort of divine runic grandmaster would always be able to draw in divine runic masters from nearby regions, so that they would join the Divine Runic Masters Guild out of their admiration. At the same time, a great number of influences would rush here to cooperate with the Divine Runic Masters Guild, providing all sorts of favorable conditions for them. Over time, Divine Rune City would become increasingly prosperous in terms of all sorts of transactions, access to talented individuals, possession of rare and precious resources. Everything would rise exponentially. Thus, it could be said that the influence and strength of the Divine Runic Masters Guild was closely intertwined with everyone's benefits in Divine Rune City. If the Divine Runic Masters Guild ever declined, then Divine Rune City would exist in name only. You don't have to be in a hurry to respond. First, let me tell you about the advantages of joining the Divine Runic Masters Guild. The white-robed elder took out a handbook and handed it to Lin Ming. This is the internal handbook of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. It has the rules and conditions that members must abide by. If you join the Divine Runic Masters Guild, then if you purchase materials in Divine Rune City, we can offer you a 15% discount. This is the highest discount, and not even elders have a better deal. Of course, new divine runic masters definitely do not receive this treatment. You will also possess the authority to browse the jade slips in the Divine Runic Masters Guild's library. Even if it is the most core jade slip inheritances, you will still have the ability to apply for viewing. In addition, every month the Divine Runic Masters Guild will give you a fixed number of contribution points. In the Divine Runic Masters Guild, these contribution points are used to purchase all sorts of rare and precious materials, and they are also much handier than origin energy runes. If you have points, then you have rights to purchase materials before anyone else. The white-robed elder immediately put forth so many good conditions. This was the kind of treatment that the Divine Runic Masters Guild would offer to an ordinary elder, but now all of this was promised to Lin Ming. This was because with Lin Ming's current achievements, becoming an elder was just a matter of time. He would become a red-robed elder, or possibly even the future guild president. These conditions were also the limit that the white-robed elder could offer. Lin Ming was satisfied with these conditions. He thought for a moment, and then said, Junior has a matter that he would like to consult with several seniors about. Speak your mind. Lin Ming thought about his words for a moment, and then said, according to what this junior knows, there are several nearby influences that have long-term cooperation with the Divine Runic Masters Guild, and there is an influence that this junior is extremely interested in. They are the assassin organization known as Heaven's Net. Chapter 1573, News of Blood Moon. Chapter 1573, News of Blood Moon. It wasn't a secret that the Divine Runic Masters Guild cooperated with nearby great influences. This was an extremely vital source of the Divine Runic Masters Guild's resources and wealth. However, when it involved an assassin organization, the Divine Runic Masters Guild considered this to be a considerably taboo subject. After all, an assassin organization had many tenuous and strange connections that involved many vendettas. The Heaven's Net assassin organization had offended many great influences, and they had killed many well-known individuals. If the Divine Runic Masters Guild cooperated with this assassin organization, they would inevitably have to face some pressures. Thus, non-core members of the Divine Runic Masters Guild would know the details of their cooperation. As Lin Ming suddenly mentioned the Heaven's Net assassin organization, the white-robed elder and Old Shui frowned. However, Old Su's eyes shined with a strange light. Do you have a grudge with someone from Heaven's Net? Old Su suddenly asked. Since Lin Ming was interested in them, his first thought was naturally that Lin Ming had some enmity. After all, Heaven's Net had far too many enemies. It was simply impossible for them to keep track of all of them. No, this junior simply wants to meet someone, one of the leaders of Heaven's Net Blood Moon. To be honest, there is a cultivation method that I would really like to obtain which is in Blood Moon's hands. Lin Ming looked towards Old Su. He faintly sensed that Old Su had some sort of connection with Heaven's Net, or at the very least he knew some of their people. Blood Moon. Old Su thought for a moment. It was hard to make out what he was thinking of from his expression. Old man, do you know Blood Moon? Old Shui asked, as he saw Old Su thinking of something. Senior, if you know Blood Moon, then I request that you recommend this junior to them. I am willing to make a pledge on my heart of martial arts so that I won't reveal anything related to Blood Moon's identity. Everyone's eyes turned to Old Su. Old Shui and the white-robed elder naturally hoped that Old Su would help Lin Ming with this Blood Moon matter, because then Lin Ming would be considered as owing a favor to the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Old Su said, I don't know where Blood Moon is, but I do have ways to make contact. As for whether or not Blood Moon is willing to meet you, that is something I cannot guarantee. Lin Ming was overjoyed to hear this. He said, Thank you, Senior Su. As long as he could find some way to contact Blood Moon, then his chances of meeting him were much higher. With Lin Ming's current status as the youngest third-grade divine runic master, as well as a disciple of someone who might be a true divinity, if this blood moon wasn't too strange and eccentric, then he would be willing to meet him. After all, in the eyes of many people, Lin Ming might become a seventh-grade divine runic master in the future. It would be extremely significant if they could befriend Lin Ming before he grew up. Old Su rose and said, "Tonight I will try to find a way to send a message to Blood Moon. I should be able to obtain an answer by tomorrow. If Blood Moon is willing to see you, then I can lead you there. Otherwise, if Blood Moon doesn't wish to see you, then there is nothing I will be able to do." Lin Ming was already more than satisfied with this answer. "Thank you, Senior Su, for the help. No matter if this matter succeeds or not, consider this junior to owe you a favor." "It's not that big a deal." Old Su waved his hand. "That's right, since you just came to the Divine Runic Masters Guild, you can have those two girls clear shadow, and Dream Pearl show you around the area, so you can familiarize yourself." "That's right, there are many places in the Divine Runic Masters Guild that you don't know of yet," Old Shui echoed. In truth, he wanted Dream Pearl and Clear Shadow to be on good terms with Lin Ming. If they could get to know him, then that would be greatly beneficial to their future growth. Thus, after an incense stick of time, Lin Ming, Clear Shadow, Dream Pearl, as well as the brother and sister Yu Liuxing and Yu Qifeng went to explore the Divine Runic Masters Guild. From the outside, the Divine Runic Masters Guild only covered an area of several dozen miles, but the inside actually contained its own world. Within the center of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, there was a separate space-time that was sealed away. This was a dimensional realm similar to the one that the Forsaken God clan lived in within the Sky Spill continent. This dimensional realm was thousands of miles long and wide. After entering, the space was incomparably broad. There were majestic palaces that floated between pillowy clouds, looking grand and extravagant. "Junior apprentice Brother Lin, I hope that you don't mind me calling you this," Dream Pearl sweetly said from beside Lin Ming. She had already joined the Divine Runic Masters Guild a long time before this, so calling Lin Ming her junior apprentice brother was actually quite reasonable. "Of course you may, Senior Apprentice Sister Dream Pearl." Lin Ming faintly smiled. After being so easily recognized as a senior apprentice sister, Dream Pearl lit up with pleasure. "This is the Treasure Storage Palace. The Divine Runic Masters Guild has many rare and precious materials that are kept here. If you want to exchange for them, then you'll need enough Origin Energy runes, but they also take contribution points. These contribution points are the currency of our Divine Runic Masters Guild," Dream Pearl said, pointing at a grand palace in front of her. The palace was surrounded with enchanting landscapes, serene and beautiful. At this time, there were many young disciples milling about outside the palace, one of them someone that Lin Ming had met before. Senior Apprentice Brother Luo?" Yu Qifeng shouted out from beside Lin Ming. This Senior Apprentice Brother Luo was Luo Yubai. He, Yu Qifeng, and Yu Liuxing had the same master, and the three could be said to come from the same sect. A year ago, when Lin Ming first visited the Divine Runic Masters Guild, he had casually encountered Luo Yubai. After Luo Yubai saw Lin Ming and the others, he was a bit startled. His eyes quickly focused on Dream Pearl and Clear Shadow. He faintly smiled. "So it's Junior Apprentice Sisters Dream Pearl and Clear Shadow, and there's even Qifeng and Liuxing, and there's also one more." Luo Yubai was surprised as he saw Lin Ming. He felt that Lin Ming looked somewhat familiar. Martial artists had extremely good memories, and even though Luo Yubai had bumped into Lin Ming a year ago, he still immediately recalled who Lin Ming was. You shouldn't be that. After remembering who Lin Ming was, Luo Yubai's expression filled with incredulity. A year ago, Yu Qifeng and Yu Liuxing had brought Lin Ming to visit the Divine Runic Masters Guild, and they had given him a tour of the outside. But The place they were right now was the core region of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, and it was impossible for outsiders to enter. Moreover, there was also Lin Ming's appearance and the Divine Runic Master Badge on his chest. That was clearly a third-grade Divine Runic Master Badge, and Luo Yubai himself was also a third-grade Divine Runic Master. Just how would it be like this? Luo Yubai was thoroughly shocked. Yu Qifeng quickly explained, Senior Apprentice Brother Luo. Big Brother Lin Ming here has just passed the Divine Runic Masters Guild's examination, so he's also a third-grade Divine Runic Master now. After Yu Qifeng explained the situation, Luo Yubai was left shell-shocked. Yu Qifeng's words were spoken so casually as if he were buying vegetables from an outside stall. This was a third-grade Divine Runic Master examination. He had passed it so easily, and had done it all in a single try. Luo Yubai felt as if he were lost in a dream, and at this time, Clear Shadow had given Lin Ming a price list that included many precious materials of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Lin Ming had inherited the memories of 3 Divine Runic Masters, so he had a good understanding of materials needed for the Divine Runic arts. After casually sweeping over the list, he spotted several materials that couldn't be purchased on the outside. If one wasn't a part of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, then it would be difficult to find these materials. This made Lin Ming feel that it was an increasingly good choice that he joined the Divine Runic Masters Guild. In the future, with the backing of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, it would be much easier for him to refine pills for the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. How do I earn guild contribution points? Lin Ming asked, clearly interested. Dream Pearl said, there are many ways to earn points. For instance, you will obtain some through a monthly salary, or you can even complete missions for the Divine Runic Masters Guild. The amount of contribution points you receive will vary depending on the difficulty of these missions. You can also trade for points with others. These methods usually only give you a small number of points. If you want to earn a massive amount of points, the best way would be to contribute your own unique Divine Runic arts techniques. Many Divine Runic Masters were self-reliant, similar to freelancers. The Divine Runic Masters Guild was a loose organization that definitely didn't want to see the other Divine Runic Masters keep to themselves more and more. Thus, they had set up this provision where any person that contributed their own secret techniques would be rewarded with points. I understand. Lin Ming rubbed his chin. It seemed that there were several ways for him to earn points. As Lin Ming was doing some calculations in his mind, the flame of a sound-transmitting talisman flashed in front of him. The message came from Old Sue, and the contents were extremely simple. It was that Blood Moon, a leader of Heaven's Net, had agreed to meet with Lin Ming. Chapter 1574, Marvel Blue City. Chapter 1574, Marvel Blue City. Tens of thousands of miles west of Divine Rune City, there was a vast and limitless ocean. Above this ocean were countless islands. Some islands were several thousand miles large, and some had more surface area than a giant planet. Among these many islands, there was a large island with a 10,000-mile radius. This island was called Blue God Island. This island was hot and humid, lit up with sunlight. Most of it was vast tracts of lush forests. And surrounded by these lush forests, there was a tropical nation filled with greenery. This nation was called Marvel Blue Nation, and its capital was Marvel Blue City. Marvel Blue Nation was no mortal country. This was because this area produced a type of resource called blue snow gold. Moreover, these verdant forests were also filled with ancient vicious beasts and all sorts of heavenly materials. Thus, although Marvel Blue Nation was situated in a vast ocean, most of the citizens were martial artists, and it wasn't strange to see amazing top masters here. Although its quality and quantity of martial artists couldn't compare to Divine Rune City, Marvel Blue City was still outstanding when compared to many major cities of the Divine Realm. The entire Marvel Blue Nation could be called a peak world king, Holy Land. On this day, a massive spirit boat anchored on the outskirts of Marvel Blue City. A young human man and woman leapt off the spirit boat. Then, the man received the spirit boat into his inner world. This young man and woman were Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian, and this spirit boat was only a disguised primordious heavenly palace. After Lin Ming obtained Blood Moon's reply, he had journeyed west until he came to Marvel Blue City with Xiao Maxian. This city was where Blood Moon was located. After arriving at this hot, tropical island, the weather was extremely wet and humid. The martial artists here exuded an extremely deep and exotic atmosphere. Most of the men wore hats tied down with cloth. They were shirtless or wore extremely short crop tops with loose pants and boots. As for the women, they wore short, tight-fitting clothes with plunging necklines that proudly revealed their chests. They often wore bold leather skirts that revealed their slim waists and slender legs. Some women with higher statuses had beautiful metal accessories hanging off of their faces and necks. These accessories were a metallic silver blue. This was the national resource of Marvel Blue Nation, blue snow gold. As Lin Ming walked, he evaluated everything around him. Most of the martial artists walking outside were at the Divine Sea or Divine Transformation Realm, and even Divine Lord Realm martial artists weren't rare. This level of strength was extremely exaggerated. In the Divine Realm, a Divine Transformation Realm martial artist possessed the ability to freely travel through the universe, and a Divine Lord Realm martial artist could be the ultimate ruler of a small planet. Soon, Lin Ming arrived at the gates of Marvel Blue City. The tall city walls didn't seem as if they had experienced many years. Rather, they had a very new feeling to them. It seemed that this Marvel Blue City wasn't as ancient as Lin Ming had thought. The city gates were manned by 2 teams of soldiers. After Lin Ming paid the city entrance fee, he stepped inside. According to the address that old Su had given him, Lin Ming continued inquiring for directions along the way. Finally, he arrived in a small materials shop that seemed common and insignificant. Within this materials shop were all sorts of materials required for the divine runic arts and alchemy. There were even furnaces, divine runic pens, and so forth. Because these things weren't too valuable, the shop seemed quite lonely and desolate. Lin Ming only glanced over the shop a few times without the slightest desire to purchase anything. This was because he wasn't here to buy materials to begin with. Lin Ming quietly took off a spatial ring and stepped in front of the shopkeeper. This shopkeeper was a short and pudgy middle-aged man. His cultivation was ordinary and sloppy. If he were in a crowd, one wouldn't notice him at all. Lin Ming traced the spatial ring and pulled out several dozen materials. Then he said in a low voice, "I'm selling. This is a total of 1,263,400 origin energy runes." Upon hearing Lin Ming and seeing the materials that Lin Ming had taken out, the fat shopkeeper narrowed his eyes and looked deeply at Lin Ming. The materials that Lin Ming took out, as well as his asking price, were all a single code word for him to make a connection in Marvel Blue City. "What is your name?" the fat shopkeeper asked. Lin Ming. His name had already been passed to Blood Moon ever since old Su contacted her. Follow my person. He will bring you to the one you wish to see." As the fat shopkeeper spoke, an old man with eagle-like eyes brushed open the curtains leading to the back of the shop and slowly walked out. Although this old man's movements were slow, his eyes were sharp. As he walked across the tiles, his steps were steady to the point of being startling. "Come with me," the old man said, his voice sharp. It was hard to discern whether this was the voice of a man or a woman, and it was also quite harsh to the ears. "Peak Holy Lord." Lin Ming judged in his heart. This old man actually possessed a peak Holy Lord cultivation, and he was even a human at that. In the Azure Road, Humans were rare to begin with, but in Marvel Blue Nation, over half the citizens were humans. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxin followed this eagle-eyed old man out of the shop. From the body of this old man, Lin Ming could feel a surging essence energy. He raised his guard, remaining vigilant of his surroundings as he kept his focus on this eagle-eyed old man. They walked without speaking. The eagle-eyed old man brought Lin Ming meandering left and right, passing through busy streets and squares, slowly approaching the center of Marvel Blue City. Marvel Blue City covered an area of hundreds of miles, and it was extremely broad. As for the center of Marvel Blue City, there was a massive and magnificent building complex. Now, Lin Ming was standing in front of this building complex. Tall walls were manned by steely guards. As Lin Ming saw this, he was shocked. This place, could it be the Imperial Palace? Marvel Blue Nation was not some small influence. Its sovereign was equivalent to sect masters of other large influences. This Imperial Palace was the core of Marvel Blue Nation and could be called a den of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There were many masters living in the Imperial Palace. Lin Ming had already looked up information on Marvel Blue Nation before he arrived. Because Marvel Blue Nation was rich in great vicious beasts, medicinal herbs, and even the extremely valuable blue snow gold, the Marvel Blue royal family was extremely wealthy. Besides the masters in their court, there were many other elders and officers in their employ. In the event that a battle broke out, Marvel Blue Imperial Palace would have a terrifying combat strength. Was Blood Moon in the Imperial Palace? Lin Ming felt a bit odd as soon as he thought about it. Could there be some connection between Marvel Blue Nation and the Heaven's Net assassin organization? The eagle-eyed old man brought Lin Ming to the back gates of the Imperial Palace. This was the smallest gate leading into the Imperial Palace, but there were still 20 guards standing here. The eagle-eyed old man lifted the plate card hanging on his belt, and the guards immediately smiled. So, it's Eunuch Liang. Please enter. The eagle-eyed old man stepped forwards past the gate, but Lin Ming and Xiao Maxin were blocked. These two are entering the palace for business reasons. These are their sign cards. The eagle-eyed old man continued to speak in his strange not like a man and not like a woman voice and tossed a jade slip to a guard. The guard looked over the jade slip and allowed them to pass. This scene caused Xiao Maxin to stick out her tongue at the guards. She said with a true essence sound transmission, "This old man is a court eunuch?" Xiao Maxin had thought that the eagle-eyed old man's voice was a bit strange. So, it seemed that he was a court eunuch. To Xiao Maxin, a eunuch was an extremely strange existence because this sort of occupation did not exist in Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace. Why would such a master be willing to be a eunuch? Moreover, if their cultivation has reached this boundary, then they could even regrow their body with certain top materials. For instance, when Tian Mingzi had hunted down Lin Ming in the Sky Spill Planet, he had severed his own hand to do so. After Tian Mingzi returned to the Sky Dark Holy Lands, he had used secret techniques and heavenly materials to regenerate his severed hand. The only problem was that this hand had yet to be tempered, so it was far inferior to his original hand. Lin Ming was also curious. As for Eunuch Liang, who was walking in front, he seemed to guess what Lin Ming and Xiao Maxin were thinking of. He chuckled mysteriously, and then said with a true essence sound transmission, "You two are dual cultivation companions, right?" Upon hearing this question, Xiao Maxin was startled. Then she confidently said, "That's right. Hee. For you to find an appropriate dual cultivation companion to increase your cultivation speed is your good fortune. However, while you may have heard of nourishing yin with yang and yang with yin, have you ever heard of locking in your essence energy to nourish yourself? In this world, there are some martial arts where one must cut off their own manhood before one can cultivate them. Us eunuchs, who sever our 7 affections and 6 desires, are perfectly suited to practice this type of martial arts. The average person must give vent to the physical temptations of the flesh. But for us, we can reverse this process, locking in our essence energy within our body. Slowly, our essence energy will accumulate, filling us with daily energy and bestowing upon us plentiful physical strength. Some people who wholeheartedly pursue the peak of martial arts would castrate themselves to establish their own unrivaled martial arts. Even on this road, there are still transcendent divine mights, and in our marvel blue imperial palace, there are over 1,200 eunuchs. What we practice is the sunflower melody, a transcendent divine might that was established by someone who castrated themselves and became an empyrean. When ordinary people cultivate martial arts, those who fail are innumerable. But when we eunuchs cultivate the sunflower melody, we can produce masters at a rate countless times higher. Eunuch Liang said, clearly filled with pride, "Indeed, the road of martial arts had extremely high standards, and not everyone had the ability to cultivate. But if one chose to cultivate the sunflower melody, the restrictions were far lower. However, there was one caveat. For someone who cultivated the sunflower melody, if they ever developed the desire towards men and women and no longer wished to be a eunuch, they could restore themselves with heavenly materials, but this would mean that all the martial arts they cultivated would be wasted. But in the legends, if one was able to practice the sunflower melody to the highest levels and reach the extreme empyrean boundary, then they could still regenerate their body and have their physical flesh reach perfection. But this was far too distant a matter. For the average person, an empyrean was nothing but a fairy tale. Upon listening to Eunuch Liang, Lin Ming was left stupefied. The roads of martial arts of the 33 heavens were endless and infinitely varied. The cultivation methods consisted of every possible thing that the mind could imagine. However, Lin Ming didn't have the thoughts to think further about this. What he came here for was blood moon. He asked, "Eunuch Liang, this junior would like to know, is honored blood moon in the imperial palace?" Honored blood moon is certainly in the imperial palace, or what would I have brought you here for? Just follow me, and you'll be fine. I'll bring you there. Chapter 1575, Imperial Concubine Moon. Chapter 1575, Imperial Concubine Moon. Marvel Blue Imperial Palace was extremely broad within. There were over 108,000 houses in it. Many imperial palace layouts were similar to those of mortal imperial palaces. At the front of the imperial palace were the formal halls. There was the Heaven and Earth Hall, Primal Chaos Hall, Spiritual Cultivation Hall, Golden Dragon Hall, and over 100 other such halls. When the emperor met with his royal advisors and ministers, he would do it in these halls. But at the back of the imperial palace was the harem. This harem had over 3,000 occupants. Every concubine was beautiful, graceful, and incomparably enchanting. In the world of martial artists, a martial artist would found their own influence to create their own sect and become the sovereign. As for those martial artists, like the Marvel Blue Emperor, who chose to found their own country, construct their own imperial palace, and make themselves an emperor, that was somewhat rarer. In the imperial palace, there were at least 18,000 imperial guards, 20,000 palace maids, and 10,000 court eunuchs. When Eunuch Liang said there were 1,200 eunuchs, he had been referring to those who had the qualifications to cultivate the sunflower melody. These eunuchs were supervisors and leaders of the other eunuchs. As Lin Ming walked forwards, he saw many of these chief eunuchs. They were at the divine transformation or divine lord realms, with some even at the holy lord realm. Those at the holy lord realm wore different clothing. They wore yellow robes, indicating a higher status of court eunuch. Lin Ming rubbed his chin as he saw this. In the imperial palace, just the military force of the eunuchs was considerably terrifying. He wouldn't be surprised if the head chief eunuch was a world king powerhouse. As they followed Eunuch Liang, they were stopped at several more checkpoints. At each checkpoint, Eunuch Liang would take out different tokens. As they passed through an arched door, Lin Ming smelled the intoxicating scent of perfume and the clear atmosphere of women. This left him startled. This was clearly the marvel blue Imperial Palace harem. Looking at the various palaces here and the many carvings of phoenixes, the architectural style here was much simpler and more composed. The paths were lined with red carpets, and groups of charming maids carried lanterns and trays of fruits, and they shuttled back and forth throughout. Harem. A strange color came over Lin Ming's face. According to common reasoning, the harem was a restricted area. Besides eunuchs, no other men were allowed entry. Did these usual rules not exist in Marvel Blue Imperial Palace? As Lin Ming was thinking, Eunuch Liang brought Lin Ming to an elegantly modeled courtyard. The palace in this courtyard was carved from jade, and the gardens were planted with lush plants. There were all sorts of heavenly treasures and exotic flowers planted in the garden. Above the entrance to this courtyard was a large plaque, Full Moon Hall. These 3 words were written in a flowing and beautiful script. They clearly came from the hands of a woman. Lin Ming followed Eunuch Liang into Full Moon Hall. As soon as they entered the rooms, he was able to smell the faint scent of light powder. In Full Moon Hall, even within the guest rooms, everywhere was filled with fine red silk screens of peacock feathers and velvet carpets. This could be called an opulent aesthetic that was pleasing to the eyes. In this hall, above a large expanse of red silk, there was a woman in a red skirt dancing barefoot. This woman's red skirt seemed connected to the silk beneath her, making the entire hall look as if it were lit on fire. Her skin was pure white, like the most perfect jade, and her smooth hands were as fine as orchids. When joined with her slender arms, her movements were gentle and glamorous. The woman's legs were wrapped in a long gauzy skirt, but one could still make out her perfect curves beneath the slinking fabric. Although she wore a long red skirt, she actually wore the common clothing of the Marvel Blue Nation. She wore a tight-fitting top that revealed her waist and stomach, and as she waved about, she undulated like a snake, flexible and fascinating. This woman's charms were extreme to the limit. However, her face was covered by a veil, so it was impossible to see her facial features. After this woman danced for a quarter hour, she finally stopped. She wrapped herself in a heavy shawl and sat down in the honored seat. Eunuch Liang bowed to her and said, "This old servant greets Imperial Concubine Moon." Lin Ming was stunned upon hearing this. Imperial Concubine Moon. This shouldn't be. A bizarre thought appeared in Lin Ming's mind, one that he found hard to react to for some time. But as he joined this together with where he was and what he had seen and heard, this was the most reasonable conclusion. Without needing Lin Ming to say anything, Imperial Concubine Moon spoke up. She turned to Lin Ming and said, "You have come to me to seek out a cultivation method manual." Yes. Lin Ming was darkly shocked. Blood Moon, one of the leaders of the Heaven's Net assassin organization, was actually Imperial Concubine Moon of the Marvel Blue Imperial Palace. Just what was going on here? Imperial Concubine Moon, Blood Moon, Full Moon Hall. These 3 terms all shared the moon word. For Imperial Concubine Moon to be Blood Moon was the best explanation. Then, could it be that the chief leader of Heaven's Net was the Marvel Blue Emperor? Lin Ming immediately shot down this thought as soon as it appeared. Marvel Blue Nation had bountiful resources and considerable national military strength. It simply wasn't worth it for the Emperor to work as the chief leader of an assassin organization in his spare time. In an assassin organization, the core figures would always hide their identities in order to avoid being targeted by others who wanted to retaliate against them. For an influence like the Marvel Blue Nation, the gains simply weren't worth the losses. This was because it was possible that their identity could be uncovered by others if there were enough clues and traces. If their real identity was exposed and multiple enemies targeted them, then the entire nation could be wiped out overnight. If Heaven's net didn't have some close relationship with the Marvel Blue Nation, then there could only be one explanation as to why Blood Moon was here. That was that her status as Imperial Concubine Moon was only one of her identities and her true status was hidden. But if this was true, there were even more questions. Blood Moon was clearly extremely secretive about her identity as Imperial Concubine Moon. So why would she expose herself and let Lin Ming know who she was? Of course, even though Blood Moon revealed her identity, she still wore a veil, making it so that one couldn't see her face. In fact, even her cultivation was hidden. Lin Ming simply wasn't able to see through it. This was something common for a leader of an assassin organization. As all these thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind, Imperial Concubine Moon seemed to know what he was thinking. But she didn't explain, instead smiling and saying, "Which cultivation method of mine did you want?" Lin Ming awoke from his thoughts. He composed himself and honestly said, "The Celestial Tyrant Manual's 9 stars of the Tao Palace section." As soon as Lin Ming spoke, Imperial Concubine Moon's complexion changed. "Celestial Tyrant Manual?" Yes, Lin Ming nodded. Although he was curious about Blood Moon's identity, he didn't ask her. It was impossible for her to answer him, nor did he expect her to. "You know, I possess the Celestial Tyrant Manual." Imperial Concubine Moon's eyes narrowed, as if she wanted to see through Lin Ming. Lin Ming calmly looked back at her. After an incensed stick of time, she suddenly nodded and said, "That's right, there were some other people that knew. I never thought that you would be able to find out, but you must have asked Heaven's secret." Heaven's secret. A cold light flashed in Imperial Concubine Moon's eyes. No one liked having their own information being traded around by others. In a way, the intelligence organization Heaven's Secret and the assassin organization Heaven's Net were the same. Both of them were extremely unlikable to certain people, and it was easy for them to offend others. Celestial Tyrant Manual, so you actually dual cultivate body and energy. You have opened the complete 8 inner hidden gates and have even managed to peer into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. That is quite incredible. Imperial Concubine Moon whispered, her eyes still locked onto Lin Ming. But Lin Ming remained composed throughout. Although Imperial Concubine Moon had covered her appearance with a veil, and even her inner world was covered with a fog, so that he couldn't see into her, Lin Ming could still faintly feel that she was a human. As a human martial artist, she would have a thorough understanding of how difficult the 9 stars of the Tao Palace was. If you want the Celestial Tyrant Manual's 9 stars of the Tao Palace section, that is possible, but you need to put forth sufficient conditions. Imperial Concubine Moon spoke straight to the point. The reason she was willing to see Lin Ming was because she valued something that he could offer her. If it is within reason, then please say it. Imperial Concubine Moon. Lin Ming certainly didn't think that Imperial Concubine Moon would give him the Celestial Tyrant Manual for nothing. That was a transcendent divine might. If he wished to obtain it, then he would have to pay a high enough price. Now, it would depend on what Imperial Concubine Moon wanted from him. Chapter 1576, Blood Moon's Conundrum. Chapter 1576, Blood Moon's Conundrum. Imperial Concubine Moon sat down on a couch and bid a servant to steep a pot of tea before waving for Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian to also take a seat. Then she slowly said, "I heard that Sir Lin Ming had a teacher whose cultivation is above the Empyrean realm." As Imperial Concubine Moon said this, Lin Ming finally understood what she wanted. No wonder she was willing to see him. It was because she had the idea to connect to his teacher through him. She needed help from the master that Lin Ming had conjured up on a whim, a master that didn't even exist. Lin Ming thought for a moment. Then he said, "What is the matter?" Must it need my master to emerge from seclusion? Can it not be me? You, Imperial Concubine Moon, gently shook her head. Her cherry red lips opened as she said, "You are far too weak." "How do you know if we are weak or not?" Xiao Moshin mumbled, not feeling very happy at these words. Imperial Concubine Moon lightly chuckled as she heard this. She had taken Xiao Moshin's remarks as the spirited and self-confident nature of a junior. "Lin Ming, I sincerely hope that I can obtain your master's help. I am willing to offer the entire Celestial Tyrant manual, but let me give you a word of caution. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace is a road that defies the will of the heavens. Try not to be too stubborn about these matters." Imperial Concubine Moon advised with good intentions. Lin Ming faintly smiled. "Thank you for the advice, but I'm afraid my master will not meet you." Imperial Concubine Moon pressed her eyebrows together. Why? In truth, she also thought that if the status of Lin Ming's master was too high, then he truly wouldn't want to meet her. After all, she was nothing but a small and unimportant nobody to an extreme Empyrean, and to a true divinity, she was nothing more than a speck of dust. However, she didn't believe that Lin Ming had a true divinity-level master. In the entire Azura Road, if one counted all the rumors, those that were either dead or alive, or those that had gone into seclusion for hundreds of millions of years and could never be found, even if all of these factors were added together, there were only several true divinities. If a junior she casually saw was the last disciple of a true divinity, then she felt that was far too unbelievable. Is that so? Then Lin Ming, you've come out to adventure and gain experience all by yourself? Your master has washed his hands of you? When a master taught their apprentice, although they would do their best, sometimes they wouldn't be willing to do everything for them. These masters would allow their apprentices to roam free without any interference. Only like this would the apprentice experience the trials and tribulations of the world and grow through being tempered. If Lin Ming was in such a situation, then it would be impossible for Imperial Concubine Moon to request help from Lin Ming's master. Lin Ming didn't confirm or deny anything. Instead, he asked, "Why don't you tell me what you need? Perhaps I will be able to help you." You, Imperial Concubine Moon, looked at Lin Ming and shook her head again. "Unless you have an extremely mighty martial artist that can help you, there is no way for you to help me. This is because my troubles are extremely great and involve a battle between world kings. You two are far too young. If you are involved in my mess, then you will only be killed. Then why don't you tell? If I cannot help you, then I naturally will not try to force it." Lin Ming insisted, not giving up. He needed to obtain the Celestial Tyrant manual at all costs. All right, Imperial Concubine Moon was silent for a moment. Then she stood up and said, "Follow me to my chambers." Imperial Concubine Moon was tall and slender, only slightly shorter than Lin Ming, with her proud figure accentuated by her long skirt. It surrounded her with the atmosphere of a woman who renounced the world and stood above others. Although her face was masked by a veil, one could still see the faint but perfect outline of her face. Above her nose hung a chain of red crystals that only served to add bit of mystery to her. The chamber that Imperial Concubine Moon mentioned was located in a separate time-space deep beneath the ground. There was a solid soundproofing array formation here. If one was within it, then even a half-step Empyrean wouldn't be able to listen in. Eunuch Liang did not follow. In the chamber, only Lin Ming, Xiao Moshin, and Imperial Concubine Moon were present. "I am Blood Moon. You should have already guessed this by now." Imperial Concubine Moon sat down in a spacious stone chair before motioning for Lin Ming and Xiao Moshin to also sit. She lifted her hands and dexterously picked up a pot of tea, pouring a cup for Lin Ming and Xiao Moshin. If Imperial Concubine Moon hadn't heard of Lin Ming's awe-inspiring performance at the Divine Runic Masters Guild and knew he was an amazing junior of his generation, then it would have been impossible for her to treat him with such courtesy. I did guess your identity, but I was still surprised. I originally thought that Blood Moon was one of Imperial Concubine Moon's secret identities, but the more I thought about this, the less likely it seemed. Oh, why do you think that's not possible? Imperial Concubine Moon smiled. Because if Imperial Concubine Moon wanted to see us, then you could definitely conceal your identity and leave the palace. You wouldn't even need us to come to Marvel Blue Nation, and could just meet us with your identity as Blood Moon. If so, then we would have only known you as Blood Moon and wouldn't know of your identity as Imperial Concubine Moon. For you, this would be far safer. I don't think there is anything I have done yet or shown that would have you place so must trust in me. Lin Ming slowly explained. Imperial Concubine Moon nodded, saying, "Continue on." So I guess that Imperial Concubine Moon is not your true identity, but only a temporary one. Only like this would you meet us without caring for us knowing your identity. The only thing I'm not clear about is why you have such authority in Marvel Blue Imperial Palace that you can have others leave and enter as they please. And does the Emperor of Marvel Blue Nation have any relations with the Heaven's Net Assassin organization? Lin Ming's words evoked a smile from Imperial Concubine Moon. A look of appreciation flashed in her eyes. Your analysis is quite good. Imperial Concubine Moon is indeed a temporary status of mine, and Marvel Blue Nation and Heaven's Net only have cooperative relations with each other. The reason I entered Marvel Blue Imperial Palace is in truth to accomplish a mission. I am not any Imperial Concubine Moon. That is a title especially bestowed upon me by the Marvel Blue Emperor in order to make my mission easier. As Imperial Concubine Moon spoke, Lin Ming nodded in understanding, suddenly aware. So that's how it is. Then, Imperial Concubine Moon's employer is the Marvel Blue Emperor? You could say that. This brief exchange finally explained the suspicions in Lin Ming's mind, but this was also reasonable. Imperial Concubine Moon was only a fake identity, and Lin Ming still had no idea as to what Blood Moon's true identity was. That veil around her face still wrapped her with a sense of mystery. Then how difficult are Imperial Concubine Moon's troubles? Is there anything I can do to help? Lin Ming asked. This was what he wanted to know. Imperial Concubine Moon hesitated for a moment, and then said, "My Heaven's Net organization has had some changes occur internally. Because of this, someone is trying to harm me. This person has a World King cultivation, and many helpers." Imperial Concubine Moon lightly said, not revealing anything further. This was because if she spoke more then, she would have to reveal some inner secrets of Heaven's Net. And these were not secrets she could speak of to Lin Ming. This was because she didn't have much hope that Lin Ming would be able to help her. World King. Lin Ming thought for a moment. World Kings were divided into ordinary World Kings and Great World Kings. If one simply said the term World King, then they were usually referring to an ordinary World King. Of course, ordinary World Kings were still divided into the weak and the strong. Lin Ming could deal with a weaker World King, but it wouldn't be easy for him to handle a formidable World King. If it is only an ordinary World King, then Imperial Concubine Moon shouldn't need to fear too much. Lin Ming looked at Imperial Concubine Moon. From the information that he had gleaned, this Imperial Concubine Moon was also a World King powerhouse. Otherwise, she simply wouldn't have the ability to become a leader of Heaven's Net. And as one of the leaders of Heaven's Net, even if there was some inner turmoil within Heaven's Net, there should still be those that supported her. She should have the ability to compete for control. If everyone became hostile to Imperial Concubine Moon after the change within Heaven's Net, then it could only be said that her relations in Heaven's Net were far too pathetic. As Lin Ming mentioned this, Imperial Concubine Moon sighed. My situation isn't as good as you think it is. As Lin Ming heard this, his thoughts stirred. He couldn't help but meet Imperial Concubine's eyes for several moments. To probe her body with his sense was extremely impolite, Thus Lin Ming hadn't done so. But now that he listened to her, he seemed to realize something. It seems that Imperial Concubine Moon is wounded. Imperial Concubine Moon sighed. She self-mockingly laughed, saying, "There have been many matters that have occurred these past few years. In the face of benefits, many people will choose betrayal. And now, the situation I am in is very bad. I about understand what is happening." Imperial Concubine Moon's explanation was short, but Lin Ming was able to faintly make out what was happening. This difficulty of hers should be some sort of internal struggle within Heaven's Net. "Then I will bid my farewells. I shall return to visit tomorrow." Lin Ming didn't immediately reply. He needed some time to think and ready himself. If you wish to see me tomorrow, then follow the same method as today," Imperial Concubine Moon said, not seeing her visitors out. As soon as Lin Ming left, a figure flashed within the chamber, and Eunuch Liang appeared. "Miss, should I follow them? I feel that it is extremely unusual for them to suddenly appear at this time." Imperial Concubine Moon said, "No need. He shouldn't have been sent by the other side. There is no reason for old Su to deceive me. And this Lin Ming is indeed a young and talented divine runic master. Although others in the organization must harm me, there is no way they have the ability to find this type of genius to be their helper. He really should have come here for the Celestial Tyrant Manual. Since he has opened the complete 8 inner hidden gates, he has more than enough motive to seek out the Celestial Tyrant Manual. Of course, it is impossible for him to successfully practice the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Upon mentioning the Celestial Tyrant Manual, Eunuch Liang's thoughts stirred. He said, "Isn't the Celestial Tyrant Manual something that Miss brought from the divine realm? If this matter becomes too widespread, then would Miss Blood Enemy in the divine realm become involved?" As Eunuch Liang brought up the topic of her personal enemy, Imperial Concubine Moon took a deep breath as a thick killing intent flashed in her eyes. Within Heaven's Net, because their big boss was missing, the things that were left behind had caused tremendous turmoil due to the layers upon layers of entangled benefits. Even one of her trusted subordinates had betrayed her and wounded her at a critical time. But even so, she hadn't developed a deep hatred towards this person. However, when it concerned her enemy in the divine realm, she wished that she could eat his raw flesh and drink his blood. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.